Okay.
Oh,
We're live.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, everyone. I've never hosted on StreamYard, so I'm figuring out a little bit. Okay. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, everyone. Oh, I hear some feedback.
Just feedback from your phone, baby.
There is?
Probably.
I doubt it.
Really?
Okay. Headphones in. Testing audio. That's working. Can everyone hear me?
yeah.
We can hear you.
Happy birthday!
Thank you.
Happy
And just so you know,
birthday,
it's not my official birthday. I just wanted to do something for my birthday because my birthday is at the end of this month, and usually people can't come to it because it's like around Christmas and New Year's, and so people are like just busy and slammed. So I wanted to do something.
Yeah.
So okay, all right. We'll figure this out next. Let's see. I want it to look like this, I think. But then you can't see the background. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, cool. We're doing it.
Yes.
Very exciting.
Oh, I should keep down. It's very
All
late.
right. People are watching. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello. I just
Hi.
had my computer fall off. So
Am I heard? Oh, I'm there. I see me now.
All right. So I'm gonna look at the schedule really fast. So basically, what this stream is for people who are watching, I just wanted an excuse to hang out with people. You know, it's I guess for my birthday, but also like whenever I hang out with my friends in person, we end up hanging out, playing music. I have some Moscato, and I just want to hang out and chill with people and just
Ooh, are we drinking?
Yes.
I was like, should I grab a drink? I don't know.
I got mine right here.
Shit, I don't have
okay.
anything.
Good.
I have water.
Give me a second.
And yeah, everyone, maybe take a minute to grab your drinks. And yeah, I just wanted to hang out with people, and maybe we don't always have to do it in the form of a stream because then it feels like it's this whole big thing. But I want to hang out with people here. I wanted to hang out with some people from my audience. I see Silver Spook. Happy birthday! Hey, sorry, I don't need another invite to your. Oh, I think another invite to your Discord. Okay, you got it, Silver Spook. This always happens because Discord, the links expire after a few days, and yeah, okay. I am sending it through Twitter, and I'm just gonna check my Twitter and make sure that no one else needs one because this happens every stream. I just need to make it so it never expires, but I'm also paranoid about people like somehow like getting a hold of it and then raiding or something, even though that's probably not going to happen. But I'm just paranoid. Okay, so I'm gonna look at the schedule and yeah, I just want to go around and ask people, maybe what their favorite videos are, and just have a bit of a conversation, because I think sometimes when we do streams, like people kind of like talk, but there's not really a conversation because there tends to be a lot of people. And yeah, I just want people to like talk about their passions, like I feel like when I meet people, I want to be like, what has traumatized you? And that's where I want to start.
I think this is not a bad thing in a sense, but I feel like when we all talk, generally it's in the context of like, he's all like, leftism, how can it help you? Or like, oppression, what's that about? Like we're always framed in like some degree of topic or something. We don't ever just kind of like, what's up? Yeah, that's how it feels like sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
No, totally. I kind of like that we like all start like talking about like leftism and politics, but I think for me, oh, sorry, let me just message this person. I think
so
for
we'll
me.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
Sorry, I thought you were messaging. I was just going to say, so we'll definitely get into our traumas, but there's an important question in the chat. So you are not a Sagittarius, is that right?
No, exactly. People have been to me like, "Oh, you're a Sagittarius." It's like, no, I'm a Capricorn. I don't know if that's good or not.
I think it's good.
Okay,
I think it's quite good. I think we're actually compatible, you and me.
Is there anything wrong with being a Sagittarius? I beg your pardon.
Are you a Sagittarius, Javi?
Yeah, December the 4th, actually.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Oh, well, happy birthday to you as well.
No worries.
The only sign that I've heard people actually say is bad in some degree is I hear a lot of people talk shit about Geminis.
I've heard that too. What's
So
up?
I don't know
with
why.
that?
I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what month that is, but I don't know like what about that month just makes people the worst, according to
May,
them.
June,
It's
May,
March.
June, I guess.
My partner's
No.
a Gemini. He's right here.
I'm sure you're great.
Oh,
It's late. It's late May to like mid June, but I'm one day away from being a Taurus.
Ah,
So that
so you just-
matters.
you
That
just
that
spread
apparently does matter if you're like a
Yeah.
day away.
that you mentioned that one day away from Taurus the same way white people mention that one is Cherokee. You know? Yeah. I'm one day away.
Oh my god.
I'm so glad you like that.
I'm a Virgo, so I have nothing to add.
Yeah. I'm a Libra over here. I'm told that makes me unpredictable and mysterious
Mm.
and silly.
Serious.
So
Libra, not liberal.
yeah, not
Libra.
Very
a
important.
liberal.
yeah, not liberal. No, I would never.
Never.
I would
I'm
never.
a Scorpio, so that makes me pretty like brooding and demanding and
You're-
all the scary things.
You're Batman.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's Batman? What's Batman's sign? I'm looking up right now.
And now you need to work on your Batman impression.
Yeah.
I'm a Scorpio. What's Batman's zodiac sign?
Oh, FD Signifier says Geminis are amazing. FD Signifier, are you a Gemini? Okay, we'll wait on a response for that. But before we hop in, right now, people who kind of like have more availability. I know Pim, it's very late for you.
Yep.
And oh, Aronok is a Gemini. Okay, well, Aronok's really cool. So
I'm kind of like on the border between Gemini and Cancer, I think.
Can I just read this quote?
I'm not
really
entirely
quick?
sure which one I am. Maybe
you
I'm
got a
both.
quote.
Does that work?
Batman has several quirks that make him congruent to a Taurus. Batman's number one ability and character trait is his impressive amount of willpower. In every iteration of the character, he never deviates from his position or conviction. So I guess no, there's no comic that has like, oh, this is Batman's birthday. It's not a single one. No one
Yeah.
thought of that.
Hmm.
That's strange.
But also, like, fuck Batman. I would not want to be the same zodiac sign as Batman.
Yeah, seriously.
I like
Besides,
saw in
he
a
laid
meme,
an
like,
egg.
Batman's. I saw that he's like super rich and that like he's not
Wasn't
really,
it Robin
like,
that laid an egg?
like he could literally just like end poverty and he's just like fighting people. And like ever since I noticed that, I was like, yeah, I don't know.
it's a little funny.
Isn't he
There's
just like
no-
a cop? Like,
He's
Fighting,
just a
like,
super
petty
cop. That's
criminals.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
I think the way the lore works, if I may, I'm not like a huge Batman fan either, but let this be my Joker moment, you know. I believe that most of the cops don't like Batman other than Commissioner Gordon.
I know they don't like him, but he basically just goes around like
is one, yeah.
cleaning up the city.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, Mhm. Yeah, basically.
The comic book is either good or bad depending on who writes it or
Yeah.
who makes. I
Of
think
course, yeah.
Arkham Asylum is a masterpiece. The
Mhm.
comic book.
Yeah,
There are some
illustrated
good
by
stories.
Dave McKean. Fantastic.
yeah.
Mm.
The best Batman is when he's up against like a super smart super villain where like where like the Riddler's all like, hello Batman, I've built this entire building, there are 3 people in there and you can only save 2, both of them have a different like, and it's wild. But like when he's just like on the streets punching drug dealers, that's when it
Yeah.
gets a little that's when it gets
Yeah.
that's also just not a lot of the times what Batman is now, at least, and I think for the better, you know.
I think the best Batman is when he's up against Swamp Thing because he loses.
Damn.
Now I like the stories where they question him, like
Oh, yeah.
are you the baddie? And he goes like, am I the baddie? And it's like, yeah, damn right you are. You know,
Mhm.
You are the batty and the baddie.
yeah, there you go. That's a good one.
Okay, so I want to dive into to people's videos just because I know Pim probably has to leave very soon.
Well, I can stick around for a while. Not just
Okay.
longer than like
Is
2 hours
anyone
or something
on
like
a
that.
time crunch right now that we should like maybe talk to first?
Not at all. Take it easy.
Lexi, I knew that
well,
you don't want to stay up super late, and I know that you didn't post a
Yeah.
video, but is there something that you want to talk about where it's like, just something that you really like, and you just want to like talk about like maybe your favorite video, or it's like why you like it, what inspired you.
Gee, it's a good question. I honestly don't know. Like a lot of my old videos, I like can't even watch them anymore. Like I'll go back and look at them and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so embarrassed that this is up. Just because like the editing is so bad and whatnot, but the content's really good. Let's see. I guess I liked my video on violence and the status quo. I thought that was like fairly well done. There's no such thing as a natural disaster. Those were good. I guess a lot of my inspiration comes from like political ecology. I'm actually really excited about one that's coming out, not to do like shameless self promo, but I'm hoping to have that out like this weekend, and it's basically going to be like a big conversation around conservation and colonialism and capitalism and ways forward. And yeah, I think that's going to be a really good one. I had some animations done by Bad Mouse, which are going to be pretty cool. So
Ooh.
yeah.
Oh, cool. Wait, so you're collaborating with Bad Mouse?
Yeah, well, he's done animations for one section of it, because
Okay,
it's kind of a long
nice.
video, and then the rest of it, I kind of got stuff together, and Tristan's helping me put it together now. So yeah, that'll be good. But yeah, don't worry about watching anything on my channel if you don't want to.
I mean, it's been really cool watching everyone's videos, and just like a lot of them I've watched before, so it's like watching them again. But yeah, my favorite video that you did was when you were talking to, I forgot their name, but it was like, I think it was Murray Bookchin's.
Haya Heller from the Institute for Social Ecology.
Yeah, I thought that was so cool. Like, I love Murray Bookchin. It's like funny because I've never actually just like, I've read about Murray Bookchin, but I haven't read anything by him yet. He's been on my videos forever, but that was so cool hearing them talk and like hearing about how basically like he's not an academic, but and for anyone who's watching, like Murray Bookchin talks about social ecology. And I heard about him through a lot of solar punk stuff, because you were talking about like social ecology, like how can we like create, how can we like create like cities and things like that around like being able to be sustainable, around being able to have like healthy relationships with each other. And it's just really cool stuff. It gets me excited for the future, which I think is really important, because I feel like nowadays the future just seems so depressing. And yeah, I really loved that video, and I was so happy that you did that.
Cool. Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, I really loved that too. Yeah, I love kind of all the interviews that I've done, but because they're much longer and were streams, they get like so much less engagement than my other videos, and it's really a shame, because yeah, that was really cool to talk to them. They were fucking rad. So thank you.
That's the curse of doing long videos.
Pardon?
That's the curse of doing long videos. Like all my podcast episodes get like a fourth of my engagement, except for my one with EJ.
Yeah. Like I have like the interviews I did with Richard Wolff obviously got like a ton of views because it's Richard Wolff. But then I have one with Nick Estes, which is really amazing, and that didn't get much views. And then the social ecology one didn't. And then I did a really good one with Silverspook recently that also didn't get many views. So I'm like, come on, guys. But it's all good.
Yeah, do you want to talk about the one that you did with Silverspook on colonialism?
Yeah, that was such a good one. And I guess that that
bring Silverspook. Okay. I'm gonna add Silverspook, and and I just want to check how everyone's doing on time. Still doing good?
Yeah, still doing good.
Okay.
But yeah, that was a really awesome one, and talked about like land back, decolonization, and Silverspook. And then Silverspook talked about Neofeud, and we kind of dove into like the characters and kind of the choices that they made in the script and things like that, and that was really fucking cool. But yeah, it was quite a long one, so it got less engagement, which is unfortunate, because it was really, really, really good. But yeah, I'm with you on like the solar punk stuff. I've been really into that lately too. I guess my most beloved video is the Living the Revolution video, which is also a positive thing. But yeah. Yeah.
Hey, there he is.
Yeah, I was wondering, do you two want to talk a little bit about the video that you did? Also, maybe we should do introductions. I just realized maybe not everyone here knows who everyone is. So,
Yeah, sure.
yeah, really fast, Pim, do you want to just give a quick introduction and we'll just go bloop in a circle?
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. So first off, I rebranded since last time. I now go by the name Pim Script. It's a YouTube channel where I talk about most things horror, really. Horror video essays, basically everything from video games, movies, and whatnot. Yeah,
Cool.
that's what I do.
Sweet.
Tracy, do you want to go?
Oh yeah. Sorry. I'm the Mayhem Calling. I run a YouTube channel / podcast. We talk about politics. I try to on my podcast. It's more of an educational view, and my videos are just kind of like exploring different types of media or different types of ideas. My last one is about emulation. That was pretty good, but it's not as popular as I thought it would be. So yeah. But yeah, like just in general, we have fun on my channel.
Awesome, thanks. Javi, do you want to go next?
Sure, why not? Hi, my name is Javi. I run this channel called Cuñado de Izquierdas, like a leftist loudmouth in English, that I managed to translate. Like I have a version in English of the channel, of the page that goes like, if your browser is in English, it shows a leftist loudmouth. And yeah, I also the music. I just released an album. It took like a lot of work, and yeah, Mexi and Dave are in it actually.
Yeah.
In one of the songs called Better Together, in which I got like a lot of good people saying we get better together one bit at a time in several languages. That was really nice.
Wow, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone check it out. It's really, really good. And the album is really good, and Javi's music is awesome. So yeah, I'm Mexi. I have several channels now. My main channel, Mexi, is mostly political economy and environmental stuff, and just kind of just talking about everything from a total liberation perspective. I also do positive leftist news videos once per month, so that's on its own channel called PLN. And then I have another streaming channel, which is called A Little to the Left, with Catherine and Nicole from Pink Slots, and we do monthly sex streams on there. And I have a podcast called the Total Liberation Podcast, which Silver Spook was also just on, which was really rad. So yeah, and just the Mayhem Calling, I was just gonna say that, yeah, like the videos that we like the most are like never the ones that the audience likes the most,
Right.
which is so frustrating, but yeah.
But that's with the audience. You never know with the audience whether
Yeah.
they're gonna show up and what they're gonna like more or less. It
Or the
just-
algorithm
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
true.
And it's not necessarily even my favorite video, but it is like a video I'm very proud of. My favorite video we're going to talk about today, maybe.
Oh yeah. Before anyone leave, like if anyone's like, hey, I have to leave soon and we haven't talked about your video, then say that so that way we can definitely make sure to get to it. But I'll try to like maybe guide the conversation a little bit, because I know in streams sometimes they get a little bit chaotic since we're all here. But yeah, Silver Spook, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'll try to keep it short. Anyways, thanks so much. Happy birthday, of course, Lua, and thanks for the invite. Yeah, I'm Silver Spook. I'm known for my long introductions, but I'm gonna, out of respect, keep it short. I'm a Native Hawaiian activist, defender of our sacred mountain, Mauna Kea, here under the ongoing illegal U.S. military occupation of Hawaii, the sovereign country of Hawaii. This is the actual flag, by the way. You probably, what is that thing? That is the Kanaka Maoli flag, but that's actually not. This is the official flag of the sovereign country of Hawaii that the United States continues to illegally occupy. And I talk about that. I do indigenous left activism, and also, of course, I was recently on the Mexi Total Liberation podcast, and I think I was on the Mexi channel in the last couple of months, and so I do a lot of streaming on YouTube, on Twitch, and talking about the U.S. continued poisoning of my family's aquifer as we speak in Oahu, thanks to the U.S. Navy. So I do a lot of hot taking the U.S. military industrial complex and the entire Western failed world all the time. And also I make video games when I'm not doing that. Most of my time is actually spent making. I'm actually working on a video game with Luna Oi, where you play
Nice.
you play a Vietnamese communist beating the shit out of American capitalist imperialists with literal tanks. You blow John McCain into oblivion in retro Contra style NES 8-bit glory. So anyways, that's going to be coming out in the next few weeks. Luna Oi is voicing the main character, by the way. So
oh my god, that's so cool.
I didn't know that was with Luna. That's so cool.
Yeah. So anyway, with that little plug aside, so I'm working on that right now, and I'm also working on Neofeud 2, which of course I've talked about. And Neofeud is the cyberpunk adventure game it's the flagship game that is on sale right now, and I'm constantly just trying to talk about that and get it sold, because that supports everything that we do here at the Silver Spook Hui /cooperative/commune on the Big Island of Hawaii. So anyways, that's who I am.
Awesome. And Aronok, do you want to introduce yourself as well?
Oh yeah, hey. I'm Aronok. I'm a non-binary disabled video essayist, and I mostly talk about marginalized perspectives on media, but really I'm commenting on society as large and just using media as a venue.
Yes. That is the way to go. I think I love video essays that like we're going to talk about media. Actually, we're talking about our society. So that's really cool.
I think it engages people really quickly, and it draws people in that wouldn't otherwise engage with leftist ideas, because especially when you present it as this sort of thing of like, oh, the show is saying this, at first at least, it can draw them and it can put them in a place of more comfort, I think, especially when people are discomforted by certain things. Pim's actually read some of the script, but I'm working on this Matrix video right now, and a large part of it it's gonna be good. Oh, I'm so excited for it. But a large part of it is discussing just the way that cis people get really, really uncomfortable about trans people discussing the trans reading the film, because for a lot of cis people, when they hear that, what they're being told is that you related to trans people on a personal level, not just on a like, oh, I can see this other and keep them at a distance. And yeah, like that's a good example of the type of thing I do.
Awesome. Cool. Well, yeah, Silver Spook, Mexi, would you want to talk about just like your collab that you did, and would you be interested in that?
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. So Silver Spook, if you want to say anything to that. I mean, yeah, we've done 2 recently. So the first one was kind of more broad in general about like land back and decolonization, and specifically talking about Hawaii. So maybe Silver Spook can speak a little bit of that, because yeah, I just found it really, really fascinating. Like I had no idea all the stuff that Silver Spook talks about on their streams about Hawaii being deindustrialized, like a Hawaii having electricity before the White House and all this other stuff that we just obviously never learn in the West. And then we dug into Neofeud, which was really, really cool too. So I don't know if everyone's played it. So I don't know if you want to do like spoilers or whatever, but actually we did a spoiler full section and then a spoiler free section and then a spoiler full section for anyone who like wants to watch the spoiler free section first and then play the game and then do the spoiler full section. But yeah, I thought that was really cool to like dive into Silver Spook's like thoughts around the different characters and what political ideas they were trying to express through them. And then yeah, the most recent collab on the podcast is, as Silver Spook talked about, the Red Hill disaster, which is just absolutely devastating. So yeah, I'm sure they will have a lot to say on that. It was mostly me just interviewing them. So
Yeah, I was happy to both times be interviewed. Also, shout out before I forget to Maxi's partner Mesh, because without Mesh this probably would not have happened. Anyway, who also apparently organizes with some other high profile left tube people. But anyways,
yeah.
No, it was I was very happy to do these collabs. I mean, I talk about this for 20 hours a week on my streams, but I'm going to try to keep it under 4 hours. But no, it's very much like the game is very much a game that's about my experiences as a native Hawaiian, as a it's not just about Hawaii, but it is a kind of the beginning. It's a personal story of growing up in a place that's illegally. I kind of start with that because that's what most important thing is. I want the group of friends in defense of the UN Charter to recognize the sovereign country of Hawaii against its ongoing illegal occupation. And there's so much to say. I feel I have to reinvent the entire reality for everybody every time I start streaming in English, French, or Spanish, or some stormtrooper language, because everybody's like, "What? I had no idea." And it's like, yes, yes. And then I have to but one day I hope to, when I say these things, 90% of people just go, "Oh, yep." When I did the Asia Pacific Cooperation Panel, when we had Chinese, Vietnamese, Maori, indigenous people from across the world, and across Asia and Pacific, and I've done all the way through Africa as well. They're all like, "Yep, I know that." Sounds just like what they did here. But when I talk about it in the United States and Canada, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, what? I didn't know this. So my job is to, I try to not be as insulted. I try to be as kind, depending on depending on the iron level, how many hours of sleep I had. I try to do it a little more nicely. With Neophyte, it's a cyberpunk adventure game that's trying to communicate these things in a more entertaining, engaging fashion. But ultimately, it's very real right now because the U.S. military is presently spilling tens of thousands of gallons of, they've been doing this for decades, of jet fuel into the aquifer in Halaba. It's the biggest freshwater supply that's 3 miles from my parents' house. They are imbibing gasoline right now. So it has a rainbow sheen on the water when you put it in a bowl. This is not new. I talk about every time I stream, I bring this up for the last 4 years. And people think I'm being hyperbolic, and it's kind of frustrating. People think Neophyte is a joke sometimes. I'm like, this is not just entertainment. I mean, it is entertainment, but the inhabitability of Oahu
can't be happening or something, and you're like, yeah, this is happening.
Yeah, people say somebody just said, "Oh, I'm." It was a leftist too. Is like, I'm sure it'll be cleaned up next week.
You're like, why would you think that?
Sure?
And water damage, especially related to fossil fuels, is such a massive problem, not just in American occupied areas, but also in Canadian occupied areas. There's multiple areas in Canada, because a lot of people really don't get that Canada is just as bad, if not worse, than the U.S., depending on what area we're talking about. And there's areas where the water's coming out, and it's mostly like silt and tar sand runoff and stuff. And this is a problem that exists everywhere for Indigenous people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, it's just like trying to get people to realize these things on a regular basis. And so I'm happy to have anybody who is able to platform these issues. And also I'm not, when I'm doing streaming, I'm a little bit more of a serious mode, but I'm not, the entertainment and the game stuff is more about doing satirical comedy and cyberpunk, and people who like 90s point and click adventure. Sometimes for people who have played modern games, it's like Disco Elysium with cyberpunk characteristics. That's one way apparently that reaches some people. Or Taika Waititi directing like a cyberpunk William Gibson written thing, depending on who your touchstones. But it's very much I try to. And the game that I'm working on with Luna is also, it's a comedy. It's like an action comedy. It's like Kung Fury, but like saying more important things, I think, than just
that's
synthwave.
So cool.
It's synthwave, but it has. I want to get like a synthwave soundtrack, but I want it to be like you actually play the good guy for the first time in every basically game in the world, because when are you ever going to actually hear the story of the Vietnamese? You have Apocalypse Now and Full Metal Jacket, but those are not actually they're just talking basically about how we screwed up and we made our troops feel sad. How about the people who actually fought colonization? How about the people who actually did successful land back on planet Earth, and now they have 500 square meter land back cooperative rice paddies that most of the Western world can't even wrap their head around. Why aren't they centered, and then used as a model for these so-called leftists? Anyway, I'm gonna stop getting upset and just say that. So a lot, what I do a lot of time is kind of like just talk to Luna and go, Luna, how is it going? And it's like, oh my God, people are telling me that the biggest problem on Earth is racism against white people, and I'm like, that's what they've been telling me.
Oh gosh.
I got a 10 ban on Twitter for satirically using the word fracker.
It's
so
ludicrous. Like, I don't know. As someone who's experienced a fair bit of real physical violence accompanied with actual slurs being used against me since I was a little kid, like, fucking frustrating seeing people like this bitch about it. Like, oh, someone said a word you didn't like. So hard.
And it's like also like in the context of like racism and oppression, it's like the word cracker is used like to describe like white people being frustrating. It's not like used to be like it's not used to be like, hey, like, okay, so like someone pointed this out, like saying white trash. Like I think that is very messed up. Like, it's like looking down on people because they're not like a certain class. Like I think that's very different from the word cracker.
Yeah,
like,
that's like classist. You can see how that's a little classist. I get that.
It's like
it's about power dynamics.
Yeah, it is about power dynamics. It's like to me, like I keep on coming back to it. It reminds me of OK Boomer, where it's like, yeah, boomers don't like it, but when people are saying that term, they're saying it because they're being like, hey, you're being frustrating right now, and you need to could you not be like this? Like, and that's very much how I see the word crackers. It's like it's just ridiculous.
Well, cracker originally came from the term whip cracker, so it's actually a title of the oppression that they gave to other people. So someone called them the cracker. You know what I mean?
I've heard that too, and I don't know for sure because I tried to look it up, but also I could totally see that where it's like literally like the whip is cracking, and it's like literally like it could be like a term you like talking about like just like because like that might because it might literally translate to like when you say cracker to being like you're an oppressor, which is like that's not untrue in this white supremacist society. So it's like it's really a non-issue. Also, BP is here, and BP has to go soon, so we're kind of like talking about like our favorite videos and things like that. I wanted to just kind of like hang out, like allow space for people to get to know each other. So if you want to just introduce yourself and then maybe just talk a little bit about maybe your favorite video that you've done and like talk about why and just share that with us.
Well, I'm BP or Big Villainous. As far as I'm an artist, I'm an organizer. So I make music. I do YouTube, as well as I organize on the ground with fight toxic prisons. Basically, we shut down prisons and stuff like that. And give workshops on how to shut down prisons and why they're bad and why they're effed up. I don't know if I got one favorite video I did. Like I like the one I just dropped today, the Focal 31. It's a little different than what I usually do because I'm not like much of video essays as I am on hot takes, but also, like, I don't know, A Case for Abolition is like, I don't think it was the best delivery I had, but I feel like it was one of the more important videos. Unfortunately, super underviewed. But and then of course my music videos are my favorite. Are also pretty high on the list for me. But
I really liked your Case for Abolition video.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel like it was like probably one of the more important videos. But it's like, oh my God,
I was like, this is really important.
I think that's so messed up how it works. Yeah, like a contrast between the most important work we do and the work that we have the most enjoyment or fun doing. And I think it's always this like balancing act. And that's the experience I have with a lot of other creators talking about art that we make that like is a pull in both directions.
I have that same thing with my land back video. I think that's my most important, but that was a lot of heavy topics I touched on in that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
BP,
I feel like oh, good.
Oh no, actually, go ahead.
I was just saying, I feel like for me, it's just like also how I make the videos. So most of my videos are like a light script, right? So it's got like bullet points, and then I kind of like just build off from my own head from those bullet points so to stay on topic. But like things like Case for Abolition was scripted. Like I like every word for word, which is not really my MO. It isn't my favorite thing to do, but I felt like was important given the topic. Just like when I do eventually drop this whiteness video, it's going to be scripted too. But those take way longer, and like I can't have the same output if I just do all those. And also, it ain't my favorite thing to do, to be honest.
I feel your pain so much. Having to remember a script word by word is like, nope, not gonna happen.
I don't do that for sure. I don't do that.
I've moved further and further away from using
the Quackers,
like live footage, just so I can read my script directly into the mic and then just edit stuff on top because it makes it way easier. Because yeah, it's a lot of work to memorize stuff.
Yeah, and I already do that with my music, so I'm like, I'm not trying to.
Yeah.
BP, I do want to say I really liked your video in Kyle Rittenhouse. I know you like came out with one that was like more scripted, but the one where you were just like off the cut, like right after the verdict, I was like really vibing with that one. I was so angry.
The live?
Yeah. I thought that was really good.
People really seem to like my little mini live things, and I'm just like, that it kind of like doesn't upset me, but it kind of does because it's like, wait, you mean the shit I worked the least on? I just talked shit into the phone, like that's all I did. You know
You
what I
have
mean?
really good takes, like yeah, like I feel like even just like when I'm talking with you, I'm like, yeah, the world needs to hear this right now. And I think you just have like really good takes.
And then again, I feel your effort a lot too. I feel your pain there because you put like a lot of effort into something, you know, choosing the shots, doing some editing, mastering the audio, making it sound perfect and making it look perfect or as good as it can. And then this whatever random live stream that you do one day, and it's like, yeah, people like that more. And it's like, no, you shouldn't.
Yeah, I did think it was really good.
Like the thing I worked hard on, please. That's great.
That's how I feel with like, I'll have a tweet get like 25,000 likes, and it was just a random thought that I threw out there, like not even thinking very serious about it. I'm like, why can't you go like look at the things I put effort into? like I had one where I was just fed up with NFTs, and I just sent off a like, I'm angry about this because I'm in computer science, and it's one of those things where there's so many people in my field that have I'm gonna say like they don't have no ethics, they have anti-ethics. They spit at the idea of having ethics. And it's frustrating.
Yeah, but I guess as far as like diving into videos, on the availability sheet we have Pim first, and I maybe wanted to ask, I don't know, I wanted to maybe talk to you, Pim, about your video. So Pim, you posted the most Swedish horror game ever made, and that was like your favorite video. Do you want to talk a little bit about like what that is and like what that was about?
Yeah, sure. So the video is about a mod, a Half-Life mod turned full release that came out back in. Well, the mod came out in 2012, and the game came out in 2013, and it's called Cry of Fear. And like on a surface level, it's literally just a bunch of Swedes decided to make Silent Hill, but in Stockholm, Sweden. But the reason why I wanted to make a video about it is specifically because it's really honest about like the actual mental situation here in Sweden, specifically among like young men. How there is this I mean, I guess there's probably like several parts of the world where this is applicable, but you can really sense this feeling of men just trying to, like, instead of trying to deal with their negative emotions in a healthy way, they channelize it, and they channelize it through anger instead, and they lash out at the world, and they lash out at themselves, and they turn to like self-harm and just become destructive. And the game basically portrays just the very honest feelings, I guess, that the developers had at the time. I feel it's not explicitly said that the game is based on any true events, but you can really feel that, like, these were some edgy boys, some edgy Swedish boys who really wanted to make a shocking video game about like suicide and huge amounts of gore. But like when you take a closer look at it, you can really tell that there are things under the surface. And when you compare it to like statistics about, like, I reference a specific study made around the time of the game's release. It was like a children's rights organization here in Sweden, basically looked through like several cases of children reaching out for help. And sure, the sample size was like around the thousands, but it wasn't like ridiculously huge. But like I think 5% of the ones who reached out were young men, which I think says a whole lot. And Cryofear basically is about those men and why they don't reach out, you could say.
I would say it reminds me a lot of people I was with in high school, like around in high school, because most of the people at my high school kind of were the worst. Like, it was bad, is what I'll leave it at. And I was on a charity stream, God, it's only last weekend, raising money for Safe Harbor, which is a shelter, domestic abuse shelter organization that accepts people of any gender. And there was quite a few conversations in there just about the ways that people of different genders and different experiences relate to mental health. And a lot of it was also just about like the way that men kind of self-punish each other and push each other down instead of helping each other to reach out for that assistance. I don't know. As someone who's worked as a coach for a pretty long time, there's a lot of young men, like there's a lot of like teenage men that have never been given the permission to explore their emotions. And I think what happens is they bottle it and it comes out in that explosive manner. And I think a lot of times that sort of edgy behavior in like 15, 16-year-old boys is basically a cry for help, but they don't know how to talk, you know?
Yeah. Sorry.
No, please go.
What's up?
I just want to say really fast. I just want to say hi to Mo really fast because Mo's here. Mo, we're just going over Pim's video.
Yeah, sure.
And then we'll get to you and we'll do introduction. But I also want to say people who haven't watched Pim's video, just so they know the context. Like Pim went over this video game. I forgot what it's. Wait, what's it called?
Cryofear.
Cryofear. Sorry. So like in this game, this person like has it's a horror game, and this person's in Sweden, and they have like these like kind of like mental health issues, and they like confess their love to this girl, and she's like, "Okay, I'm not interested," and he's like, "What?" And at the end of the game, this is a spoiler alert. At the end of the game, he ends up committing suicide, and so like Pim talks about like the mental health of this character, and also I think what was really interesting is like someone came on the video and talks about how like in this game you're like empathizing with this character in a way where you're saying I because it's a game. It's not just like a movie or a story. Like you're saying I, and so just so people have like kind of like a context of like this person's of what's happening on. It's like there's like this like mentally unstable character that you're playing as, just so people kind of know.
Yeah. Thank you for that. But yeah, absolutely. And I think it's important also to to point out the connection that this game and specifically this character, because the rejection that you mentioned is a very important part in all of this. It's never explicitly said that Simon, as the character is named, is an incel, because this game came out like before that word was actually started being used in the mainstream. But like there's some real incel tendencies there, and I don't remember if it was like 2 or 3 years ago, but there was this report that there is this really strong possibility that Sweden is one of the countries in the world with the most like highest amounts of incels based on like forum activity. So that also like the game kind of predicted that as well in some way, which is
why aren't Swedes getting laid?
Well, I think
I don't have a problem. I don't get what I don't know what these other guys are,
because they're always early.
You should come talk to me. I can teach them some things.
I think a lot of it is just class. Those older people coming in and telling them like, oh, all these problems you're having. No, it's not that like you need to open up and connect with other people and develop healthy relationships. Nah, it's women's fault. It's this ridiculous like shifting of things to use people's pain as a political motivator.
Yeah, and that's something the person that I collaborated with for that video, Screen Therapy, a great YouTube channel that you should all check out. And she mentioned that like when you feel like you are not allowed to speak about these issues that you're having, you will be more likely to scream it, to like demand attention by being shocking. And I think that summarizes the game very well. And I think that summarizes the whole like kind of incel, the edgy boys club phenomenon as well. That like, no, I'm not going to show any weakness. I'm going to yell about these things and be angry and show how strong and independent I am. But in actuality, you just need help, really. I'm not saying that in a condescending way at all. I'm just like, yeah.
So from your perspective, like that movie was like a cry for help in a way, or not movie, sorry. That video game was like maybe like a cry for help, and like, but they just like did it in a way that like kind of was like, I don't know, because it kind of seemed like it didn't like handle the topic very well in a lot of ways. Mm-hmm. But it seemed like your perspective is like this game is probably a cry for help because this is what people who made the game are probably going through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the title connects to that.
Exactly. It's
oh my god,
cry
you're
of
right.
Fear. It's cry for help. Like, it should be called cry for help, really.
Yeah. Have you seen that meme where it's like has like that picture where it's like I am enough, I am enough, I am enough. It's like a picture you can hang in your house, and they're like and like the meme says like for like only $10.99 you can let all your guests know that you're emotionally struggling. Because it's just like over and over and over again. You're like, dang, I feel called out.
Damn, yeah.
But yeah, like the name kind of says it in the title, huh?
Yeah, and I should say that like the main reason, or rather the two reasons why this is my favorite video that I've made this year is most of all because like because I cover horror, and obviously there is some horror aspects to this game, and the most scary thing of all is not like the Silent Hill-esque monsters and all that, or the jump scares, or the atmosphere. It's just the fact that, like, as you said, Aronok, like you recognize some of these like types from your past, like in high school, and like, yeah, I could most definitely have turned into someone like Simon had I just made a couple of different choices in life, and that to me is pretty scary. That it's so easy to stumble into these communities and start to blame the world, blame everyone else but yourself, and like try to like come to terms with your issues and seek help. But also just that, like through this video, I think I realized like what I want my channel to like focus more on in the like coming years, because I'm not the kind of person who I'm not very good with like reading academic texts and all that. I really wish I could be the kind of video essayist who is like, here are all of these really good sources, and here's all the academia that I've read. I'm like, I have ADHD. I don't have patience or brain power for almost any of that.
See,
and
I like, this is like the worst thing to say. I don't mean it like entirely like this. I'm so sick of sources. Like not even like not like in a like you shouldn't research, but like
of course you should. Yeah,
you should absolutely research your shit. But like I'm so sick of like the video essayist trope of stopping your essay cold to read a whole paragraph. Because if it's important, yes, like then do it. Because I do it too. Like I mean I try to keep it simple. But like I try to keep it simple, but like sometimes I'll watch a video essayist who will read a whole paragraph, and I'll be all like, "That's just kind of something you said that you think," but then you got a whole quote that just kind of repeated what you just said.
It reminds me of like Christians, right? Because specifically in prison,
I know where you're going with this.
That chapter verse, and it's like we used to call that sword fighting, right? But just this chapter verse, this chapter verse, this chapter, like it reminds me of that shit.
Well,
I remember seeing one.
It's like information fidelity. Like, are you repeating things? If you're repeating things, then you should either be cutting part of the quote because you don't need it, or you should be cutting what you're saying and just using the quote. Like it's bad information fidelity. But I think the other thing is that it's like, it's a little bit of a cry for the what is it? The authority fallacy, right? Like you're reaching for authority because you don't have the confidence to just say your thing. And I think thirdly too, it's like an artistic thing of just like knowing how to incorporate other information. But as a last thing too, I think there's an aspect of like the idea that a purely like book-based philosopher, let's say, or theorist is like the ultimate form, I think is wrong. And I think if you look at the sort of like Gramscian concept of the natural philosopher, I think that applies a lot better to a lot of the people in this call, a lot of the marginalized creators that like we've lived it. We don't need to read some text to tell us our lived experiences because we know what these things are like.
I don't need you to read 10,000 words of a Bustle article. I got it. It's fine.
That is true. Sometimes people do just read a little bit too much, and you're like, you couldn't have just said this in your own words, like a little bit shorter.
No, he's like, you could have just said that really quick.
What always killed me is people will literally go read from something where somebody went to a specific space or neighborhood to gather the information, take it to academia, and then they'll read that and then try to regurgitate somebody's actually from the actual origin or atmosphere of where that came from, and then be like, look, I learned this in school. Like, bro, my nigga, like you just stolen knowledge upon stolen knowledge, my guy. Like, and you don't even got the context right. You know what I mean?
I mean, wisdom doesn't come from only one source, and there's no one single way to get to the point of things. And it's cool that some people like the academic way, and it's fine, but it's just not the only way to achieve, to get to know things to the point that we can know things and be humble enough to say we may not know, even like that, right? To admit some ignorance. We can. Sorry.
Yeah, and that's just kind of the point I wanted to get to. That I've come to realize, just like, because my kind of goal from now on, I feel, is like, because I feel like the horror games that have given me the most in terms of like learning about the world has been like horror games that take place in like very different cultures from my own, because that was my point, that like since I have like this problem with focusing, I really need to like have something be really engaging for me to actually like soak it in. So I remember specifically like a couple of years ago, I played a Taiwanese horror game called Detention, which was about it's really good, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's about the White Terror period in Taiwan. And I had never heard of this before I played this game. But immediately after I had played it, and it brought me to tears, by the way, it's really an emotionally effective game. Right after I started reading about it. And suddenly, like, it was small thing, but suddenly I knew more about the world thanks to that experience. And I can eventually like connect that with other things that is happening right now, and like suddenly my knowledge about the environment around me is growing. And I realized that with this game in particular, Cry of Fear, that like I actually have a perspective here that is kind of unique, because I haven't seen anyone talk about Cry of Fear in this way before. Usually it has been like, oh, it's a Swedish Silent Hill game, and like, yeah, it is, but there's so much more to it that I could probably bring to other people. Maybe they will learn something interesting that they can connect with something that they have experiences of. So yeah, that's basically why I think this video was very good for me to make, because I feel like I want to search out more horror games from other parts of the world and just learn more about the world through media that way. Yeah.
Yeah, and I do want to say, like, I love your videos. Like, I love your like takes on horror, and just I also like, I know sometimes it'll be like, oh, this video is really long, but I actually love how long your videos are. Like, I'll like curl up in bed and just be like, yes, I'm gonna watch a Pim's Crypt video, and it's like,
oh yeah,
it's so good. I don't even know, because like here's the wild thing is like I think we met. I don't even know how we met. Like just one day, like I remember like watching one of your videos and being like, and then you like asked me to do a quote or something, and I was like, oh my gosh, what an honor! Like I was like,
I think. Yeah, what was that?
I have no idea how we met, but I was just like, this person is so cool. And I was like so honored.
So are you.
Thanks. But I really love your videos. I also loved your Terminator video where you got to see like where like the hell yeah meme came from. And also I was like during Halloween, like I saw a bunch of skeletons, and I like was really tempted to take a picture and be like, oh my gosh, I saw Pim at the store today, but I didn't do that.
I love that my brand is now just skeletons. Everyone sees skeletons and they think of me. That it's my life goal. By the way, I have to tell this thing. It's kind of unrelated, but kind of not. It's just one of the biggest honors that I've like ever received. There was a patron of mine that reached out yesterday, because I kind of have this mascot character. It's a skeleton named George who has a polo shirt and a fez on its head. And there was this patron of mine who reached out and said like, do you have any pictures of George that I could use? And I'm like, yeah, sure, but like what are you planning exactly? And he said that, well, I just got my bachelor's degree, and I want to celebrate by getting a tattoo of George.
Aww.
Wow.
And I'm like, this is like the biggest honor of my life. What is happening?
Wow.
Also, I can never stop doing this YouTube channel now, because if I do, like
now his tattoo's meaningless.
Exactly. I need to make sure that there is still meaning to that tattoo. Like 10 years from now, I can't stop now. I'm stuck with this.
That's a sick contract.
Yeah, it's written in ink.
On skin.
On skin, yeah.
It's so wild having like effects on real people and stuff.
It's crazy.
My first video was my coming out video, and it was on like what non-binary is and stuff. And I had a friend come out to me last night and said specifically that like they felt comfortable doing that and understanding themselves because of that video. And this is like the friend I have from university, and that was like because it's why I made the video, but I was also just like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
I've been making content on YouTube for a long time. A lot of it doesn't exist anymore. You start when you're young, you stop, and then you start up again, over and over. And there are just like people who are my friends who will tell me like what an influence I was to them when I first started. And it leaves me very confused and like weird. And I'm like, I can't believe I had a profound like impact on a human being when I was so deeply a hack. Especially at the time. But like it's something that you're never really prepared for.
No, yeah. I've been doing this for quite some time as well. Not this channel, but like others. I've basically been on YouTube for like 10 years or so. And like for the longest time, I only did stuff in Swedish. And let's say that Swedish YouTube is only big, like you're only going to be big if you are basically an influencer, like, you know, the stereotypical kind of influencer. Like video game coverage on Swedish YouTube is almost non-existent. So like for the longest time I kind of had an audience, but I did not have an audience that would come up to me and say, I made a tattoo because of you. So like this is the first time, like these past 2 years that I've done this channel has felt very different. And like it dawns on me, like, holy crap, people are actually watching. They're paying money to see more of what I do. It's weird. It's very weird.
Yeah, I know when people like pay, like, because like people donate on Patreon, and I'm kind of just like, wow, just did not expect that, but I'm very grateful. But it is definitely like, yeah, that's
like money you earned, like unethically in capitalism, and you spent it on me.
yeah. I'm like, whoa.
Like your labor is undervalued and you were underpaid for your job.
Right.
Yet you still gave me money.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I honestly do feel a little weird about it, but I am very grateful. Yeah. So Pim, is there anything else that you wanted to share about your video before I want to ask Javi a little bit about his video?
Yeah, no, I think we talked about it before that like the videos that you're the most proud of usually aren't the ones that gets the most attention. I kind of feel like that about this one, and it feels even worse now that my biggest video to date, which is like, it's got hundreds of thousands of views at this point, which is like, oh, that's so cool, but it feels kind of less cool when the video is about a Five Nights at Freddy's game, and Scott Cawthon, who created Five Nights at Freddy's, was revealed to be like a right-winger supporting Donald Trump financially, among with other Republican politicians.
To be more specific, he's in a very far-right evangelical who despises queer people and is actively paid for a bunch of like put money towards really gross bills in the US as a lobbyist. So.
Yeah.
Those are the people who play that. What do you mean he hates queer people? That's like
it's so weird, right?
Yeah.
I'll talk about what I talk about my video later, because there's an interesting connection there.
God,
yeah,
evangelicals are dangerous people, man. It's a dangerous institution, not the individuals, of course, never the individuals, but that sucks.
Yeah,
it's complicated. Yeah,
and that's part of my legacy now, that I got some notoriety because I straight up praised the guy in the video too, because like he has like kind of this. He has kind of an interesting origin story, like how he decided to treat. Because he made a bunch of like very children-friendly games, indie games back in the day, and they got like ridiculed. And he was at the point where he was like, I'm going to stop making games. I'm really depressed. I can't do this anymore. But then he decided like, okay, so people said that my games were actually kind of terrifying rather than like cozy and child-friendly. I'm going to make something that's actually scary, and I'll show them like how scary I can actually make these freaking puppet-like animals. And then he made Five Nights at Freddy's, and it became this huge thing. And I think it's very inspirational in the sense that like, yeah, to play to your limitations. Like, yeah, he could not make these child-friendly characters the way he wanted them to be. So he just embraced that. And I think that that's very inspirational. It's just very sad that he then decided to use the money he gained from that towards those specific things.
That's really interesting, actually, because like, just kind of like ignoring the fact that he's a dirtbag.
Yeah.
For a minute. I think because like I substitute teach. I interact with kids. A lot of them, like, I'll print them color sheets sometimes, and a lot of them ask for Five Nights at Freddy's stuff. And like, even though Five Nights at Freddy's is a horror game, a lot of kids especially are endured by them. Like they print pictures of them and color them. So like in a weird way, making it a horror game accomplished his original goal of like making something that like kids would like and be endured to and like comforted by.
Yeah.
That's I had no idea. That's wild.
I think sometimes people underestimate kids like enjoyment of horror for one, and B, the fact that they like seek it out on their own.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they sure do. I sure did.
Kids love horror.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. Someone's trying to get in, so I just want to like. Sorry, I'm like typing a message right now.
I think there's room for 10, right?
Yeah, I mean, I see 9, so I don't really get why. But like why people. Oh, let's see. Okay, there we go. Okay, Trey, I'm just gonna kick you for a bit so this person can enter, but then you should come back in a little bit. Okay, so now that person, whoever's trying to enter, should be able to enter. But yeah, I do want to ask Javi about his video, if that's okay.
Sure. What do you want to know?
Oh, I just want you to like. I know you talked about. So your main video was like the media got you good, and
yeah.
But yeah, also I don't know if I just like interrupted a good conversation, so I should.
It's a natural stopping point. I think we're good.
It's a natural stopping point. Okay, yeah, but Javi, like, tell us a bit about that video.
I don't know. I was just trying to figure out things about the media and how it's kind of tricks people into believing things that they're not, and how it, makes people. It kind of educates without knowing that you're getting educated. And there's a lot of false things. Like everything is false in the media. Like that old thing that if you tie two dogs together, they look more like a cow on a movie than a real cow. Stuff like that. And I was trying and break the fourth wall and do like things that are a little bit disrespectful to the formats, to say, hey, there's no authority there in the media. Nobody's gonna. People are winging it even when they look like they're not. So kind of that, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what you think about it.
No. Well, I mean, yeah, I think that's really true. Like the media. Well, it's like also like just thinking of like manufacturing consent. It's like, I don't know, media is just like so manipulative, and it's just, it's just, I think it's like just so insidious and kind of like have like no choice, but it's like, I don't know, it's just like always interfacing, like always influencing how we think in these like really messed up ways. So,
and also it's not almighty or anything. It's just people doing tricks. So it's in a way it's good to demystify it and saying it looks very powerful. It may hold a lot of power, but they're not so really powerful. And most of the stuff is either by accident or because of the way things are in culture. Like they're not that that evil genius. It's just something that happened.
Yeah.
Right?
I like to think of the quote that the president, I think it was the president of Coca-Cola at the time when New Coke failed, because they had just dropped New Coke. Everybody hated it. They dropped it immediately, and there was a bunch of conspiracy theories going around that they had dropped New Coke on purpose so that everyone would hate it and it would boost the original Coke's brand. And speaking on that, the president is like, we are both too smart and too dumb to have ever come up with something like that. That's kind of paraphrasing it, but it's along those lines of like, we were too dumb and too smart to even consider doing something like that. Just a lot of people come up with these like conspiracy theories because it's so easy to like analyze it to such a degree, but like, yeah, it's an accident a lot of the time.
Often things can also be like an accident and then other people try to recreate the accident. Looking at like H-Bomber Guy's video on woke brands from a couple of years ago. So that just randomly popped up in my feed the other day and I rewatched it. It discusses these couple of incidents that like inspired a bunch of ad campaigns later on. But the first stuff is like very much, like an accident of of somebody on a Twitter account saying the specific thing, and it just causing a huge influx of people interacting with that brand. And I think a lot of advertisers have no fucking clue what they're doing. And if you look into their own works on it, they don't, but they'll stumble across something and then they'll just repeatedly do the same thing until it stops working. But the other, sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, I do think, I read Manufacturing Consent, and it's I don't know. I think the media is a huge soft power, where it's just all the ways that the information it chooses to include or the information that it chooses to exclude seems really intentional and a way to control people. Even the stuff around Antifa was just this is not not that people aren't against fashion. There are definitely people who are against fascism, but it's not this organization the media made it out to be. And that was really wild, because I think I had just read Manufacturing Consent, and I'm oh wow, there's no evidence of there being a group of just an organized group of anti-fascists trying to do anything at the moment. And the media was well, there is, and you should be afraid of them, and they're violent. And it's this is just not what's happening. But that happens constantly, where there's things that are not happening in the media is you should be scared of this. And that happens with so many different countries. That happens, with justifying the war in Iraq. There's just all this stuff where it's this is literally not happening, and they're saying it's happening to justify violence or things like that. So I do think there's an intentional amount of manipulation.
Look. I gotta say this real quick. No, Antifa is an organization. We are the foot from the Ninja Turtles, and I am Shredder. You know what I mean? So it's time to go down. No, I'm playing. But no, bro, I feel it's just the ninja shit, the black and white. So for Antifa at least, it's they wear black, so they're the bad guys.
What? Oh, their fashion choice. We don't like it. They're bad. And I'm are you kidding me? This is that's actually working.
The other thing is, I think it only takes one or two intentional people affecting a bunch of other people that'll just go along with whatever's said. Most news orgs in the U.S., they get their instructions. You can actually go and watch compilations of all of these different news orgs saying the exact same script. They all get it from one or two people. So it doesn't take a ton of people intentionally trying to cause harm for it to become this big thing, because a lot of people will just repeat what they're told. I think that's a lot of what that
also Project Mockingbird too. Project Mockingbird is full effect though too. It feels they've been connected to the CIA since the 60s. So I think there is some actual orchestration, because that's why you get the same script, is because they're all owned by specific companies who work in collaboration with the CIA since a long time. But I just want to throw it out there.
Yeah.
Not long ago, I played an Antifa super soldier in a video by a friend, Chiniquil, a friend channel in Spanish, using this microphone and doing you remember The Warriors, the movie The Warriors?
Yeah.
It's some mysterious voice on the microphone on the radio. We did a shot like that, and I played Antifa super soldier first, and super love soldier later with the colored hoodie and without the mask. It was fun. Sorry, it was something that came to mind.
And Javi, I just wanted to ask you, is there anything else that you wanted to just kind of point on that you really appreciated about your video? I do want to say I appreciated the cutout that you had made. Oh my gosh. I wish I could.
Which one?
I think it was a movie cutout thing, but the props that you had in your video, I really appreciated.
Yeah, I used a lot.
Or no,
of
it was a YouTube cutout. I wonder if I can even share my screen really fast just to show everyone props. Share screen.
Why are you doing that?
Oh, wait, it's
hey,
showing
John.
me tips. Oh yeah.
How's my favorite barbarian doing?
Oh, I'm always good. Drinking nice whiskey. Happy birthday, Lou.
Oh, thank you. I don't know if people can see it. This is Javi just made
Yeah.
this really cool like YouTube thing, and I just thought it
that's
was really
great.
cool.
That's
Yeah.
so good.
Oh, I got it right here, actually.
What?
Yeah, it's still here.
It's a real thing. Oh my god.
Wow.
Yeah, it was.
Yes.
That's amazing.
I'm on YouTube.
That's awesome.
It was a full screen. It was like one of these big TV boxes. Just
Yeah.
painted it. These are stickers. There's
Nice.
one that
So
says
good.
Esteban Molinillos instead of Stefan Molyneux. And this is a suit guy with the head is a cell phone and it's got a gun and there's a poop emoji for some reason. It's like the recommendations that he's sending you.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Nice. That's so cool.
it still exists. I didn't figure out to throw it away.
Well, I mean, you never know if you're gonna need that again. You know, it's like something that's like oddly specific, but like you end up using.
Yeah, yeah, you never know for Carnival maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I also
I
wanna say
did a lot
hi-
of effort for that one. That's why I wanted to
Yeah.
highlight it because it was so much, so many different shots and everything. Like you usually get into the video essay and go like, yeah, hello, I'm a talking head. I'm gonna talk to you, then I'm gonna cut to some other stuff. But this one, I was standing up with a doctor's robe and taking the doctor's robe up and showing the camera like, no, this is a sticker. I just made it up. I'm not a doctor, that kind of thing. I think it's a usual thing that is used in commercials. Like I show you the image of an actor dressed up as a doctor to recommend to you something, a medicine, food, or like a low calorie, whatever, things that are supposed to make you healthy and make you fear of death. Like there's these two basic instincts that supposedly advertising is trying to address, which is eros and thanatos, so sex and death. So I try to highlight that too, like that there's a part of the video that talks a little bit about advertising, but we also talk like about alternative media, like the popular media, our media, if you know what I mean, these wonderful people here. And it's all about, how it started with the fanzines and the punk rock scene or the old anarchist publications. For example, the Spanish Revolution of the 1930s, it happened because there were, like, from the 19th century, people were making a lot of magazines with articles, people writing about theory, about revolution, poetry, and, making culture happen. So it talks, I guess it intersects a little bit with cultural hegemony, I guess. I don't know what you all think about it. I talk too much.
No,
I
was literally like, think of something.
Yeah.
But you just nailed it. So I was all like, oh.
I wasn't expecting a quiz, to be honest. I've been drinking for several hours.
Oh, lucky you.
Hey,
I'm trying to.
Everyone needs to have a drink.
Trying to catch up to JTD over here.
Cheers.
I'll try to remember it next time.
Just be careful, people.
Illness, so.
No, but Javi, I really did think that. Oh, I'm staying hydrated. Don't worry.
Oh yeah.
Please, I mean,
I know it was a very
alcohol
drink over here,
dries the
Bobby.
brain up a little bit. So it dries the brain. So you gotta get some booze and then some water, and then some booze, and then
Trying
that's
to
how
make
you
my-
avoid hangover.
Trying to make my brain the Sahara over here.
Yeah, man, I'm poisoning this fucker.
Also,
This little bastard's caused me too much trouble.
Here's the Scottish.
Also, make sure you have something salty when you're drinking, as well as the water. It's gonna help you retain liquid. You gotta have some electrolytes in there.
We're lefties.
It's got
we're always
electrolytes.
salty.
Yeah.
We're leftists. We're always salty.
Just find
John,
a boot to lick.
I know you said your availability is like done around 7:30. Like, are you still okay on time, or is it like, or do you have to like go right away?
Well, me?
Yeah, so like for the availability.
I mean, it's like 2:00 in the morning. I'm a little bit drunk. We'll see what happens.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
A wonderful attitude to have.
Okay, so I do want to say, I think, okay, so for the availability, it still is a little bit chaotic. So I do apologize. I wanted it to be like, try to like figure out like a better flow. But oh my God, EJ and Luna are here. Oh my God.
Hi.
Oh, oh my God.
Hey.
Hey.
How are you both doing?
Can I real quick just talk to Luna real fast?
Yeah. Okay, I'm here.
Hello, Luna.
Oh, yeah.
I like just discovered you completely 100% naturally the other day.
Whoa.
Because I
best hearing of Luna. Where have you been?
Because I got my nails done recently, and I promise I have a point. And like the person who did my nails was a Vietnamese woman, and I was all like, "Why is that a stereotype?" So I Googled it and I learned up some history, and like it kind of sent me on a rabbit hole of like what went on with the Vietnam War. And then I was just
that's the pipeline.
So I was gonna just Google Vietnam War, and I thought like, no, I don't want to just read some article. I'm gonna go to YouTube, and like I was literally gonna click on the video that you responded to before I was all like, you know what? No, I don't trust this. There's just something about this that I don't trust. And then I found your video responding to the animated history video.
Oh,
and and it's a great, fantastic video. And then
it did the job. That's exactly why she made it.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I literally, So I was all like, oh, that was a great video. I subscribed, and then suddenly I saw you everywhere with like Silver Spook and all over my feed. And I was like, oh my God,
yeah,
by accident. So thank you for.
It is small word.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was incredible.
It's so nice to meet you. At least the algorithm works. At least once.
Yeah, for once the algorithm actually works. So
that's good.
Rare victory.
Like, well, I had to seek it out. Like, I had to seek it out a bit because like I typed in Vietnam War from Vietnamese perspective, and that animated video was the first thing that came up, and not yours. Like I still had to, I had to look for you, but like
Vietnam from a white American Vietnamese perspective.
But I got there and you're here now, and I'm happy to meet you. I think you're great.
I'm so glad.
Awesome.
Oh my
nice to meet you.
gosh, this is awesome story. I'm so glad. Hi everybody. Hello guys. This is
Hello. I think we know about half of you.
I wanted to maybe we should just do like a round of introductions again. I know John's been here and Neko Girl and Mo's been here for a while. So I definitely want to maybe we should just all introduce ourselves again really briefly. Also, I have to go to the bathroom because I've been drinking some alcohol. So I will be right back, but we should just get that started. If you want to just go across the screen. Hello, talk about your channels, talk about why you're here. And then after another round of intros, asking, I think John has to go as soon as, and it's very late. And then we'll ask John about his favorite videos, stuff like that. But I'll be right back. Oh wait, before I go, hold on. I don't know if you can see. I don't know if you can see this. Hold on. Sorry. Just
something
my
beautiful
cat.
Roses.
Oh, you're gone.
We took over the stream.
Oops.
It's ours.
This is our
There was something about the cat.
By far the easiest revolution in history.
Too much power.
I wish capitalism would just log off and then.
Yeah, right. Capitalism, please log off.
I nominate myself as Stalin.
Seconded.
Okay. I just wanted to show how cute my cat is. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's my okay. I don't know if that was worth it, but she's just been telling me the whole time. They're licking her paw.
I want just meow her. Meow.
I've seen so many cats on video recently and have not been able to touch a cat in how long?
How long?
When's the last time
Sorry
you
again
tried
for
to
missing
get
that stream last night, EJ, but I was at my friend's house and I got to cuddle
No,
her
that's
cat.
fine.
And,
We always invite people at the very last moment, so it's
just rub it in.
No,
he was all like, I haven't cuddled a cat in a while. Like, oh well, not only did I not watch your content, I also cuddled a cat.
No,
so like
EJ's a friend. It's fine. But my friend's cat, Carl, he's great. He's got a little bit of brain damage, but he just likes being held upside down and having his belly scrubbed. It's the funniest thing.
Who doesn't?
And so he'll just kind of come flop into your arms, like if you he just wants to be held. It's the best.
That sounds like my relationship with Luna.
If I could be a
This is
cat,
how
I
I got him.
I just flopped into her arms one
Had
day,
him
and we knew it was
like
meant to
this.
be.
Seriously, he just like this.
Luna, hang upside down and scrub his belly.
Yeah.
Weirdly, it was called Carol first as well.
That's what we were just doing before we logged on.
she holds him like by the ankles, like cartoon boys do. Like,
Yep. All my pocket change just falls
yeah, it
out.
starts
and
jingling
she
out
shoots it up.
in all directions, and clearly
Yeah.
not from just the pockets. So, like,
You
Okay, I'm gonna go to
understand
the
me.
bathroom, but if Neko,
Yeah,
Mo,
please
and
go,
JP and EJ and Luna at least want to introduce yourself, hopefully everyone, just so everyone knows each other. I want people to get to know each other. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So if you want to start doing that, yeah.
I just want
We
to
will
real
talk,
quick
yeah.
point out, Mo, you just have like the coolest presence. You just been sitting there with the shades and the mask, with the lean. Why can't I be that cool?
Well,
Like, I lean
this
looks
chair
really
kind of
well.
naturally leans.
How do you lean?
So I
Like
get
this?
used to
Would
it.
do that.
Because
What
if
are
I
you
sat
doing
normally,
with
it'd be
your
like this.
soy
but
smile?
I'm just.
Me?
Ugh.
I always have a soy smile.
Soy boy.
I have resting soy face. I did. I really did. Oh my
These like
God.
SJWs with their resting sore faces.
You know what?
Don't
I
put
just
ideas
learned
into their
about
heads
resting
now.
deep
It really
space
shows the
yesterday.
downfall
yeah.
of the left. EJ over here with his soy face, you know, and I think it demonstrates the the chaos dragon of femininity, you know, infecting
That's
the collective
That
unconscious.
impression is
Yeah.
uncanny. That's just
Yeah.
uncanny, Aeronox.
All right, let me try to be an
Right,
alpha like Mo.
I have voice
Yeah.
acting.
Okay.
Does that work?
It's
I
not
think
bad.
like
Am I pulling it off?
most
I think
most
so.
You need
Chad
to bite
here.
more.
Yeah.
Bite more.
I know.
I'm
I
going to
know.
interrupt everybody. and
Not
say
side
we
up for
should-
me to chat in the
people
stream.
introduce themselves.
Most
Oh
the
yeah,
most
we have to
Chad.
follow
Oh
directions.
yeah, sure.
Maybe clock
Okay,
Who's gonna be
I guess
mad at us?
I can go. So I'm Mo Black. I do. This is a little hard to describe. I do communist anime analysis. That's what I do.
All right.
I started in 2019. It was around the time I was just getting into anime in general. And essentially what's happened with a lot of anime like created content space in general is that people more or less like depoliticize talking about media, at least in anime spaces. And there's a whole history as to why that happened, which maybe I can get into later. But essentially, if you're like a typical like Any2 person, you talk about, I guess, the animation, you talk about the kind of like plot, the kind of like Thermian aspects of stuff, and then like that's it. And I'm not saying those things aren't important, because like it's anime, it's art. Like by definition, the story and the art the drawings are important. But you get into situations where like there are shows that you can only talk about if you are looking at it politically, right? So like one of the first things I did was anime called The Rising of the Shield Hero, which is a story that like heavily centers like slavery in its plot. And at least to me, you can't really talk about an anime like that if you do not engage with like what slavery was as like a political, as like a political like form, right? And so like the idea that people like try to talk about the show, the video that I'm actually gonna talk about later, it's called Terraformers. It's like same stuff. Like all of these things are inherently political, and it's super weird that we're like not allowed to talk about it anymore. So that's what I do. I do it from kind of anarchist communist perspective.
An interesting like thing in common, like because for me, I noticed that the two pieces of media that are most like that are most like anti-political readings are anime and video games.
Yeah.
And like, I think,
Okay. Wait.
Well, it's definitely because of the fans. It's the gamers and the
not
weirdos.
It's the fans, but it's not the games. Because, like, honestly, Final Fantasy VII was political as fuck. It was we're a bunch of terrorists. Capitalism is literally killing the world. I don't know.
Hashtag not all anime. Hashtag not all.
Yeah, well, I just did a video on like queer representation in Destiny 2, and one of the head writers saw it. And he's one of the people that like has fought really hard to have queer representation put into the game and stuff against both like Blizzard and then before that Activision when they were in charge. And he's really cool, super pro union, very, very political on his Twitter. Robert Brooks. But like, and I'm sure Silver can speak to this too. Like if you talk to a lot of game developers, it's a very political space, but it's often like I think especially people who are working in the AAA side of things, there's this like conflict between the executive money side of things and the people creating the art. And I think the same thing exists in anime. I think the same thing exists in Hollywood a lot of the time, especially with marginalized artists, where there's this fight between trying to have ourselves represented and trying to, get to make art at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I find that like
real
the
quick,
thing that
Roman Bear Productions, apparently their Discord invite expired. They just said in the
Oh
chat.
no. Wait, they said it in the chat?
I hate to be the bearer of bad news. They said it in the YouTube chat.
Oh gosh. Okay, pulling up the chat. Wow, I haven't read it in a while. Okay, Trey says hi at Luna and EJ. And Econ MB says hi. Thanks, Econ MB. Love you. Oh my gosh, Tovio's here. That's my girlfriend. Yeah, okay, sorry. Maybe this is like a killer. Okay. I just want to read the chat because I haven't read it in a while. And then there's Roman Bear. Okay, Roman Bear, I will DM you on Twitter or I will DM you on I'll send it to you right now. Anyways, okay, sorry. Keep on talking.
I just thought I think that's something that's interesting that like this feels like a no-brainer, but like those two things, video games and anime, are things that really came of age post-internet. Like whereas like film, music, and all those mediums had the ability to kind of just like thrive in its own scholarship for a bit before the internet came in and ruined everything. But video games, but video games and anime, like as a mainstream thing here in the US, have always existed on the internet. And I think just like people's ability to interact with that in such a fast, easy way has corrupted our ability to deal with it on any academic scholarly way, because so many people there wasn't any of it that really existed already when it started getting popular and in everyone's hands like that. Am I making sense?
I think the other element that's really important is generational divides. Because like statistically speaking, right, if we're talking about Western engagement with art, like the majority of people interacting with anime and video games are younger and grew up on the internet. And I think that has an effect on the way that they behave around art in general, because there isn't as much of an older generation that is actively political talking about these things at an academic level until like right about now. Like that's only really starting to happen now. And I think that's where there's that pushback.
But it's too late.
Yeah, well, it's not too late. Like I think if you look at like how video game discussion occurs right now versus 10 years ago, it's drastically different.
I remember
just
in 2005, Roger Ebert was like,
Roger
video
Ebert
games
said
are
they
not
weren't.
art.
Yeah.
And everyone was pissed. Like, they're art. But then 10 years later, everyone's like, why is there politics in my video games? It's like, what do you want?
It's like a hot garbage article, by the way. Like if you go back and read that,
oh my
it's
god,
such it's such a like he was all like, not only are they not art, they can never be art. And I'm like, shut the fuck out. Like, all right?
You wrote that, right?
Yeah. No, I'm not
just like wild because he's always so spot on, but it was like, oh, okay. I guess I haven't read everything he's read, but usually when I read a review about a movie, I'm like, yeah, like that seems pretty fair. But yeah, that was so disappointing. And I remember when I was like a teenager, I was like, video games are art, okay? Like you just don't understand. Like I was so angry about that. I was like, literally, I grew up playing Zelda. I played Ocarina of Time. And I learned how to play piano because I went to learn how to play all the Ocarina songs on piano. And like, and music is a huge part of my life because of video games. Like, when people are like,
I'm sorry to say your music is not art because you were inspired by video games, which are not art and can never be art. So, yeah. I hate to break it to you.
Is hot garbage worse than cold garbage?
It's not art. It's not art.
God damn.
So sorry.
Old white men are always trying to ruin my fun, I swear.
As someone who's engaged with game design things on the academic side as well, like which political discussion's super active in that end, but it's just like not as active in the general space with gamers. Games have a unique aspect and dimension with their ludological components, which is basically just anything to do with interactive elements. The play aspect is ludology, but where they're so much more political than many other forms because you are actively participating in the art in a way that you aren't in many other spaces, and as such, it says more about how we interact with the world. Like, I think there is something really interesting to say about the fact that for a long time, the most popular video games full out were just simulators of American imperialism that were simultaneously like getting you to get comfortable with the actions of being part of the American imperial machine. You look at the Call of Duty's, Medal of Honors, these things. It's
Call of Duty.
Yeah, especially Call of Duty. And like you look at, especially in the mid 2000s during the Iraq War invasion, and that shift from the glorification of America's past with the way that they represented World War II to this glorification of America's current colonial actions is really quite fascinating. And I think it wasn't until we started getting there's some earlier works, BioShock in 2008, for example, examining the way that we interact with violence. But until we start getting into the 2010s and works such as Hotline Miami, that we really started getting an investigation of like, what does it say about us that we're engaging with art where our primary method of interaction is often violently harming people on behalf of American interests.
Yeah.
I mean, like, one of the games I remember playing when I was really young was Metal Gear Solid 2, and like, it was one of those games I really didn't like fully understand till I was older. Like, I mean, I got some of like what they were trying to say, but like, what's interesting about that is like, the game almost like, it kind of tries to guilt trip you for killing people. Like, you don't actually have to kill people in the game. Like, you can sneak around and you can use like tranquilizer guns and stuff. But like, there's this whole part at the end where it actually like tries to guilt trip you into like, and kind of almost like try to wake you up in the sense of like, this is something that's like actually going on. And it's something that I thought was like really ahead of its time in terms of like just what I was trying to say. Like, there's a whole meta narrative there about like, you know, not just, you know, the way we interact with this content, but like kind of like imperialism and colonialism.
Metal Gear Solid as an entire series has always been about 2 to 3 decades ahead on conversation compared to its contemporaries within the AAA space. I mean, you look at the first game, and it's one of the first instances of meta interaction with the player, where the game is as much conversing with the characters as it is conversing with you. That bit with Psycho Mantis, which like a lot of people bring up because they're like, oh, it's cool and fun, but it's not cool and fun. Hideo Kojima is saying something about you as the player interacting with this game. He's drawing your attention to the fact that you're in control of this player character and that you are being subjected to taking out these actions. And like, I think that's like, as far as I know, and I'm sure there's one or two instances before that, but as far as I know, it's one of the first instances of that, and that's a conversation that's basically been had intertextually since then for the last like 2 or 3 decades. I find it really interesting when Undertale gained a lot of popularity.
Yes, I was just thinking about Undertale.
A lot of people think that it was super original, and like it's really important to understand that Undertale is a deeply intertextual work that was built off of about like 40 different past pieces and directly references a lot of them a fair bit. It's because I think for a lot of people it's one of the first times they first started interacting with that. I also think that like the rise of casual gaming in certain ways has shown like our shift towards re-examining how we interact with digital spaces. And I think I think action games are always going to have a space. I think it's just going to be about how we frame it. Like you look at something like what Silver works on, or Umurangi Generation is a really interesting one because it takes the fundamental aspects of a first-person shooter and recontextualizes them significantly, where you are fundamentally doing all of the same controls, right? But rather than firing a literal weapon against marginalized people, you are a marginalized person firing the metaphorical weapon of information.
Can I say something really funny about Umurangi Generation? I saw a right winger, like a fucking asshole on social media, I think Twitter maybe, try to insult it, but they accidentally gave it the coolest nickname, which is Wokemon Snap. Like, I was like, you're trying to insult it, but that's like fucking awesome.
That's so cool.
I will also say, I give that exact same speech Aeronaut gave every time I beat someone at Mario Kart. Word for word.
Yeah. By the way, John, it's nice to see you. I've been wanting to talk to you for like
I've been wanting to talk to you for so long as well. Yeah.
Oh my god, let's talk. Okay, I have been wanting
to
talk
stream soon.
to John for quite some time. We've never really talked, so I think we all want a piece of John right now. We're like, oh,
I want a piece of John right now.
Okay,
I'm loving the accent. I'm loving the accent. I need a piece of John
it's
right
fake.
now.
Don't worry.
John, can you do the Joe Bogan voice for everybody?
I'm not in character, Aeronaut. How could I do that?
I'm sorry, Joe, but it's just necessary for you to do the voice right now.
Are you going to force me into the situation?
Yes, I'm going to force you to do the voice.
We're being peer pressured right now. We are bullying you.
Monday nights, you can see the Australian.
Australian Joe Rogan Barbarian.
Yeah.
we do a charity stream every Monday, D&D.
Oh, nice.
And that's
awesome.
Quite ridiculous.
Roman Bear says we all want to gush over Chicken Run.
Who doesn't?
Yes.
Which I have started watching it.
Which I saw in theaters opening night. I will have
What?
everyone know. I did.
You lucky
Wow.
I feel so bad because I have such like a tumultuous relationship with Chicken Run. Like it's like it's gained such an immense popularity, but like I saw it as a kid, and all it did was ruin my summer. I thought it was the most terrifying looking movie I'd ever seen.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I have to
It's
say
very scary.
There's certain types.
Chicken Run.
It's great.
Certain types of stop motion, I can't watch.
Yeah, no,
The earliest
Chicken
Wallace
Run-
and Gromit
Chicken Run,
short
Wallace
is
and Gromit,
terrifying.
like horrifying. I was genuinely all summer, like just thinking about it, having anxiety
I mean, the
about
chicken
it.
do have teeth.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
that
no.
too.
No, wow.
I can't, and like
That's not
there-
okay.
I till this day can't really look at it. So like people, I've been seeing all over like Chicken Run, the most communist movie ever made. Like, oh, I'll take your word for it. I believe you.
Well, we won't
sir.
have a movie night watching that then.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can. I just won't go.
I mean, I will
Torture
happily
you and I.
explain it at great length.
Good
I remember,
people, sorry to interrupt. I'm gonna dip if you don't mind. It's like over 3:30
Hobby,
a.m.
we do.
3:45 a.m.
Aw.
doing my
Adios,
thing.
hobby.
And it was super
Hobby,
nice
you
to
live
actually
here.
see you.
Very
live
good to
here
see
now.
you all. I need to say goodbye with a couple of things. First is Call of Duty. If you shuffle the phonemes, you say Doll of Cutie, and that's the video game I want to see. And I'm looking forward to see the video essay about the politics of Pong. And that's all I have to say about video games. I saw your Chicken Run video, and it was great, John. So really good. You know, I remember seeing it back in the day and seeing it's from the Wallace and Gromit guy. That's got to be good.
Yeah.
But at any rate, so good to see you all. Lua, happy solar cycle rotation around the sun. That we all know that it's the planet Earth who does the rotation, but we managed to stay here for another year. That's got to come for something.
Yeah.
Woo!
Much love to you all. I love you. I'm not gonna hug the thing. There's so many people are gonna try to get in. So much love. I love you all. I may lurk in the chat for a little while until my brain shuts down and I need to sleep. Lot of love.
Beautiful, Javi. Thank you so much.
Javi.
Live long and prosper, good people.
If it's okay, because I don't have the massivest.
Oh my gosh, it's Necky Beard. What? How long? How long have you been here, Necky Beard?
I just showed up and hey.
Oh my God, Blue! Why?
We just wanted to if it's okay with you, we have a little performance we wanted to put on for you.
Aww. Yeah.
Is that okay with you, Lua?
As
And we
long as
won't
it's
take
not
up too
messed
much of your
Necky
time.
Beard, because I am suspicious of you, to be honest. But if it's not messed
I'll keep an eye on him, Lua. Don't worry. I'll keep him in check.
Okay.
Shut up, Chloe. Okay. C minor. C minor. Me. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lua. Happy birthday to you.
Wow.
Beautiful.
That was beautiful.
That was so
Better than the
adorable. I
Beatles.
might actually be crying.
If it's all right, because I don't have a massive amount of time, so I should get back to writing my linguistics final. But if I could talk about my video next, and then
Yes. Okay. Yes. I'm sorry. I could have just
no, you're
let go
okay.
of things, but yes. Please tell us about your favorite video. Tell us
So luckily for me, though I will say it was not the most fun video to make, that's for sure. My favorite video that I've done this year is what ended up being the most popular one. It's a in-depth dissection of Christianity and trauma and the show Midnight Mass. If you haven't seen Midnight Mass, I would highly recommend it. It's
very good.
It's so good. Also, as a bonkers side note, because of my one friend, Mike Flanagan, actually saw the video and is now supporting my Patreon. So,
Really?
which is wild. Yeah. It was a tough video to make because it was a very personal one. I won't belabor certain things here and keep it chill, but I dove into a lot of my own personal trauma and experiences growing up as a queer person and as a disabled person attending Catholic school, and the ways that Christianity ideologically predisposes people to harm, how its institutions are built in such a way that it hurts so many people, and how it directly leads to a lot of deaths. But it was also really important to me, and it's not this like, oh, if you're Christian you're evil, yeah, like that sort of thing. It's very much about talking about the tough conversations that we need to have, because I think Christian people need to start examining the ways that their institutions use their religion against them and against other people. And I don't think that real change can occur in such a complex thing from without. It's going to require Christian people putting effort into critiquing those power structures, those hierarchies, and those past actions, because without that, it's just going to continue happening. I think, unfortunately, on the left, sometimes there's a strain of anti-theism, which is often coming from a place of cultural Christianity as well, where people, will see themselves as atheists, but a lot of their worldview is still fundamentally constructed on certain ideological beliefs from Christianity, or more accurately, misrepresentations of the Bible that the institutions ideologically have created. And it results in a lot of misconception about religions for marginalized people. And the show does a really, really beautiful job of discussing this through the treatment of Muslim characters. And I worked with some of you might know him, Adnan, on making sure that my discussion of that was accurate and correct. And I was really, really happy that I got to work with him on it, because wonderful person. EJ and Luna know Adnan. Yeah, and so actually I have to thank you too, because I'm pretty sure I met Adnan through the charity stream we did ages ago for SRA.
Oh yeah, that was like maybe 2 years
when
ago.
was that? It's so long ago. It's wild.
It was a long time ago, a year or two ago at least.
But it's I think one of the greatest examples of how to use genre storytelling, things like in this case, it's using vampires, but there's many other forms of mythological creatures to explain complex topics. A lot of people take this really light, easy reading of just the vampires just representing belief taking hold of people, but it's not that. It's actually much more deeper about the ways that fanaticism is spread from person to person, and how at the core of a lot of the institutions of Christianity, it has become this monstrous creature, that we have priests and things telling everyone is actually angelic. And yeah, I really love that show. I don't want to spoil anything, so I'm trying to keep it loose.
I know if you're trying to talk about something, you're like, this is really important thing that happens, but I can't really talk about it because I want you to watch the show.
Yeah, no, I think it's so much about how interpretation matters to the way that we interact with the world. What ideological interpretation you bring to things. And the malleability of truth, what I think is interesting with the show is that it often doesn't tell you outright what's really happening. My interpretation is that the vampire's a vampire type of thing, but my dad but it's more about the metaphorical purpose. But my dad put forward an interesting reading, which is what if that religion is really just genuinely in this world based off of these creatures? And it's kind of a wild concept, but what if Pruitt is correct in his interpretation, and it's just that at its core it's still just evil, which is a weird way of interpreting it. That was an interesting reading. Yeah, I think we're kind of starved right now, especially from mainstream sources of art, for nuanced discussions about systemic harm. The other thing that I think the show does really beautifully, and it was a huge part of my video's analysis, is just forgiveness and how do we treat that as a concept. There's a strain of Christianity, a pretty large aspect of it, that views forgiveness as the moral duty of the person harmed. And what it does is it centralizes the feelings of the abuser. And part of the problem, I think, is that a lot of people, when they hear you start trying to have a complex conversation about forgiveness, their first response is to be oh, you think that people can't change and they're evil and you want to destroy them, that type of thing. And I've gotten that response a lot when I start trying to critique forgiveness. And it was so important to me to belabor this point of forgiveness is a complex process, and it requires the person who has done harm to genuinely be seeking to change things, and it requires time, and it requires the person who has been harmed being ready and willing. And I don't think that that person should ever owe it. And I didn't say this stuff explicitly in the video, but part of that conversation about forgiveness isn't just on the personal level, it's also about those institutional levels of harm, right? And this idea that especially marginalized people owe forgiveness to our oppressors.
Right. It's like, stop.
It's disgusting. And so I talked about it on the individual, but I knew that I was getting across this point about like above the individual, because like for me, I as I belabor in the video at one point at the very end of that section, I talk about someone who I have forgiven that I had a very complex and harmful relationship with, who had harmed me when we were younger. But we grew up and we went through that hard process, and it took fucking time and effort, you know, but the desire was genuinely there, right? I don't care for the idea of inherent good or evil, because I just don't think that like there's any way to fundamentally define it in a productive manner. But I do think that like if someone is still doing harm, why would I ever forgive them for their past harm? Because to me, that's letting them off the hook, and that's condoning their current harm to other people. Because just because someone stops hurting you doesn't mean they stop hurting everyone. And you know, I think it's, especially when I was younger, like I can remember having people tell me that for me to be able to move on from the trauma that I have experienced, from the abuse that I've experienced, that I have to forgive those people that hurt me. It's just such a ludicrous concept to me, because I'm like, they're still hurting people, and I can move on. You know, I don't need to hold on to my anger, but forgiveness doesn't necessarily mean letting go of anger either, too. And I think that's
right.
That's an important aspect.
Yeah, like I think the way that people talk about forgiveness is often just weaponized, you know, like people will be like, and especially like in Christianity, it's like, oh, you gotta forgive, but like forgive to those people means basically enabling. And I think what you're talking about, where it's like, well, I'm still angry, but it's also you want to move on and you're not enabling. Actually, that's what my therapist would like define as forgiveness, because we're talking about forgiveness, and I was like, okay, but like I don't want to like, you know, enable these people. My therapist was like, no, like it's about like your healing process, and it's very personal. And it's also okay to still feel angry.
Yeah,
like I think people are like, we gotta stuff down our emotions, and it's like,
no, like it's just not. You need to feel them.
You need to feel them. You know, this is the thing that like really gets me. Like people, I see this, like I think this is like a facet of patriarchy, and therefore a facet of capitalism. But it's like you need to feel your emotions, and you need to be able to deal with your emotions. And dealing with your emotions isn't not feeling them. It's like it's feeling them and then being able to have a healthy relationship with your emotions.
And the other problem too is that people treat progress like it's a continuous line up, rather than this complex ups and downs. And for me, especially with like negative emotions like that, I think we have this concept, and it comes from Western, I'm going to put this in massive quotation marks, Enlightenment philosophers, of the separation between the mind and the body. But fundamentally, the more research we do into it, the more we find that trauma and pain is something that is held physically in the body, to the point that it's actually passed from generation to generation. A lot of like good conversations between my mom and I over the last 2 years or so has been about unpacking the generational trauma within our family that goes back pretty far, and understanding and recognizing those things and how we move forward. But yeah, you hold trauma in your body, and I especially dislike this idea that like if you're still feeling angry, that it's a moral failing, and that's where it always like often comes to. And I think it can actually prevent that process of healing, that process of moving on or of letting go of that anger, because instead of helping the person to feel through that anger, accept that anger and let it go of it, what it does is it tells them that they're morally failing. So then they're just feeling more anger, and now they're feeling anger at themselves, and they're self-harming in some ways. And for me, like, just to talk honestly for a second, I have pretty severe PTSD. I get trauma nightmares. I'll wake up in the middle of the night and have a panic attack.
Oh my gosh, I get nightmares all the time too.
They're hell. They're hell. And because you just get stuck in that memory over and over and repeating, because with trauma, it's literally, it's a memory that hasn't been processed and it's stuck in the brain. It's like a thorn almost that's stuck in there. There's a line from my favorite poem, The Raven, which is, take thy beak from out my heart. And I don't think there's a more beautiful description of that feeling, of having that pain in you and it being a physical part of things. And I don't think that most people who are dealing with what I deal with are going to be ready to forgive someone so quickly when you're still in that space that the physical harm is functionally, like, your brain is treating it like it's still happening right now, over and over and over again. And
right.
And that's, I just think that there's a lot of misconception around mental health that comes from this patronizing idea that you can know someone else's mind better than they can. And I think it's the underlying thing that comes from a lot of transphobia comes from that as well. The idea that you can understand someone else's mind better than they can. But to me, I'm like, well, why wouldn't I trust that the person living the experience knows enough about that experience?
Right. Yeah. Like, it's really gross to me how people are like, oh, like, you're just being too sensitive. And it's like, no, like, this is my experience.
What
as
the
a
fuck
human
do you know about
being.
me?
Yeah.
Would think that. Yeah, like
I've gotten comments in the video that have genuinely made me cry. I got a comment from someone who was a survivor of sexual assault that said the video literally helped them feel less alone after that experience, and that they just basically been watching it on repeat for like 2 weeks. And it made the difficulty of making that work, because it was a tough piece to work on, because it meant exploring some really dark parts of myself, and I'm really happy I did. It helped me process a lot, because I personally process my pain through art, sometimes in a literal way and sometimes in a figurative way, but knowing that it could help someone else do that just meant the world to me. And I think there's an importance in sharing ourselves, but also knowing where we're not to share things about ourselves. It's really, really important to let people go through their process, and just, I think especially right now, especially in the last 2 years, we're all looking for a recognition of our humanity in other people, because I think we're fundamentally social beings. Like, I'm a pretty introverted person and I'm autistic, so like I actually find social interaction pretty tiring. Usually, I like internet interaction because it's less work that I have to do it. But I think we're trying to see ourselves in other people, and it's so important to support each other in that, and to share what we feel comfortable and safe sharing. I would say that, like, I always keep yourself safe, especially on the internet. Know what you are sharing and why. I cut huge swaths of the third section of the video where I talk about my personal experiences. I left out a lot of the specifics because I didn't want to put that out there. Like, I didn't think that I owed the internet that. I think the flip side of this, though, is that sometimes as marginalized people, we're expected to only be seen as our trauma. When I made my coming out video, I very specifically refused to talk about that type of thing. I made the video about euphoria, and why that to me is the defining aspect of being myself is that feeling of correctness and rightness in my body and in how I interact with other people. And it's a complex balance, I think, between sharing things so that other people can feel seen and know that they're not alone in their pain, but also not letting ourselves become voyeuristic objectifications of trauma for privileged people. And I think that's often where art written by people outside of marginalized groups ends up treating us.
Yeah.
So I think that's my kind of last point.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
Yeah.
At some point, we're gonna have to talk about Scottish Protestantism because you're gonna get a lot from that.
oh yeah. No, I talk about Protestantism a bit in the video as well.
Scottish Protestantism,
I know.
specifically.
Yeah. I don't know. As someone who, like, yes, I'm Canadian, but I'm very Irish. And like, I would say that the effects of
my people.
Like I was talking about earlier with that like generational trauma aspect, definitely, you know, comes from the British's effect on Ireland. My ancestors wouldn't have ended up here if they hadn't been, you know, dirt poor during the potato famine. My one great grandfather, he ran away at 15 to Canada, lied about his age to get into the military because it was the only way he could get off the streets, because he lived for about a year homeless in Montreal. So like, and from what we know, there was definitely something horrible that happened before he left Ireland, but we don't know what it is. There's tons of stuff like that. I think we're all just kind of, you know, I people ask like, why is mental health so much worse now? And I'm like, well, we had multiple world wars and a drastic amount of colonialism over the last 150 years. I'm pretty sure there's just more generational trauma than there's ever been in any other part of history. And I think a large part of that's capitalism too.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just kind of the mind like that it's kind of always been this bad. We're just only now talking about it.
It's like we have like the internet now, so we can now just be like, fuck, like all the time. We're like, oh, everyone's in this much pain. Okay.
Honestly, it might have been worse back then. We just didn't know it. Like, have you ever actually really spoken to a Gen Xer? It's
no, but I'm talking.
I'm
not talking like a couple decades. I'm not talking a couple decades. I'm talking like hundreds of years. And I mean, if you look at like a lot of cultures pre-colonialism, a lot of the history that is maintained there, I do think there is a shift in difference after.
I do think there's a shift. I want to hear about Moblak's video, but there is a shift.
I do see really fast. Someone's trying to come in, so if someone could rotate out.
I think it's about time for me to leave. It's 4 a.m. here in Sweden.
Dang.
So
okay, but before you go, we should play that song that you sent.
Oh wait, do I have to be here for that?
Like, cool, but also
does that mean that people are gonna watch me as? Oh no, this is gonna be
and judge you.
This is gonna be so great. Okay, I should add some context here. So I felt like, since I am Swedish, I wanted to play a Swedish song specifically. It's a kind of sad song, but I figured it kind of worked because it's called The Last Song, so it's kind of a good goodbye song. And I do screw up.
Are you leaving? Are you like leaving or something, or like
leaving the chat?
Well,
yeah.
not the stream, but like, are you like? It's just like a sad song. It's not like a coded message.
No, not at all. No, not at all. That's what I want to clarify. That it's a sad Swedish song by a sad Swedish rock band, but it's not. There's no meaning behind it other than that.
Okay, cool. Okay, so we're gonna watch that, and then also, I'm sorry, John, I cut you off. What were you saying?
Oh, I have no idea. I cannot remember. Probably some bullshit.
I think I need to grab a pillow or something, just so I don't have to look at this.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up this video of Pim.
You're allowed to roast me afterwards.
No, I'm not
There.
I won't
roast
you. Oh my
you, Pim.
gosh.
Dear, no.
Okay.
I heard that there was going to be music, so I figured I'll just, since it's so late here, I'll just record something, and then we can play it, and I don't need to make noise in the middle of the night.
And also, before people leave, they want to like play something because like I also want to do like an open mic night kind of thing. Like, I think I'm trying to do too much in one night.
Sing a song later. I can sing a song later.
Okay, yeah. Before you leave, Aeronok, if you want to play
Yeah.
a song, I think that would be really cool.
Oh, I have to check the stream afterwards. Then I want to hear that too.
Okay. Some screens let you share audio. Look for the share audio checkbox on the next window. Okay. I'm gonna figure this out. Okay, share tab audio, bada boom, bada bing. I think it's gonna happen. I think we're doing it. Does everyone see it?
Oh my god!
Yeah, I can see
Oh
it.
my gosh! It's sorry. Every
What
time
if
I
this is
do
terrible?
streaming stuff, I'm like, like I don't know if it's gonna work, and so I get really nervous. And I think it's working. So okay, everyone, give me. Okay, wait. In celebration of Lou's birthday, here's Pim from Pim's Crypt performing the song. Oh, Pim, can you say the name of this? Because
it's Den sista sången.
Den sista sången.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah.
A Swedish rock band named Kent. Okay. Oh, I guess you didn't need to read it out loud because it's. Can everyone hear it?
Dina solvarma händer svalnar stilla havsvindar lekte i ditt hår. Jag minns det som om det var igår. Vi körde genom Malibu när det äntligen blivit vår. Det skulle bli en kylig natt. Det skulle bli ett långsamt fall. Och det låg genom fräknarna med tårar i ögonen. Han fanns i ögonen. Allt finns i ögonen. Vi lämnar blodstänk i spåren. Men i minnet blåser vindarna. Dina wayfarers i ditt hår. Du grät solvarma tårar. Conny sjöng om Malibu. Och allt kunde blivit vårt. Det kommer bli en kylig natt. Det kommer bli en ensam natt. Men jag skulle inte ändra något. Även om jag vet att det här var sista gången vi sågs. Sista sången du får. Sista gången vi sågs. Det är den sista sången du får. Vi tog bilen till Roosevelt för att hämta kidsen innan vinterloven. De stod på led, de sjöng i kör. Det kändes som de sjöng för oss en allra sista sång. Vi är på flykt igen, både jag och du. Vi kommer från någon annanstans än där vi är just nu. Och de sjöng för oss en sista gång. En sista sång. De sjöng för oss. The stars are out. One fell down and flew away. Flew away. The stars are out. One fell down and flew away. fell down and flew away. Flew away. The stars are out. One fell down and flew away. Flew away. Flew gången vi ses. Sista sången, sista sången jag ger dig. Sista gången vi ses. Sista sången jag ger dig. Sista gången vi ses. Sista gången sången jag ger dig. Sista gången vi ses. Det här är sista sången jag ger dig.
I think I fucked some stuff up, but
Shut up. That was so fucking good.
That was so great. Oh,
that was amazing. Oh my god, that was so good.
Thank you.
So great.
Oh,
you should just release that. That was lovely.
There was so many. There were so many excellent.
That was so good. Stop.
There was so many excellent vocal melody choices. The emotion was there. The variety. Oh god, that was great. I love
Thank
that.
you all so much. It's been ages since I've performed in front of people.
I was
So
like, wow, this is so beautiful.
thank you so much. That really means a lot.
There's an interesting thing with linguistic studies in music that when we hear music in a language we don't speak, we interpret the voice as purely an instrument, and it's something really cool about just the way that, regardless of language or history or culture, we all connect on music, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're the
Adam
dopest-
Monster
you're the dopest
says,
trumpet.
can you post that as an official video on your channel?
Seriously.
Do it.
I have to
Peer pressure.
Do it.
Peer pressure.
You know what? Pim, use it as part of a video. Do you use it as the end credits of a video?
I could probably do that. I actually used the Kent song like very shortly as the end credits song for the video I talked about before, the Cry of Fear video. So it's the same band. But yeah, I can probably do that, I think. We'll see. But right now I really need to go to sleep, I think.
Okay, that's fair.
But yeah, thank you all so
Fair
much
enough.
for letting me be here and enjoy all of your company. It's been
Thanks so much
really
for
fun.
being here. It was so much fun.
Same to you all. Bye.
I can't believe Pim saw a million faces, rocked them all, and then just dipped.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it is getting late, and I haven't been doing a great job at kind of just trying to like just divvy out time. I'm not thinking the right adjectives, but I do want to look. Mo Black, you've been here for so long, and I really want to talk to you about your video. And I know you were like your availability was earlier, and so same as John. Sam just said I have nothing else scheduled. I picked 3 thoughts that no one else has picked, but I can probably take any thought that's not filled. Okay. Oh, that's from a while ago. Oh, so I don't know where Sam is tonight. Okay. So BP is back. Okay, BP, I'm gonna add you, and also our stream is super full for Streamer, they only let 10 people in at a time. So we might have to rotate people out, but I'm also very glad you're here.
I've been here since the beginning, but I also haven't like talked about my thing either. So like,
if I may, Professor Flowers, I am not particularly covetous of my like
time for my video being shown. So if you just want to sing my praises briefly, I can say happy birthday and I can make space for you. Sound good?
Yeah. I mean, did you want to get going? Also, is it date?
Oh, I'm not in a
time
rush.
anymore? Or is it's like a light? Oh, this is.
It's like 7 p.m. It's no big deal. Either way. But it's not a big deal for me if my video gets shout out or not. It really is not a big deal.
Well, I also wanted to talk to you about your video.
Okay. Am I in trouble?
No. Oh, okay. Well, I can't get into it because then we're going to talk about it. Okay.
You see my genius at work. I played you all like a fiddle. Now we're talking about my video. Sorry. That's
well, how about after the next video things? I need to practice the song before I sing it. I sing and then I'll head out like after.
Yeah. Okay.
Video
Yes.
discuss next, and then that way I can make some space because I've been around for a while. And
okay,
yeah,
sure.
But, with that being said, there's 2 songs I could sing. One is Jenny of Old Stones, which is how I ended my my video on Mundown. For context, it's a sadder song. I purposely sung it because the end of that video was kind of discussing this. There's an experience that trans people have after we come out where there's kind of a second process of having to mourn people that have already died that were close to us because we never got to be ourselves with them. So if you want something a little bit more emotional, there's that. Or I can give a little teaser for my upcoming video. It won't have a proper backing track, unfortunately. But I'm working with Molly Noise on some really great music for that one. And I'm doing a cover of Bo Burnham's Straight White Man, but calling it Cis White Man. And it's going to end the video, and it's basically going to be sung from Agent Smith's perspective as this shitty cis white dude. So if you want something a little funnier, I can sing that.
I want to leave that up to you. Like, I think whatever you feel like in the moment, whether it be sad or the one that's like a teaser.
I'll try to do something a little bit lighter and funnier, and maybe give you all a laugh. Hopefully, it's yeah. But I'm gonna be quiet now.
What?
Oh yeah. You should do the teaser then.
Yeah, I'm just gonna practice it. That's why I'm gonna mute. I am listening.
I see what you're saying. I understand.
I gotta
what
sing
you're
it once
getting
or
at.
twice before I'm comfortable doing it live. I unfortunately don't have the backing track easily set up. So plus I want to save that. I want to save Molly's work until she's happy with the mixing on it. But I'll just do the vocals. I can sing it on its own. It's pretty good.
Actually, I might have to go pretty soon myself. So if I want, maybe I can, unless somebody else has something to do, maybe I can sing my song and dip out. Or
Okay, Silver Spook, do you want to sing your song? And then Aronach, do you want to sing yours?
Sounds good.
Okay.
This is cool. I'm getting like a full free concert.
Yeah, this is fucking grind, man.
I didn't
I
expect
officially
I
entered the
didn't
musical
expect-
section of the stream.
Yeah, I didn't expect this. I think this is great.
I'll be right back. 1 second.
Okay.
We need lasers though. We need some lasers and shit.
Yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
Shit, who's got the lasers on them?
I don't have lasers.
I left the miner in the Rari.
Did nobody prepare lasers?
No one prepared. I should always have lasers. Why don't I always
The
have
one
lasers?
time I don't have lasers.
It's a tragedy.
We got the hood strobe right here.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go.
All right. So can I go?
The lasers were the friends we made along the way.
Lou, is it? I don't. If somebody else wants to go first, they can. But otherwise, I'll just go ahead.
I think you're good.
Okay, I'm good. Okay. Anyways, just a little context for this. This is I do a variety of things on top of making video games, and like that one over there. Is it? No, yeah. I try to liberate our illegally occupied country from the United States empire by verbally and interactively undoing their open world empire with their calls of colonialism and their Battlefield blow up the Belt and Road Initiative, which is a buggy, broken game, and Cyberpunk. Let's make billions of dollars for transphobic, well, 2 billionaires, in fact. So anyways, but while I'm not doing that, I also write music. And I also do this. I do the art, music, writing, and programming for Neofeud and voice acting. And so this is a song from an album called Indigenous Aloha Civilization, which is kind of deals with a lot of. I've actually been working on games for part of the. I'm working on making Vietnamese tanks to destroy U.S. imperialism and capitalism in a retro video game, not a violation of the TOS. I'm not planning any revolutions. I'm not an Antifa super soldier. But anyway, but while I'm not doing that, I also write music. This is a song that is about the history of Hawaii. That was the world's first socialist, advanced, technologically modern country that had the world's first universal healthcare system. 25 years before Otto von Bismarck considered bringing it to universal health insurance to Europe, 8 years before Karl Marx published Das Kapital. So when the Western barbarism was too busy trying to steal Iroquois constitutions on stolen Chinese paper and then not copy it, and then back U.S. coups of our country, we actually already had universal healthcare. We had a mass transit, rail, trolleys. You know, people are like begging for cheap and affordable, high-speed, low-carbon rail. We already had that in the 1800s. We had the highest literacy rate on the planet Earth, over 90%, when only European, the top 10% had any education whatsoever. Most of America still can't read. 54% of the United States can't read at a junior high level. The president was pooping in an outhouse when we already had indoor plumbing, and we had electricity before it. And then the U.S. did what they did to Libya, what they did to Bolivia, what they tried to do to Bolivia 3 times in the last 3 years, what they did to Cuba, what they did to China. And Hawaii was actually an inspiration for the most successful actual socialist country on the planet Earth. And it has 1.4 billion people. And with the support of our group of friends in defense of the UN Charter, including mostly Asian successful socialist countries, Hawaii will no longer be illegally occupied by the United States in the near future. And your crumbling F-22s, 160 million gallons of fossil fuel that's poisoning my family right now, will be cleaned up with the support of the indigenous African, or as we say, Alkebulan Yajo, Abya and Kanaka Maoli and Kanaka Moana peoples. Those are the peoples of Asia, Africa, the Pacific, and what is called the Americas, or sometimes we call Turtle Island. And this is a song about the end of this brief embarrassment called the 300 years of unhealed Roman trauma. Let's say unhealed Roman trauma survivors that have not actually repaired anything. And so this is a song for all of that. I know that's a long preamble, but you will get it in the song. It's called. I got my lyrics on 1 second. But yeah, that's my little outro. But anyway, thank you so much for having me on in case I have to suddenly dip. Okay. Wait. Without Uncle Sam, you'd still live in mud huts. No American. You deindustrialized us before 1898. We had electricity and rail, mass transit and cities with Hawaiian regale. Iolani Palace with electric lights shone when the White House was a dark war criminal zone. Indigenous Aloha civilization, who eat together across Akua's creation. No more Western barbarism and desecration. Aloha Pono Kuleana civilization. Hawaii had the highest literacy rate, while only royal Euro kids got educations. The Makainana, the people of the land. Ali'i house fed, clothed, universal healthcare we had, first in the world. In fact, Jules Verne was dreaming up 20,000 leagues when our Ali'i invented submarines. Hawaii was a socialist Wakanda, an indigenous future more advanced than any Western blunder. Hawaii with electric Aloha spirit shone
when the White House was a dark war criminal zone. Indigenous aloha civilization, who eat together across a Kua's creation. No more Western barbarism and desecration. Aloha pono kuleana civilization. Asia Pacific, Turtle Island, African nations. New Silk Roads of win-win cooperation. Shakang Shahui, moderately prosperous nations. Guided by the star of our East-West cooperation. Peaceful Pacific, no more militarization. Peaceful trade, not colonial degradation. Mutual respect, not win-lose colonization. Actual existing socialist, indigenous, multi-thousand-year-old civilization. Hawaii had racial equality. Black and Asian citizens and the slaves became free, while the Chinese were chained up to build the rail and the West Coast. Canada mass murdered natives, segregated blacks. We were the real Underground Railroad. Asian, Hawaiian, Hui, worker co-ops or communes. Threatened white sugar oligarchy, coolie labor abuse. Sun Yat-sen raised Pono in Hawaii. Broke the chains of China, the CPC carries our flame. Hawaii with electric aloha spirit shown. The US is still a dying racist, capitalist, star-spangled Rome with all your Europe and G7 motherfucking friends. Indigenous aloha civilization, who we together across Akua's creation. No more Western barbarism and desecration. Aloha pono kuleana civilization. Asia Pacific, Turtle Island, African nations. New Silk Roads, a win-win cooperation. Shakang Shahui, moderately prosperous nations. Guided by the stars of our East-West cooperation. Peaceful Pacific, no more militarization. Peaceful trade, not colonial degradation. Mutual respect, not win-lose colonization. Actual existing socialist, indigenous civilization.
That song is that is available on this link if you want to hear that again. Somebody asked, like, can you clip that? It is available over there. Anyway.
Yeah, if you want, also drop a link in the chat.
Yeah, it's in the chat there. And by the way, everything in that song is true, by the way.
Yeah.
That was really cool.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Silver Spook.
It was awesome.
Yeah,
I love that.
Anyway, yeah, sorry. I don't talk a lot because I tend to when I go, I just go. So I kind of save it up, and I'm like a diesel engine like that.
It's my favorite thing about you, honestly.
You ran better than anyone else.
I was listening the whole time, so I do. I'm happy to, just absorb the atmosphere and learn from everybody as well. And yeah, thanks so much. Happy birthday, Lua. By the way, I believe, Lua, we're going to be doing something on Saturday, possibly. If I think you said yes.
Yes.
So don't miss Lua and I on the Luna Oi channel. They were recently in here. We will have a black indigenous and people of color. Speaking of Asia Pacific Island, Turtle and African nations, we're going to have an international panel on on a variety of topics, but one of them will be touching on the whiteness itself and global international racism in the context of empire and colonialism. Lots of things I'm sure will come up. So that will be this Saturday at I believe it's 7 shoot, what is it? 4 p.m. Pacific time, or I think 7 p.m. Eastern time. I'm sorry, I might be getting it off, but it's gonna be this evening. It's this Saturday. I gotta go double check with Luna, but yeah, it'll be on the Luna Oi channel with the American Johnson and Luna Oi and Lua and myself. And yeah, of course, my video game is Neofeud. So if you want to like have my rants in like entertaining cyberpunk, Disco Elysium, non-capitalist, non-colonizer created garbage, you know, yacht payment schemes for rich clowns. That's called AAA gaming. You can play that game and also support us. We have anyway. You know, I don't need to plug myself too much. But thanks everybody for hanging out, and I'm so happy to be here. Happy birthday, and good luck with everybody's channels. Yeah.
Love you, Silver.
Thanks,
Love
Silver
you too,
Spook.
Okay. Aloha.
Later.
Aloha.
I'm good.
That was good.
If you want.
Yeah, totally. Go for it.
Yeah, so I'm missing Jenny of Oldstone because I think it's going to work better without an instrument. High in the house of the kings who are gone, Jenny would dance with her ghosts, the ones she had lost and the ones she had found, and the ones who'd loved her the most, the ones who'd been gone for so very long, she couldn't remember their names. They spun her around on the damp old stones, spun away all her sorrows and pain. And she never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave. They danced through the day and into the night, through the snow that swept through the house, from winter to summer, then winter again, till the walls did crumble and fall, and she never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave. High in the halls of the kings who are gone, Jenny would dance with her ghosts, the ones she had lost, and the ones she had found, and the ones who loved her the most. There. No, that's not it.
Beautiful. Like,
that was beautiful.
I can imagine myself dying to that. Like, and I mean that like in the best way.
And that is a compliment. You know?
Like, what a way to go.
That's an awesome compliment. I totally get it.
When I first used the video, and from Undown, I sang it over top of the ending of the game where the character, the main character you play as, spoilers, dies, and because I'll say 3 sentences and I'll head out. But the central thing I was talking about in that video was basically this idea of the sort of little ghosts we leave behind in objects and spaces, and how we interact with the past through memory, and how it kind of cascades forward, and that even when we're gone, those ghosts, the people that we knew, still affect us. So, yeah, it was
wonderful.
I like that song.
It's very good.
Yeah, that was.
And
great.
weirdly enough, it comes from the last season of Game of Thrones, which is a mess of a season, but at least we got one good song out of it.
You know,
At least there was that, huh?
You know, it sounded like it was from Game of Thrones, and I was all like, "That sounds like it'd be rude to say."
No, like it's literally from that.
I was gonna joke like it better be a Viking funeral, but I guess.
Yeah, I was about to say, like,
kind of was.
don't. Yeah.
I mean, it was probably the best thing about the last season. The rest of it was just not.
Yeah.
Well, you were the best thing about season 8 of Game of Thrones.
Exactly.
Hands down.
It was all worth it because I sang this on the stream. So it's like,
yeah,
that entire mess of a show worth it for this.
Thank you, DB Weiss and the other one. Yeah.
DB Weiss and 2 letters surname.
Yeah.
That guy's in everything, I tell you.
Yeah.
Have you heard of 2 letters and a surname? He's in everything. You gotta watch.
He was supposed to do Star Wars, then he lost Star Wars.
Hey, he was supposed to be doing Star Wars, but he didn't show up for the audition. He didn't get there.
He only had 1 letter in his name. Fucker.
One letter's not enough.
I do wanna try to get to people's videos because I did a horrible job at time management. I am so sorry.
No,
Are we though?
I'm
okay.
good.
Here's the thing.
I'm good.
Mo Black did a video on an anime that literally is like the most racist bullshit I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Oh God, tell me which anime.
So awful.
Which anime is this?
So awful.
Oh my gosh, what was it called?
Why'd you make such a racist video?
Why did I make such a racist video?
There's just so much
true.
good stuff.
Of
Josue
course
made
I
a
am.
really good video on Boondocks and also just like talking about like hip hop and being queer and being like this is okay to be queer and hip. There's just so much stuff that we have to get to. John has a great video on girl bosses, and also I'm very curious because President Sunday talks about nationalism. And John, you're Scottish, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just really curious to hear your thoughts on nationalism and like President Sunday's video. There's just like a lot to talk about. Is what I'm saying.
I'm not gonna have to sing, am I?
You do not have
If
to.
you want
This
to.
is optional.
I would love to hear it though. If you were to.
Yeah, I am very curious.
Sing,
John.
Few have heard, but they have left shivering. So.
Also,
John,
there's
did you make? Sorry, go.
Oh, there's like some people who showed up, and like while stuff's been going on, maybe they want to introduce themselves. I also still haven't really like properly introduced myself, so
Yeah.
I guess I'll go first.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm Neko Girl. I do stuff. I don't know. I'm still kind of fresh as a content creator. Like there's quite a few different issues that I would probably like to talk about. I'm an anarchist and anti-fascist, so platforming issues are something I talk a lot about. Recently I did a VOD. There was like this whole thing with Doe and RGR recently, and there was this conversation that RGR had with someone called Brother Malcolm during that night that kind of got mixed, or just kind of mixed. Got kind of missed during everything that happened. And so I took their 2 VODs together, and like because they don't have their videos on, so I like combined them and put like a cool background behind it. And like I can't, I feel like if I explain anything that's going on there, it's just going to sound like drama, but it was a good opportunity to I thought to talk about transmedicalism and how to deal with those people in a way that's, or people who are doing stuff, have that philosophy in a way that's compassionate, but like also doesn't like enable them or like be like an apologist for them. I also like, I do these things called hyper raves is the name I've come up with for them, which is basically just like there's something called rave.dj where you can like combine songs together online, and I did that a ton this summer, and like I figured out that if you like upload those to YouTube, you can like remash them together and it'll like you can give songs like kind of a unique identity, and so like I've been taking these and like making like videos for them, and like kind of like, you know, like synth wavy kind of like just vaporwave, like kind of VHS-y kind of stuff. And like the idea is I kind of want to have like a new intro for each stream I do, because like I've got like a library of these things at this point, so it's like it's also like a way to like build up my channel and have content on there. But yeah, I don't know, I don't know, like I said, I'm still kind of new as a content creator, so I'm still kind of just figuring stuff out. So yeah,
sounds great.
Welcome to the Thunderdome.
No hard feelings, but we are now like in this capitalistic meritocracy, so we have to destroy you to maintain our own brands.
Yes, well,
You promise we'll feel bad about it, though.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good.
So yeah, that's cool.
Who else is new?
I guess I've been here for a minute, I think the whole time, and I never really like actually formally introduced myself, I guess. But I could also just do that later and rotate out. What do you think, Lua?
I mean, you were like signed up like first for availability, so like I definitely want to get to like you and John and Mo, because like we haven't gotten to you yet. So I think like Sam wants to come in, and unfortunately I feel really bad because Mark just actually has to go.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I get so lost in this sometimes.
Waiting for Mo Black to hear about this video for a while, so
yeah, he brought it up a minute ago.
Yeah, I came here hearing about anime and Chicken Run, so I'm like, I'm ready to hear about some anime, and then we move on to some Chicken Run.
I mean, if you're confident, I'm here all night. So like, if you're confident this is gonna go in a little while, I can come back.
Okay. I actually know I'll probably be here a little bit longer, but also I know for John, like you're up late, so like I want to talk about your Girl Boss video. I'm very excited for that. Basically, anyone who's like, hey, it's getting late, I need to get going. Like, let's talk about your video, and I don't want to keep anyone here, like put them in an awkward position.
I'm okay for now. I think we should hear from Mo Black, because Mo Black's been waiting.
I'd like to, because I do have a flight tomorrow, so I would like to just.
Okay.
I'd really like to talk. So, exactly, I think 2 years ago, because it was beginning of December 2019, I released this essay on this anime called Terraformers, and it is, how do I describe it? It is a trip. It is a whole journey. So I guess for context. I started out doing just like regular, like kind of long form articles. I posted them on my blog. People liked them. I started thinking that YouTube was interesting. I was like, okay, I'll take some of the essays and then I'll just like read them for YouTube. And that's kind of like how my channel got a little bigger. So after I had done, I did like two on Shield Hero. Somebody messaged me and they were like, you know, I really want to see you do something overtly racist, like Terraformers. And I was like, you know what? I've never heard of this show my entire life. I'll like watch it and I'll like give it a go. Like I was told this is kind of racist. And I think part of the issue is that I'm a little bit used to kind of like, I guess there were like a lot of like prominent BreadTube videos and stuff like that, where like for example, like the seminal like X is fascist take is Jack Saint's like Sky High video, right? And like a lot of those videos are they're kind of like unfortunate implications and stuff like that, right? You have like things that like if you read it this way and you like think about it and like take it to its logical conclusion, you'll see that this is actually like informed from a worldview that's like either pretty racist or at least like xenophobic or stuff like that. And so that's what I was expecting, right? So tell me why, like, I turned on this anime, I watched the first episode, and it's about these super soldiers, basically, that have to get Mars ready for inhabitation by humans. But Mars is like covered with these like mutant cockroaches that have evolved with the algae on Mars that they used to terraform it over a couple hundred years. And tell me why, for some reason, all of these cockroaches have evolved to look exactly like Black people. Like they have this hair.
Let me find a picture. It's called like terraformers.
Is it kind of like
they have like
J.K.
the flat
Rowling's
noses.
bullshit with the goblins? Like,
That sounds racist.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fun
Just
fact
using
about
stereotypes.
Goblin Slayer. I think that's what you're talking about. Like,
No,
is it-
J.K. Rowling in the Harry
J.K.
Potter
Rowling.
films in particular plays off a lot of anti-Semitic visual tropes with
Yeah.
the Goblins of Gringotts, and she also.
I don't know what
sticks
you're
Scarab
talking
David in the
about.
middle of
I
the-
look exactly like that. I'm Jewish.
Because it's not about actually looking like it; it's about like touching on specific artistic and often negative stereotypes. It's like, ooh.
Right.
Or is
The
it like just
poster.
literally representative?
You know, the poster for Terraform Mars, I literally just looked it up. Oh my god.
Yeah, they're just
Yeah.
Black people, right? And this took me about.
Look way
like,
more
I saw
like
them
Black
on
people than
screen.
you roaches.
Yeah, I saw them on screen for about a minute. I was like, okay, wait, no, you can't do that. So at this point, I had realized, okay, the show's racist because these things, they look like Black people, right? Yeah. There's a really infamous screenshot from the manga
It's the-
where they're just kind of like holding guns on the side. Let me see.
It's the hair that makes it so weird. You could almost
Cockroaches don't have fucking curly hair. Okay,
you could almost like get away with saying like it's just like a weird kind of like unfortunate accent if it wasn't for the hair. That's so weird.
I mean, even if it wasn't the hair, I would be like, yeah, this is
I
so
agree.
weird. It's like
I
his
agree,
hair
but the
is-
hair
Okay,
is like the nail in the coffin.
It looks so much like
You can pull up
like
Lou,
mid
if you want, you can pull
19
up this.
it looks so much like really racist art from Europeans from like the late 1800s to early 1900s too.
Yeah.
Like the exaggerated features in specific ways is.
Yeah, it does.
Ugh.
And so at this point, I pause. I think quite literally, and I'm like, okay, I'm actually sort of wondering if I can even write like a good essay about this show, because to me, it's so obviously like racist. Somebody somewhere has had to have like written something, and I did find one essay, which was okay. And that person was fine. But the majority of the content I found about the show was just people saying that, like, actually, no, they don't look like Black people at all. They're actually they're just like anthropomorphic. Yeah. Like, why are they holding their guns to the side?
They're not Black people. They have antennas, guys.
Yeah. Black people don't have antennas.
Totally
blah, blah,
different.
blah.
And
It's
they're obviously
different.
cockroaches.
Right. So, but no one's like written, I think, the definitive and thorough, just like side by side, look at the way these characters look. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'll do that because that's my job now. But it doesn't like end there. Like, I wish it ended there. I wish that this was just a show in which cockroaches look like Black people. But here's where it starts getting to like I was comparing it to like Sky High and like all these other things. Like, the racism in the show is not subtext; it's just text.
It's racist.
And,
They're like standing in
yeah.
front of some pyramids and stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. So they'll be like standing in
it's
front of some
obvious,
pyramids.
like-
There'll be like people, like the cockroaches would be like dressed up in like, I guess like caveman outfits with like clubs and stuff. And the entire, I guess like the entertainment value for Terraformers is just watching all these like light-skinned people like tear things that look like Black people, like limb for limb, in very violent and bloody ways. People actually got very mad because the show has a second season, and the second season is not as bloody as the first. They changed studios, and people got very upset because they were like, I'm here to see all the cockroaches get like torn up and shit.
That's
so
why
that was
I got
fun.
upset.
I have a theory. I'm just looking at this and I'm looking at the publishing date and comparing it to Attack on Titan, which does something very similar but not like racialized per se. I wonder if like there's a weird way in which like the decision to make them look like that was kind of funneled by a riff on what they were doing with respect to something else. Like it's
so the manga.
For the context on Attack on Titan, the show's written by someone who's at the very minimum fascist adjacent, if not actually.
Oh yeah, I agree. That's why I'm saying it's the same kind of thing.
I know.
Yeah.
I want to like specify
Okay,
to audience. There's like a bunch of specific anti-Semitic tropes with that show, and there is a video out there, and I'm forgetting who made it. That goes in depth into all of those details around the show. That was really
even in a purely Japanese Chinese context, General what's his name? The grinning guy. Like he was modeled after a general in the Nanking massacre.
Yeah,
it's there's a lot there that's yikesy.
Mikasa is also like a character named after some World War II person, I believe. But please go on about the terrible road show.
Yeah, sorry.
So I think the Attack on Titan link is the reason why they chose to make this adaptation is because like big over the top violent anime was the thing with Attack on Titan being out. But like I want to be clear, like
here's the fucked up thing. It's like literally Attack on Titans, the appeals like there's like these massive, like disturbing, like like human, like not quite humanoid, like giant things killing you. And it's like this anime, like the appeal is like, oh, they look like black people. Whoa,
Yeah,
it's
pretty
shocking.
much.
Just like
And there's so many of them. and
What
you
I
can
was
kill all of them very quickly.
What I was gesturing at is like the Titans in Attack on Titan don't look like the other characters. They look like caricatures of, like drawings of what you see of like people with various forms of pathologized mental conditions. That's what they look like. It's really disturbing, and like it seems almost like there's a whole genre now that's just a riff on that, just some variation on that formula, where there's some kind of like monster-sized. It's weird.
It's also based off real neo-Nazi art because they used to draw various marginalized groups in very specific ways with the exaggerated features and things. And for extra context, later on in Attack on Titan, not in the first season, but in later seasons, they revealed that all the Titans are like part of this originally marginalized group. It's really
literally a race in the show.
Yeah, like it's literally a race of
What-
humans. Like
I feel like at that point, that's when the author started to lose the plot, and he started to like mix his stories a little bit, because it seems like at that point he's making like the weird analogy, like the Island Nation and whatnot. Like it's now the Imperial Japanese or now the victims.
Yeah,
It's like you're mixing things up. Yeah,
yeah. No,
it gets weird.
It feels like there's a at least in Attack on Titan that the Japanese nationalist aspect kind of bleeds through into this narrative about them being an oppressed group. And I think that Japan at that time was an overtly fascist regime, a very different fascist regime than the Nazis or the Italians at the time, but fascism nonetheless. And so it's kind of interesting to see this story about this island, or at first you don't even know it's an island. It's just a walled community that is besieged on all sides by disfigured humanoid creatures that they are trying to fight back to gain their freedom. That is how they phrase it. Like they are fighting for their freedom. And then you learn that actually they are being besieged because of a different continent that is basically waging war on every other continent. So a very clear stand-in for the American imperialism. And there's some really obvious imagery used. There's a part where the Colossal Titan, the main kind of antagonist for the entire first thing of him blowing up the wall and killing all the people, when he unleashes his power in a later season, there is a mushroom cloud that forms when he erupts from his human form. And I'm sorry if that's a spoiler for anybody, but yeah, no, it's very, very obvious like fascist imagery. It's just very weird because like it feels like there was an attempt to make a statement about cycles of violence because the race of people who are Titans are also oppressed people. Like literally they use the arm star band to signify that they are this race of people in their home country and they're like heavily marginalized. It's a very weird show, very muddled messages. So sorry, I apologize. I want to
head out. So
I haven't seen it, but
it's nice meeting you.
I'm gonna head out so people can join in. You all have a lovely day and happy birthday again, Lua.
Yeah.
I think aging should be something we celebrate, and I don't get society's insistence on the opposite. So.
Aw, thanks. It was so much fun hanging out.
You said Eric.
Yeah.
Love y'all.
Yeah, you too.
I'm sorry I went on a weird rant, but I want to get back to Terraform Mars because this show is bonkers to me.
I have to go back to that about the Titan one. Is the thing you guys describing kind of like a fear of retribution thing, or is it like a weird morph version of that?
It's basically a weird flip-flopping between the Japanese are being forced into a state of subjugation and humiliation by overwhelming and bizarre and alien other nations or whatever that are sort of represented in one level by the Titans, which are like these weird, almost racial caricatures. Like they're weird, like they look like propaganda. It's difficult to place exactly what they are, but they look like that. And then in the last season, you discover that, well, actually no, they are themselves the oppressed group that just has a superpower, and they're so brilliant. It's like they're playing both sides of a weird fascist propaganda story.
Very strange.
Very strange.
Very typical of a lot of fascist propaganda. To say that like the enemy is both like, very, very, very strong, but then also weak and easy to conquer. And Terraform Mars actually has, I'll get to this a little bit later, but it's also got like Japanese nationalists, like weird fucking subtext to it. But I like to, so we have like the establishment that these cockroaches, they look like black people. Unfortunately, that's like not the only like tropes that they take from black people. And so here I'm gonna like put it like a clear content warning for a lot of really like sexist bullshit and assault and things like that. But we basically learned that for no reason whatsoever, the cockroaches are much more likely to attack women than they are men.
Oh God.
Yeah, just because that's the way they are. And so there are many scenes of just like mostly white and light-skinned women just being like brutalized by these like huge like black guys and stuff like that.
Like, do people not think how it's gonna like affect people to see? Like, that is just
people didn't pick up on this. It was very frustrating that people didn't pick up on this.
It's like a space birth of a nation.
Yeah, but they're all just being like beat up and stuff like that. And of course, the male characters, they get very indignant when these black people, take their woman. There's like I forgot, I don't have the exact quote right now, but there's like a character that literally says that we need to like beat the cockroaches to like protect our daughters and shit.
Oh my God.
So there's that.
Okay. I actually couldn't get through your video, Mo, because I was just
that's
this
completely
is
understandable.
So offensive. This is
that is
like,
completely
I don't see why this is racist. You black people are always complaining about racism, and I just don't see it. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
It's completely understandable. And then when you read the source material, then you then get to like the politics of like the Earth and the reason why they're trying to colonize Mars. The reason why they're trying to colonize Mars is, of course, because of overpopulation. Every fascist story says
it's always
overpopulation. It's always overpopulation.
Oh, yeah.
Too many people.
This is
But
why I hate
specifically-
or like the war game or the war. Wait, no, what's it called? End game. The
Ender's
superhero
Ender's
Marvel.
Game.
No, the Marvel movie that's just really
Oh,
big.
Avengers
That has,
Endgame, yeah.
Avengers,
Avengers
yeah.
Endgame, right? Yeah.
You're like,
'Cause
oh,
there were, like,
Thanos
too many-
needs
there are
to,
too
you
many
know,
mouths
he's the
to
good guy.
feed, right?
Well, that's
He's
the
like
thing. Like,
fixing the population. It's like, well, he literally has the power of like a god now because he has these
Yeah.
rings. He can just make a bunch of other humans or a bunch of other planets for people to live on instead of
I
just
feel
kill
like-
half the
I
population.
like snap your
that's
fingers
just
and double
a
the food, or
massive
snap your
plot
fingers
hole,
and
and I
double
can't
the
do
evil.
I do
Also,
like the idea
my
of being
favorite-
such a
I had to throw
dipshit
that out.
of being like, shall I make more resources? No, I shall kill everyone.
Also,
That
I
sounds-
love the.
that sounds hard.
Like,
That's
I
it's
love
so
the.
deep. I'm like, was
genocide.
it?
Yeah.
Somebody made the critique. It's like, because his whole backstory is like, oh, my planet ran out of resources and everybody else died. And I'm like, bro, what are your macros?
It's worse. It's worse than that though. It's worse than that though, because the problem is that it's twofold. Let's assume, for argument's sake, the premise is correct, that having the population actually would result in a net increase. Like maybe you couldn't like manipulate matter to create more resources. There was something that contradicted that. There isn't, but let's pretend. The human population has more than doubled over the course of the past 100 years. So what you would achieve by reducing the human population by 50% is nothing, and he destroys the stone, so he can't even perform a recurrent culling to actually keep the population down. So it was a meaningless gesture in the first place. Secondly, half of all life form. What happens to the remaining 50% of all human beings when half of their gut flora is suddenly gone?
Oh yeah, true.
So your
What
issue
hap-
is your issue is the
No,
logical
Oh, by the way,
inconsistency of
half of your
rather
farmers
than
are
the
gone. Half of your
moral-
logistics experts are gone. You can't feed yourselves anymore. Like,
Yeah, I
It
mean,
really makes no sense.
whenever I talk to people about that, it's like, well, at least in a certain way, for some reason, people just didn't get that. No, Thanos is just obviously wrong and a bad guy. I thought the whole point was that he's the bad guy and we have to stop him because he's an idiot. But no, people agreed with him for some reason. At least,
lot of
at the
people
very
do,
least,
yeah.
he's
Because
the
he's portrayed
enemy.
sympathetically in the.
That's
Also,
that's- but
it's
that's
so-
you can do that with terrible people. That's a big part of storytelling. You can make sympathetic villainous characters while still being able to understand their.
but it's so dumb because they could have just made Thanos want to be a tyrant who controls and reorganizes things to make it better, and that would have been sufficient to have him as a villain. He's just like a tyrannical god character. Why does he need to have this weird, absurd, like Malthusian thing going on?
I like
Right.
the original where he just loves death a lot.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was so much a better motivation. He wants to have sex with a skeleton.
And they tease that. They tease that in the first Avengers movie. It's like to fight them is to court death,
Yeah.
and he grins. It's like,
Yeah.
yes.
I was like, oh, they're gonna do it, but they didn't. They didn't have the courage to.
They didn't
make
have the
Thanos
courage.
fall in love with the physical embodiment of death.
Well,
I think the
here's my question: like, what the fuck does it say about society that Thanos is sympathizable to? Because for me, when I see Thanos in the story, I don't see a sympathetic villain at all. Like, I'm like,
Yeah,
this
me
is just a
neither.
fucking asshole. Like, what the fuck's wrong with
I
this dude?
don't. I never got that.
He's sort of sympathetic if like you see him as like this very arrogant person who nonetheless has empathy and has been like stricken by the horror of like starvation and mismanagement and stuff that he's seen around the universe. Okay, fine. Like he thinks he's a narcissist, so he thinks that he is in a position to like reorganize the world against other people's will. Like you can understand that even if it's wrong. What they did instead was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's just megalomaniac. Like, and I don't
Yeah.
understand about how people were like, oh, this is like sympathetic. He was like a dad figure. People are like, your dad, if you're like a dad figure, your dad's fucked up, bro. Like, seriously fucked up. Because I don't even understand. Like, there's a lot of villains that I can sympathize with. He was one of them that was like actually just so unhuman to me. I couldn't even like understand how everyone's like, oh, sympathetic. Like, I don't even get it. So if he has compassion, I'm like, no, he's a megalomaniac. He thinks he knows what's better for everybody. Now he's going to do it.
I mean, you can have both.
Your
I think-
space dad's a dickhead.
I think narratively the reason for Lua?
Oh, sorry. I just I realized that I cut Mo off and he was talking about his thing and I feel really bad. Also, Jose wants to come in. And yeah, I just also realized I think I have done a really bad job with having a talk.
I think you're definitely
doing a good job.
You're doing
This is
your
just
best.
impossible.
Because there's like
Definitely
there's a lot of people
I also,
here. I'm
I
not
also
sure how
realized
we'll
like
manage this.
this needs to be like a one-on-one thing where like I invite people to come onto my channel and like just talk with them individually about.
Well,
Awesome.
can we
I'm just
start
so
with a
happy.
shout out for Mo Black's channel? Because I'm really curious about learning more about this.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Oopsie. I don't.
Yeah, what's the name of the video? I think I'm looking at
It's
your channel.
called The Souls of Roachfolk. It's
shit.
based on the essay by W.E.B. Du Bois, The Souls of Blackfoot, which is really awesome.
The Souls.
Yeah, that's
okay, you know-
must read.
Oh, I see. From 2 years ago, The Souls of Roach
Yeah.
Folk.
Yeah,
I
that's
see it.
Yeah, that was
there's
so
not
funny.
there's not a lot of visual components there. I was still really new at this whole YouTube thing, but I really
I threw a
like
link
this
to that
essay,
video in the
and
chat if
I'm
people want
excited
to check
talk
it
about
out.
Yeah,
In
if
the
someone
YouTube
could
chat.
copy and paste this in chat.
Yeah, I threw it in the YouTube chat for people if
Yes,
they want
thank
to
you.
find that video.
So
definitely.
right, overpopulation, as we talked about, there's lots of connections with Thanos. But in Terraform Mars, they make it clear, especially in the source material, that the overpopulation is not like white countries. Right? It's not the United States, Canada, Europe, or Japan. The
Yeah, it's
overpopulation
Africa.
is Africa and Latin America. Specifically, it's implied that there's a country based in Mexico called Grand Mexico, which actually takes like territories that used to be parts of the United States. And there's explicit two of the characters are illegal immigrants from Mexico to the United States, who are like taking up all the jobs. And now that they've taken up all the jobs, they're too poor to work anymore. So that's how they get recruited to go to Mars and fight all the cockroaches because they did not have jobs. So yeah, there's that. I need an even harder content warning now, because at one point there's this is manga only. This isn't the anime. Thank God it's not in the anime. Holy shit! But there's this character, an actual black woman. That's not good from South Africa, and basically she describes what life was like for her in South Africa. In this African country, and she's talking about like pain. And she basically says that like the pain of like getting stabbed or whatever was like nothing compared to, let's just say, like a specific operation that a lot of sexist societies do to women and their private parts. And the way they describe it, they say it was like, I got it like when I was like nine or whatever, and it was like with like a rusty thing, and it was just at this point. Because like I know at least a couple of things about like these practices and like why they exist culturally and like the movements in African countries to make them stop. And I also happen to know where they happen to take place most. It's not like South Africa, first of all. And second of all, a lot of times the reports of this stuff happening is like over exaggerated. So like I'll keep it vague because I'm kind of sensitive about my identity, but like basically there was a story of this happening in like immigrant communities with with immigrants from a country that one of my parents is from. So I asked my parent, like, have you ever like heard of this before? My parent was like, no, like this is really like a minority niche thing, but like the story is pretending that just like in Africa, that's what Africans do. They take rusty can lids and they hurt people because that's just like what Black people do. And this is what happens when there's too many of them. And I think it was around here while I was like reading and watching and like taking notes and preparing for this essay that it sort of like dawned on me. Like this is kind of like a weird, like a sort of simple observation, but it sort of dawned on me that like this person, the person who wrote this story, he's never met me, right? He doesn't know who I am. He doesn't know that I'm writing this essay.
he doesn't know that I just want to like read anime and like watch manga and shit. And this dude, despite never having met me, like hates me, right? He like hates that I exist. He thinks that my existence makes humanity worse. He thinks that I am a danger to women, that I'm a danger to civilization, that I'm a danger to all of these things just because of the way I look like. That sort of sucked. That was a bummer. But the other thing I was like, why is it that like it's been like 4 years, it's been 5 years since this show came out, and like I'm the only one who like brought this up? Why is it that like basically everyone who talked about the show was like, if you're sensitive, then you might notice that some of the cockroaches look a little bit like black people, but only if you're sensitive. Otherwise, it's perfectly fine. Like, why did every single person, like with the exception of a couple of people who like wrote about the show and talked about the show, like not only not recognize that this is what was happening, but like went out of their way to like bother people, like marginalized people who are like talking about the show and trying to point out that it's like that it's bad, right?
That's interesting, because I was looking that up too, like when you first mentioned the name of the show, and I was only seeing the one article by I think it's called Gamer Gazi, where they were talking about how like it's so racist, it's funny. And that got me kind of thinking, because there has been a tendency in a lot of anime recently to deploy like obvious offensive stereotypes as a gag, and the attitude towards it has been, it's a gag, therefore somehow it's kosher. And I've been a little bit confused by that, and I wonder if the I guess the insensibility with respect to that whole thing is sort of consistent with that. Like it's treated as like so obvious it flies under the radar, it gets a pass almost, like because if it's self-referential, therefore it's okay, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. It's like two things. It's people who like don't want to talk about it, so they say it's like it's so bad. There was like another like recently in the winter of this season, there was another really like awful, like disturbing anime that came out called Redo of Healer, and we don't have to do that because
please don't.
We're not going to do that. It is.
Thank you.
Every content warning in the book.
It is
but
the
like
worst
the way
show.
people talked about the show, there were like really prominent like anti-tubers who basically said it's so bad it's not worth talking about, because obviously everyone knows it's bad, so why would you talk about it? But then the net effect is that nobody is talking about it. And then the second thing is the people who do get a kick out of it, who do like it. Like Terraformers, it was big on like 4chan for a while. People would like Photoshop like fried chicken and like soda into the manga. They would Photoshop Obama as one of the cockroaches and stuff. Like the people who are racist know the show is racist, right? So because the people who are ostensibly against it don't want to say anything, the people who like the show just talk about the fact that they think it's good and it's not that bad and it's just kind of cool or whatever.
Because we were talking about Attack on Titan earlier, I believe it was Marcus from Cosmonaut, the channel Cosmonaut, was talking about the show and its political overtones, and he was talking about the fact that it's like, listen, you may not personally see the Titans as like racist caricatures, but like all the Nazis did, they all got it, and they all knew immediately what it was.
Yes, that really, that's really the point.
Well, it's strange how. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You finish up.
Oh, okay, sure. It is really strange how, like, because you can't sustain that plausible deniability. Like, is there like a perfect platonic form of what a racial stereotype is, and is it therefore qualifiable as a racial stereotype just because somebody can stretch it to fit that definition? We commonsensically identify what it is, and I think we do so accurately. But like, it's weird because you get into that kind of that identification dilemma where it's like how do you draw the line between that and any other cartoon exaggeration? It seems like the stuff that that clicks, that tells us what's going on, is very soft and subtle, and it hasn't been like super well articulated, at least in public discussions about the thing, such that we can make like a concrete statement like the Titans in Attack on Titan are clearly caricatures. They clearly are, obviously, and I think we're reasonable to make that inference. But like, what's the criteria? It's fuzzy.
In my mind, it would be historical context.
Right.
Like, the terraformed Mars cockroaches, like there's a very clear precedent set by historical racist caricatures of Black people. And in Attack on Titan, there is a historical context for a lot of the Titans in terms of Jewish caricatures.
I think we have the dubious advantage in the case of terraforming Mars.
Yes, definitely.
And
but
that, like, obviously,
Attack on Titan's a little harder, right? In fact, I think somebody, it might have been you, articulated earlier that it's like, oh, they're caricatures of mental disorders. And that was interesting because I'd never heard that point brought up before. My mind, because I'm Jewish, is like, oh, those are Jewish racist caricatures. A lot of them have large, exaggerated, hooked noses.
Here's why I'm iffy about that. And yes, I agree. I think they probably took inspiration from the caricatures themselves. Where it gets tricky is because in the last season they basically figure the Japanese under American hegemony after World War II as being identical to the Jews under Nazi Germany. That's where it gets really sketchy. So that's why it's like they're playing both sides. It's weird.
Exactly. Yeah, and yeah.
Something that I've run into when I've tried to bring up like a lot of like really harmful shit. I think this is, for people who like want to check out my content, I think this is the most difficult video on my channel. I do talk about problematic anime mostly, but and I also do a podcast where like I talk about things that are a little bit happier. But like this is like bottom of the barrel. But like something in like I guess my 2 years of trying to like talk about like problematic anime is that what a lot of people get hooked like tangled up in is this idea that like I have to be able to prove personally that the author did the things that they did with the specific intent of being racist. Like I need to find a quote from the guy that wrote Terraform Mars that says, I made the cockroaches look this way because I hate Black people. And then and only then am I allowed to say that this is a racist Black caricature. Everything else, despite the fact that I provide numerous sources of like White Peril and like Southern Africa and Zimbabwe and South Africa and all these places where like actual laws were created based on this idea that like, you know, Black people are a threat to white women and stuff like that. And even though the overlap is 1-to-1, because I don't have the quote from the guy that says I'm an anti-Black racist, then I guess none of that matters. I'll just like move on to the conclusion. There's a lot of really awesome videos that people have to present, and I don't want to suck the air too much out of anyone else's.
No, it's a really interesting topic.
But basically,
I will yield my time for more of this. This is great.
I do want to know what John the Duncan thought of the Scottish Scottish representation in Chicken Run.
Also, Mo, we got a collab. I do this racist review. We can collab.
Oh, awesome! I'd love to. We'll talk after. But yeah, basically, what I said as just like a.
Yeah, there is a buzz. I'm not sure who that's from.
How about everyone mute, and then we'll all unmute one after the other.
I'm muting now.
And it's
JTD.
John.
It was you.
John, it's you.
You're the
Dun, dun,
you're
dun.
the buzzing.
Do I have a bad microphone? Oh, my equipment is shit. Oh, what a surprise! Everything I own is bad.
No, it seems to be a little bit better now.
It sounds fine. Actually, I don't hear
It sounds
anything,
totally
so maybe
fine
it's
now.
not
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Oop. Okay.
Right. So the main takeaway that I wanted people to take away from the show is not necessarily that like you should get like this show came out in like 2014. It's been like 7 years now. My main point is not necessarily that you should be mad about this show specifically, because like the time for that show is past. It's more just like the reason why this happened is because AniTube is fucking white. It's just a bunch of white people, and they don't know how to handle this stuff, and they don't really care. They don't know how to. Not only do they not know how to handle like political content, they don't know how to handle political content with like marginalized people at all. They don't know how to talk about it. They don't know how to review it. They don't know how to analyze it. And that's fine. I don't expect like every white person to know about like to know all the things that I know about like African culture and like the history of like white peril in Zimbabwe, whatever the fuck. Okay, I took a really awesome class in undergrad about all that stuff, and I used that for my essay. I don't expect everyone to do that, but at least at the minimum, if there are like Black people around who are saying that a show is bad, like, you know, at least like listen, you know. I happen
Listen
to
to
think my
Black
voice is
people
pretty
about
cool.
racism.
Yeah,
What do Black
no.
people know about racism? Obviously, as a
obviously
non-Black
as
person,
a
I
as
know
a flight, I know more.
I like to listen to racists. They seem like they
About
would-
racism.
Hey,
They're
I'm
the
a
experts.
gamer, and of course.
Yes.
Listen, I'm just gonna do what CNN does. I'm gonna invite 3 Ku Klux Klan members and 1 Black person to defend themselves, and that'll be an even-sided panel. And we'll do it just like that.
Hey, look, the dude who hangs, the Black dude who goes and hang out with the Klansmen, he's the one we gotta listen to. All right, we just gotta listen to that.
the one, the Candace Owens type, exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, just like there's a quote that I actually still quote this by Steve Biko, who is an activist against apartheid, who basically how he describes like white Afrikaners' response to the anti-apartheid movement is he said like for a long time white people didn't just dictate, they didn't just like kick Black people, they dictated how Black people are allowed to respond to the kicks. And so when you have like movements of like racial liberation, what he argued is that like a big part of that, and a big part of the thing that makes a lot of like white people uncomfortable, is that Black people are now deciding, I don't want to react to this in the way that you want. Like, even if you're gonna pick me, I'm gonna decide that actually hurts, and I want you to stop. And I think that's like the big reason why a lot of people get like, oh, well, were you offended by Terraformer? Yeah, actually I was. Okay.
Yes.
And what are you gonna do?
You're like,
now?
oh, don't
It
be
was
offended.
fucking
Are you
offensive.
offended?
It was
Are you
awful.
seriously offended? You're like, yes, I fucking am, and let me tell you why. Like, I am so
Yeah.
sick of that.
And that's kind of just like what I want. Like, that's what I wanted my channel to be. Just like the
Yes,
place where
I felt that.
you can just be like righteously upset and critical about things that are upsetting, and just like being able to like make a space where marginalized people can like dictate how they want to respond to media, right? You know, if there's an anime that's like weird with like trans people, then trans people should be allowed to say that this anime makes them uncomfortable, and
So
we should
many.
make a space for them to talk about it. If there's
Yeah,
Black
if
people that
there's
says
an-
this show makes me uncomfortable, we should be able to make a space and have that conversation without being like, oh, triggered SJW, triggered lib, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, I fucking love this. I gave up. I was like, you know what? They're not gonna get
I
it.
totally
and
understand.
I
No,
just
I'm-
gave
I
up. I'm
totally
really inspired by you right now.
This is actually a great topic because I don't know, anime is I think you're right when you were saying earlier that it's kind of a depoliticized space in terms of the fandom. And in terms of scholarly work too, like when I was doing my research on Full Metal Alchemist, and I run a podcast about anime as well, where I try and bring in some sort of like analytical lens. It's very hard to find scholarly bodies of work on anime. Like sometimes I get lucky and find like translated Japanese books and articles, but there's so little in the way anime is analyzed and explored.
Really? Huh.
Yeah, it's just not a very.
You would think there'd be more nerds in the anime space.
What happened to all the nerds?
There's so many people watch it. Like like I feel like there should be so much more critical analysis on anime, and I don't know why there isn't. But I'm glad that you both are analyzing it and
I think it's fun. I think it's like a really interesting topic because there's so much to explore, especially in the fandom itself. the fandom responds to anime and how like they create their own subcultures.
I can't handle the fandom. Totally agree. Like it's like between like debate bros and just white people and then anime fans, it's like I can't. Like I can do 2 at a time, but I can't.
Lua,
do all
who would you rather go on a road trip with? A debate bro or a huge anime fan?
Or a weeb. It depends on the weeb.
Yeah, it depends on the weeb. Like if the weeb is like, I don't think that what was it called? Terraformers is racist. Yeah, I mean there are a lot of really cool anime fans that I would love to, but
between Bernie and the tenant from hell.
If it's like a gamer gator versus a debate bro, I really don't know.
Ooh, that's
so my I told my fiance I would talk about this in like a stream or something where she's my fiance's big into Fruits Basket. And
for a lot of good things about it.
Yeah, Fruits Basket is pretty great. And she got into this kind of like, she didn't even get into an argument. She just mentioned that she wondered how the anime was going to explore the relationship between a much older gentleman. In the manga, I guess there's a relationship that forms between a guy that's like 26 and like a 14-year-old girl.
Mm-hmm.
And she was wondering how the
manga. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm just like
she was wondering how the anime would like portray that. Would it acknowledge its problematic aspects? Would they like de-age the guy or maybe make the girl older? And people were so hostile to this.
I'm not even surprised because they get so offended. I don't know why. I have no idea why, but they get so like triggered at the idea. We need to teach weebs how to like emotionally process the fact that sometimes the things they like have problems in them.
People need to just read the word and Bell.
Are you saying that I'm creepy? Are you saying that I'm weird? Like, no, it's just the thing.
I mean,
yes,
but no.
They're creepy. Yeah.
Well, if you like Terraform Mars, you're
if you like Terraform Mars, yes, I am saying that you're weird. Yes, I am judging you. But like in general, like it's you can talk about things that have problems in them and not just get like super offended.
Mm.
And then they call us
like them
the
too. Like as a black person, it's like everything that I watch is actually a problem in some way. But I'm like, yeah, that's a problem, and like I can still enjoy it. Like it doesn't just because something has a problem doesn't mean that you can't enjoy it.
Right.
Although Terraformers is probably one of those things where I literally couldn't. But there are other things where like it's like, yeah, it's a mixed bag.
It's not an enjoyable time.
You're like watching One Punch Man, and then it gets to the one black character in One Punch Man, and you're like, God damn it! What?
The one fucking gay character in One.
Can I just?
Oh, that too. Yeah. Oh my God.
DBZ and Mr. Popo. Don't forget the other one.
This bugged me. Can I interject here quickly? This bugged me. And it wouldn't have bugged me if I hadn't been watching the Cowboy Bebop anime recently.
Mm-hmm.
Cowboy Bebop is magnificently... I had no idea about it until I started watching it in the last couple of months. It is one of the most... It is insanely progressive for the time at which it came out.
Mm-hmm.
The live-action version came out recently. There are people of almost every single description in Cowboy Bebop.
Mm-hmm.
Jet Black was cast for some reason specifically by a black actor, which I wouldn't have an issue with, except for the fact that they clearly did it specifically just because he has a beard and is bald, because there are black people in Cowboy Bebop, and they don't look like Jet Black, who was modeled after a Japanese man. So it's like...
weird. The only thing I know about the remake for Cowboy Bebop is that there's this one scene where, like, Jet Black is, like, with this lady, and I saw this on Twitter, I cringed so hard, and Jet, I guess, asked, like, is this blackmail? And she's like, well, you are black and you are a male. And I wanted to throw myself out of the window.
Yeah, that's the worst written line I've ever heard in my life.
That was horrifying. I was looking forward to watching it. I was like, I'll put this on the back of the roster for now. That's fine.
I was a bit disappointed by it. Not going to lie.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there are other moments
I thought
that
it was
hit
good.
fine, but that specific line was.
John the Junkin, you liked it?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
Like it had so much.
Come at me.
I don't know. I thought it had so much going for it, and then like when I put it on, I was like, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the action feeling like it's in slow motion. Maybe it's the kind of I don't know, the plot by plot remake that doesn't feel as impactful for some reason. Like the first episode in the series is such an impactful episode, especially the ending. And so like when they recreated that scene, there was just something about it that felt off. I don't know if it was kind of like the janky special effects, which I was really surprised about. Most of the special effects in the show look really good, and then like some of them look horrible. And it's just weird where they like put their effort into, I don't know. Like I really liked the personification of Faye Valentine in the live action remake.
She was good.
I thought the actress did a great job of doing Faye Valentine's character justice, and probably improving on a lot of the stuff that the show kind of does a little weird, right?
Yeah.
I am probably going to head out soon.
Do you want to talk about your video?
I just have like one more quick thing, and then I'll cycle up. Just like the last thing about this video that I'm proud of. So anyway, like after I finished Terraform Mars, I wasn't like depressed per se. I was just kind of like, I don't know. I didn't feel great. I didn't feel too bad, but I didn't feel great either. And the experience just kind of reminded me of this, of a song I became aware of not too long earlier. It's by this Ivorian reggae singer called Alpha Blondy. And he wrote this song that in English it translates to Flea Samurai. My parents will be very disappointed at the way I'm pronouncing things right now, but I think it'll be easier for people to understand. So in West Africa, before the French colonized all of West Africa, there was an empire run by someone, Samori Touré. And it was basically like the last major West African empire to resist colonialization. Before Samori Touré was captured by the French, he was shipped to an island prison and died in the prison. And so the song Flea Samurai basically like recounts like the last moments of Samori Touré running from the French and just like telling him to run because like once they catch you, they're gonna kill you. Talks about like forced labor that the French imposed on West Africa. And interestingly enough, towards the end of the song, it like because reggae tends to be very Pan-African. The song mentions all sorts of like different like revolutionary leaders, Black revolutionary leaders, including like people we know like Malcolm X and MLK, as well as like leaders in Africa, Kwame Nkrumah and stuff like that. And the story, like the moral of the song is just that like whenever Black people demand liberation, there will be white people there ready to stop them, usually with lethal force and necessary.
Whenever you need me to stop, whenever you need to stop any social progress, I'll be there. Whenever you're tired of racial oppression, I'll be there to keep that going because we're white people and we'll be darn sure to maintain the status quo.
And I thought that song works really well with the essay, but it's actually, so the song's written in a language called Jula, and there's not really an English translation available. So the thing that I'm most proud of is that there was a translation from Jula to French. So I translated it from French to English for the video. And so the essay is actually one of the only places where Flea Samurai is translated into English. And I really like that. That's it. That's the whole.
That is so cool.
That's great.
So I hope people check it out.
Yes.
I do. I gotta watch this Terraform.
Drop that. Drop a link to it in the chat before you go. And yeah.
Hi, Jose. By the way, hello.
At least
down there.
Hi.
Talk about it.
Hello.
With Jose.
I'm glad you like that song.
I was gonna say now we actually get to talk about it with Jose.
What is that song from? Is that original to your channel, Jose?
Yeah, my friend Dana actually wrote that for me.
Oh, cool.
Which came out of nowhere. She just did it, and I was like, "Oh, thank you."
Oh my gosh, that's so. Yeah, I love that song. It's such a sweet opening.
I think it's interesting when you talk to like YouTube folk, and they talk in the exact cadence that they have in their YouTube videos. That's quite a funny thing.
I mean, did you expect me to talk a different way, or
Jose comes on? He's like, "Hey, everybody!" Totally different.
Jose,
I do not.
I do.
And there is a good reason for me not talking with the same cadence that I do in my videos, and that's because my videos have a cut every like 5 seconds because I'm autistic and I have a lot of like flat affect. And so I spend a lot of time doing multiple takes and then cutting out the ones that I think are the most natural looking.
That is a very common thing for me as well. Like,
Yeah.
I could not speak the way I do in my videos. I am not that linguistically talented. I really wish I was, but my scripts are written like somebody else should be able to speak them because I can't do it. I don't like doing it. It's like this would sound so much better in somebody else's voice.
I write the script, so like when I am speaking for my video essays, like I have like such a strong voice because I'm like writing an essay, and my voice for essays is stronger. And then when I'm in person, I'm just such a goober, and I feel like I'm just like clumsily talking about everything, and I'm like, yeah.
My goodness.
Mine is exactly the same. So part of my work right now is coding and transcribing research interviews that I do with people, and it's the fucking worst. Yeah, like you're talking to people who know so much and they're talking really fluently, and it cuts back to me in the recording, and I'm like, that's interesting.
I love your voice in the video. I was watching one of your videos. I don't remember which one, but you were like, fuck. And you're like, oh, am I saying fuck too much? And like, I shouldn't be saying fuck because I'm an academic. And I just thought it was really funny. Because I wonder that, where I'm like, am I cussing too much? And I'm like,
my next essay is going to be titled "Why More Academics Should Say Fuck Constantly."
Academics should say fuck constantly.
Is that right? Okay.
I'll
them.
tell them.
I'm gonna start saying it more so I sound smarter.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's how it's gonna go.
No, it's when you sound tired, or that's when you know you're dealing with the real thing.
so John, I know you are going to get going soon. Do you want to talk about your girl boss video before you go? You don't have to. Very good.
I can talk about whatever. I'm pretty easy.
Okay.
I don't know where to start.
Okay,
man.
I took notes for every. So let me see what I wrote for yours.
I will actually cycle out and leave someone the space.
Wait, who's saying that?
Mo.
Okay. I just want to make sure that before people go, they get the chance to talk about their video. So that's why I just wanted to make sure. I was looking at
I did.
Mo, it was
really fun talking with you. We should talk and just hang out more.
Yeah, we should.
I'm inspired to like make a video on anime because I did make a video on Kakegurui a while ago, but it was like praising it, and I'm inspired to just like rip into stuff and be like, this is bullshit because
you should. It's really fun.
It's really cathartic.
So cathartic.
You know what the internet needs? More anger and
more frustration.
I actually really liked that Kakegurui video. I think that was the first
You
video of
saw
yours
it?
I ever saw.
Sorry,
It got
you don't
taken
sound
down.
angry enough.
No,
it
it's
got
like
taken down because I used music from the anime because I didn't think anyone's gonna watch my YouTube channel. I was like, whatever, like no one's gonna watch my YouTube channel. I'll just use music from the anime. It doesn't matter if we got like a copyright claim because like no one's watching this besides like 5 people. And then it got taken down, but I wish I hadn't done that because my YouTube channel is obviously like going somewhere, you know. I just wasn't very careful. But I want to remake it. But yeah, I'm really glad that you saw
you should put it up again.
Well,
Take the music.
as one of the 5 people, I really liked it because when I was watching it, I like had a lot of the same thoughts. But then when I watched your videos, you went like deeper and expanded on it. And it's like, oh, this is like I hadn't really thought of it as deeply and as widely as you had. And I was like, oh, it felt like it helped me grow my understanding of the series. And it's one of the few shows. I feel like no one's really watched that show either. So it was a rare treat.
Thanks. That means a lot. I really enjoyed that show, and I don't know. I feel like when I talk with anime about people aren't also like putting into words why they like it, and or like people just kind of like it, or like I've also noticed this with shows like Breaking Bad, where like I'll talk with people and they'll be like, whoa, that was so cool how like that person got blown up, and I'm like, yo, the writing is like
so good.
The best we're gonna see while we're alive, maybe. Like it's like I feel like I'm talking about different things, so I was like, I have to put this into words. But I'm
to be
really
fair,
glad
it is also cool when the guy gets blown up.
Yeah, no, like let's not take away from that. People go explode is always good.
I thought we were going to bring up the masterful work of the pizza throwing onto the roof.
Oh,
beautiful. I've never seen
Oh
such pizza
yes,
throwing.
I know what you're talking about.
The greatest talent of our time.
Yeah. A Thursday like no one's ever seen.
Okay, so John, the first note that I have written, just so like people also know what we're talking about. John has a video called "Making a Girl Boss: Patriarchy, Social Reproduction, and Neoliberal Subjectivity," and just goes over like why girl boss is just like, still like opposing capitalism, and like we can't really like support girl boss while like actually like being critical of capitalism, and we're actually also like opposing other forms of oppression, and it was just really good. And my first note, so you had this quote, okay, so you said it's a quote, but I can't remember if it's from you or if it's from a quote that you were reading, but it says colonized women were reinvented as women in light of the norms, criteria, and discriminatory practices used in medieval Europe. Racialized women have therefore faced a double subjugation, that of colonizers and that of colonized men. And that's just something that like I just thought was like actually like when I listened to that I was like, yeah, like it's like there like people, Black people talk about like double consciousness and dual identities, but there also is like specifically with women like this way where like Black like and I've been thinking about this too of like the way that like gender functions, like it's pretty much rewritten how rewritten completely the identities of people, like, and including Black women, like there's like a new identity foisted that is always going to be in the context of what it means to be for women, but specifically like a Eurocentric idea of what that means to be a woman. And I just thought that was a really cool quote. And I don't know if you have anything you want to add on to that.
Unfortunately, that's from someone smarter than me. That's from Federici, I think. I think that's a quote from Caliban and the Witch, which is a very useful book for anyone who's not
Thank
read
you.
it.
I've been trying to remember the name of that book forever because I'm doing a video essay on the Vavitch.
Caliban and the Witch.
Thank you for pronouncing that correctly.
Aaron Jaffe has a very good book on social reproduction theory, which has some good critiques on the sort of the tendencies of biological essentialism that are within Federici's work, which aren't necessarily, it's not like Federici is saying these things, but there are particular tendencies within the work that might lead people to that. But I think the usefulness of that quote is in how gender and race are constructed as like simultaneously productive categories, right? It's not like two different things, like here's gender and here's race, but gender and race are necessarily constitutive parts of each other. You can't have one without the other within a modern, like within the world that exists right now. Gender as it exists needs a racialized type of woman, and race needs a particular gender type of person. And that's the kind of important part of that quote to me, and to the point that whole video is getting towards.
Wait, so say that last part that's like gender. Yeah, just say that last part again and expand on it.
The last part again.
About like needing a racialized woman and needing a gendered.
Yeah. So I get like Francois Vergas talks about this in A Decolonial Feminism, which is a really good short book, where she talks about how you need, like, before colonialism, you had the idea of womanhood as it was produced through emerging capitalism. But as soon as colonialism existed, you had the idea of real womanhood, and then colonized women or black women or whatever, then these ideas of gender were completely separated from each other, like, and produced in a way that reproduced racialization. So you needed both gender and race to construct the categories of each other. And it's sort of like I'm trying to explain this at 5 a.m. after being drinking for 7 hours.
I'm
so
sorry.
Take this with a pinch of salt.
7 hours, well done.
Very impressive.
I have difficulty parsing this kind of stuff on a normal day.
I was gonna say, like, holy.
So you say you've got like, I've lost the train of thought I was working with. Fuck, what was I saying?
I'm so sorry.
No.
I don't remember.
It's my fault.
Gender needs race, race needs gender, gender and race friends forever.
Gender race friends forever.
Like that. Colonized woman, I forget.
Thank you, James. So you've got as a critique, as part of a critique of, say, an intersectional view, where an intersectional view would necessarily distinguish patriarchy, capitalism, racialization as different vectors which interact externally from each other. Whereas the social reproductive lens would say gender, race, and class are necessarily the same thing, and they're all part of internally produced oppressions.
Like capitalism, right?
What I mean, yeah, like you could say capitalism, you could say the social totality, whatever rounded view you want to describe that whole vector as, that Marxist feminists of social reproduction would say capitalism.
Cool. And what would Ginger say?
Ginger would, I feel like Ginger would probably be in a more post-structuralist. She'd probably approach it in a more post-colonial way rather than a social reproductive way, I would think.
I'm sorry, I'm still hung up on your chicken wrap. It's like my favorite video because nobody ever talks about Chicken Run. It's so disappointing.
It's very weird to me that people take that video seriously.
It's my whole stick, so I like have to take it seriously or else I'm dropping the facade. That's what I do. I analyze media, like I overanalyze it to the point of deconstructing it entirely and reconstructing it in a different lens. So like I was like, oh, this is just like what I would love to do for Chicken. And like I was so excited to hear more about Chicken Run. I thought you were going to go into the music and how like the music of the show is very like similar to like the prison labor type music. That was just, it's so good. Everything about it's so good. But also it relates so much to the one that you're talking about, obviously, because of Mrs. Tweedy.
Mrs. Tweedy, exactly.
Gatekeep,
Girl
boss.
Genuinely, like so much of that video, that Chicken Run video is so like it's bullshit. I'm just talking, like.
Okay, but it's actually
John.
it actually is really good. Like when
It's
she
a real
has, like that
reconstruction.
speech, and then she's like she's like trying to convince the chickens like what like
The
she's trying to
fence is in your head.
the fence is in your head, and then she's and then they're like, well, what are we gonna do? We get like how we're gonna feed ourselves, and she's like, we'll feed ourselves, and like they're just like too afraid because they don't want
Where's
to.
the farm?
Yeah, like where's the farm? And then like they're just too afraid because like that's all they've known, and they're afraid to like take the risk. Like that gave me the feels. I'm just saying, like that was really good. Like, yeah.
I think you're only surprised at how seriously people take that video because you have never thought of yourself as a comedian. If you had ever for a moment thought of yourself as a comedian, you would understand why people take that video so seriously.
Ken Clark says Chicken Run radicalized me, so it means a lot to a lot of people. So
I know
I love seeing John begging people not to like his videos. No, it's bad. Stop that.
Yeah, exactly. This is horseshit. Stop liking this.
What are you guys? Come on.
Okay, I did not know that we were gonna have celebrity superstars this big, like coming in from all sides. Like, I'm not ready.
John is great. That's what we're talking about, right?
Yes, we're talking about his famous chicken run video and
It's
how
so
good it is.
It is good. It's great. I was gonna message you this morning and be like, "Welcome to FilmTube."
Oh, okay. Sure.
I just want to say thank you for hanging out with little old me on my birthday.
What? Oh my gosh, no. I've been looking forward to this for a very long time. No, and thank you for asking me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had nothing going on today. Well, actually, I worked all day. But I meant I had nothing going on.
Oh my!
If you have anything going on, so I can,
It's so good to be here. I had nothing else going on.
I guess you could be sleeping since it's 5 a.m. But hey, nah.
I will say that the stuff about neoliberal, that Mrs. Tweedy is a neoliberal fucking feminist, that stuff makes a lot of sense.
Yes, like literally
tearing off of a mask, a flimsy mask of idealized femininity to reveal a rampant murderous capitalist. I couldn't do any better than that.
Yeah.
I saw the eyes of every nun in that
Exactly.
school, but yeah, I was like,
a woman's touch.
Woman's touch. I guess this goes without saying because you mentioned that the film takes from The Great Escape, which I've never seen.
Oh, me neither.
Because I didn't when I watched it maybe 4 or 5 years ago, like when I finally returned to Chicken Run after not seeing it for a long time, and suddenly had the sudden horrifying realization that the chicken coops look like a concentration camp.
Mhm.
And that thought never crossed my mind before. And when I watched it this time, I went, "Oh my god, what? How did I miss this? It's so overt and obvious and horrifying. Like, what a horrifying implication to put in your children's comedy film."
Necropolitics.
Yeah,
that's
but
what
a
I'm
child
saying.
won't recognize it as looking like a concentration
Well,
camp.
obviously, but I mean, like, you're a parent, you're sitting down with your kid to watch this fun chicken escape movie.
yeah. Also, isn't Boy in the Striped Pajamas? Isn't that for children? Even though it's terrible.
God, is it?
They also
made?
tricked it
I
with a
think it
whimsical
is.
sounding name.
Yeah, right.
Boy in
It's a
the
kid's
Striped
book.
Pajamas.
I'm not making that up. It's
the marketing for it was very not good. It did not do a good job of selling this as like, you're probably going to cry a lot if you come here. This is a horrible movie about the Holocaust. please understand that.
Yeah, the
if you
name
can see the
doesn't help
title,
you
it
there.
sounds like it's like some magical pajamas that takes you on an adventure or something.
Right.
It's not
Although,
really what it's about.
as a young Jewish kid, like, you're introduced to the Holocaust like real early. You start reading like every book about the Holocaust like when you were so young. So it's kind of like ingrained in you pretty early, just all the trauma and tragedy of it. I don't know. It's hard to avoid if you're a young kid and you're Jewish.
Yeah. Do you guys have any? I mean, like, I guess because I remember when I learned about the Holocaust in like 4th or 5th grade, and I remember learning about what anti-Semitism was because I had no idea that people didn't like Jewish people. I was like, why? What? That's why wouldn't you? Not only that, or it's like, like in the Rugrats, Tommy is
Oh, so good.
Jewish, and I was like, so
You're
yeah,
saying you don't like Tommy Pickles?
Yeah.
right?
How
It doesn't
dare
make
you?
any sense.
By the way, that was the only children's media I remember ever seeing that aimed like at specifically Jewish traditions. Like, I had never seen anything like that except for this weird Muppets, like a plagiarized Muppets thing called Bubby's Boarding House or something like that. Is the cute. If you've never seen it, it's actually pretty adorable. They have like a Passover episode and a Hanukkah episode. It's pretty great.
I love anything puppet related. We watch Fraggle Rock
you missed
at night.
You EJ.
I love
he
Fraggle
brought
Rock.
his puppets.
No.
Yeah.
It was so great.
God.
I like love it whenever EJ brings his puppets. I'm like, oh my, like I feel like I'm literally talking to them, and I feel like a little kid again. I'm like, oh my god, this is so great.
That was the most adorable shit I've ever seen.
Puppets are so cool. More puppets.
More puppets.
I just looked it up. The whole thing's available on free for YouTube. In case you are curious, Bubby's Hanukkah is on YouTube. It is 42 minutes.
All right. I'm gonna watch that. I'm actually gonna head out, everybody. But happy birthday, Lua! Thank you so much for having me and being very cool. Just vibing with everybody, and big fans of everybody and everybody who's been on, and of just everyone. So cheers, everyone, and land back for the Martian cockroaches.
Oh my god.
Cheers.
Cheers. Thanks for coming.
Oh god, that's gonna be weird for anybody who wasn't here for that discussion.
That's true.
I was not. Yeah.
It's probably.
I was here for that discussion. That's weird.
Yeah, it's still weird.
Better left.
Fair enough.
Horribly.
I'm probably gonna ghost out to y'all, so good chilling with y'all.
Oh.
Oh, is that you, PP?
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Good
Thanks for
going,
hanging
yeah.
out.
Yeah, be safe, y'all. Peace, peace.
Really fast. I haven't like introduced Nick, but Nick is here, and they have a YouTube channel called Pink Spots, and they have like a very, very, very wholesome part of the internet cut out. And I really want Nick to be like super, super fucking famous one day. So just gonna throw that out
What's
there.
your channel name?
Get it together. It's Pink Spots. It's PYNK. But it's kind of like really my main project is I have a podcast by the same name. So my YouTube channel right now is just kind of sporadic streams that I do whenever I feel inspired to do them. Yeah, but I'll be famous someday once I get into media analysis, like
Go
everyone
make
else.
a chicken run video.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just find that piece of obscure media that you absolutely love,
Oh,
and
I
then
have a whole
deconstruct
list.
it beyond
Yeah.
recognition.
Beyond all reason.
Yeah,
Flower
I
pass when you
love
should
to
have stopped.
overanalyze. I have a list of either obscure media that I love or popular media that I have a very obscure opinion about. So I think
You can throw some out if you
yeah, I
want.
was gonna say, can you give me
Yeah.
just like a small preview of that?
so the video that I'm most burning to make is about Black Swan
Okay.
and
Whoa.
emotional incest and how your mother can make you afraid to be queer. And that's like what I
Okay.
get out of the movie because
Yeah.
I have experienced that in my own life. Yeah. So that's what I'm like most aching to do. And then I also want to do, I guess it's not really obscure media, but I want to talk about like season 8 of Are You the One? Because I'm a trash person and watch trash reality TV all the time.
I love that stuff. I love it when like lefty people
I
like
do too.
just watch like reality TV or something, and or just like what people think of like as trash TV, like because then I get to watch it and be like, oh, like I'm watching analysis, so I'm it's okay.
This is work. Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm
Well, it's really
working.
fun thinking about doing media analysis. Maybe you guys feel this way because, like, everything, you're like, oh, I'm just doing work. Like, I'm just seeing, getting my finger on the pulse of things and having an opinion. When really you're just, watching trash
Chicken Run
TV.
for the fourth time in a week.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, maybe you know this, John the Duncan. I don't know if you came across this in your research, but who did the music for Chicken Run? Was that
You are assuming I did research for this? I have a very limited amount of time.
I gotta know. It was so good.
It was good, man. I didn't do research.
Some guy.
Some fucking some talented person.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. Like I've heard it on I heard it on Classic FM before.
So it's getting later, and I just want to like just check whether people are and just like check in about, because I definitely want to get to like talking to everyone's video, and also like it is getting late, so I just want to like hear, like see if anyone wants to like go next or something like that.
You know, Professor Flowers, if I may volunteer an unsolicited suggestion, I don't think there's anything wrong whatsoever if it's getting very late for you to continue at some point tomorrow or in the near future. Just saying. I would not be offended personally if I got bumped to another day.
Nope. It just like it has to happen. Like we're here, and
All right, fair enough.
I didn't drink too much, but I didn't drink enough water, so I have a headache. I messed up. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh. Did you
Javier
go with
was like,
rosé?
I drink a lot of Moscato.
Moscato, okay.
That gives you really bad headache.
I was gonna say
I
that's
drank
what it's.
almost a whole bottle of Moscato, and I am actually pretty sober, but I do have a headache, and I didn't drink enough water. I messed up.
I will probably head out now.
Okay.
It's 5 a.m. and I've been drinking for a long time.
Woo!
I need to do work tomorrow. So thanks for having me. It's a pleasure and happy birthday, though.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Now, where is the leave button?
I'm
I think it's
Where's
at
the
the bottom,
graceful exit
like
button?
Leave Studios in X, I think. Oh my gosh, I've done that before where I'm like, okay, goodbye. And then I'm like, where's this button? And you're like, it's over here. And I'm like, wait, is it over here? And they're like, no, it's over here. I'm like, over there? And like, it's like, and it just goes back and forth, and it's so awkward. Anyways,
my new method
It's
is.
also very awkward to end a stream on StreamYard because it takes like 10 seconds or something, and you're like,
oh really?
Okay,
Mhm.
bye. And then
I hate that.
Well,
Or, like,
that's why
basically
we
find
need.
something, like walk in the same direction. And you're like, I don't know why, but that just like kills me.
Well, what you need to do is just have everybody scream at the end so the audience logs off first.
Oh.
Bye!
You go,
Well,
no,
there's
you
a
go.
lag, though, so they're still waiting. Well, you're still waiting. It's all very awkward.
You could, the screaming makes sense to me because then it ends just like Bo Burnham's Jeff Bezos Part 1. It just
White
abruptly.
people could never kill me.
They
can't.
Never kill you.
I'm back.
He's back.
Okay. Like,
And all
I'm sure
begins
where
and
that
ends
from,
with whole
but
flag.
I'm glad that
They
that's
can't do it. I'm sorry. That was a bit aggressive. I didn't mean to interrupt whoever was talking.
No one was talking.
I was just stoked to be back.
No.
I've also been drinking too,
Well,
so.
that's what you say. Yo, I'm Jose.
I have a student. He has my quote. I'm a substitute teacher. I don't know what the context was. He's a 12-year-old kid, 7th grader. He's on his computer. He's playing some like Pokemon ROM hack, and it's quiet, and everyone's talking, but like he's quiet. And then he just kind of like while playing goes, "I hate white people. I hunt them for." Hang on, no, please wait for the end of the quote. I hate white people. I hunt them for sport. That's why they're going extinct. And I'm just like at my computer, like,
What? Wait, so this is a
I don't know.
Pokemon?
Yeah, he was just. I don't know if it was related to the thing that he was doing, or if he just. That's what he felt in his heart. All I know is that I was
Wow.
I was super sad I couldn't record it and sample it for a song later. Just have that shit right smack at the beginning of the song. Then I come in with the bars. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, that'd be great.
So you have to be
Yeah.
careful because literally all these people think that I want to have a white genocide.
I know.
Oh.
So
okay.
now all
Let
these
me
people they're gonna
disclose-
sample this and be like, oh shit,
let
look at who
okay,
Professor
okay,
Flowers
let-
hangs out with. She's getting an
Let me
army
dis-
together.
So when I had
Let me
you
disclose.
on, when I had you on the podcast, this group I was in was like, "Do you support white genocide too?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
What? Oh my gosh.
There's no white genocide talked about.
Yeah, who's the first person that they're
That
saying.
little 12th grader.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He's the one. Yeah.
There we go.
Clearly.
There's like a CIA list of people that clearly want to start a white genocide, and top of that list is this little 12th grader.
Someone literally tried to tag the FBI on my Twitter. And I'm like, what do you think that's gonna do? You think the FBI is gonna look into my Twitter because you at the FBI? And that happens to me all the time. People also do that with the police. They'll like tag the Aurora police. And
Hello.
but I'm like, you think?
Oh, no.
I don't know.
The
People are
FBI
I mean,
"Keep
like
an eye on
you
that
think
one."
Flowers, like you think you're off the hook, but the president himself is literally in your stream.
That's true.
Bum, bum,
Dun,
bum.
dun, dun.
Also, the FBI just figured out what white supremacy was. They were like, "What? These guys are crazy."
That's not real.
Wait, you
Although-
can't do that?
Okay.
That's illegal.
It's illegal.
So I did. Yeah. Do people? Does anyone want to talk about a video that others they were like next? I know there was an availability, but I think at this point,
Raise your hand
Sure.
if you haven't gone. Who hasn't gone yet?
I haven't really. I mean, I've been talking, but I haven't really.
Okay, then you go next.
I will finish, and then I'll probably hop
4 or
off
5
because
of
it's
us.
getting late, and I also
Okay.
am going to do a 16-hour shift tomorrow.
whoa! I'm so honored that you're hanging out
sounds
this late with
like
us, and you're
me.
gonna do a 16-hour shift. Wow.
Yeah, it's unfortunate
luck.
circumstances that led to that.
Aren't
but-
us anarchist communists supposed to be like anti-work or something? Why are we working so much?
It's not that I like working 16 hours. It's that I want the money so I can buy my camera
Yeah.
equipment, which it costs
Fair
way
enough.
too much.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Okay, so a video I'm really proud of. I think Lua probably knows what it is because it's the one you're most familiar with. Is my Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood deep dive. And while a lot of the other videos I really like my Calvin and Hobbes one is one I really like. If it wasn't for the inclusion of one Mr. Coffin, I made the unfortunate mistake early of maybe not waiting long enough to cite them as a
no.
source.
Oh no.
But other than that, the Calvin and Hobbes video is one of my favorites. But the Full Metal Alchemist video for me is kind of a highlight, both because I got to actually shoot stuff for it, as in I did narrative sequences that I set up and wrote and lit and actually directed and unfortunately acted in. But I plan on doing that moving forward. I'm really trying to pursue a new method of making video essays. I think the first time I realized I could do something like this was H Bomber Guy's video on Control-Alt-Delete, the webcomic. And his narrative, his strange narrative blend in that video essay was so compelling to me as a concept that I figured, okay, this is something I can try. And because I want to be a filmmaker, I just felt that it was something I needed to do. I needed to combine this interesting field of video essay and like media analysis, which was not something I was familiar with before, into narrative filmmaking. So my next video is going to be way more ambitious. And I think I mentioned in a stream before that it'll be on The Lighthouse and The Witch, the two Robert Egger films.
Ooh.
Really excited. It's going to be I don't know if I've really come up with the concept in its entirety, but I know it'll be about isolation, loneliness, alienation, and that how that is created in societies and how that leads to paranoia and violence as a result. Using the two main characters of each films as kind of an example of the isolated and alienated individual. And I don't know, they're just two really interesting films to me because on the one for The Witch, it's largely because of patriarchy, gender roles, but also there's a tie-in with kind of like sinfulness and religion and how that kind of alienates you as well and puts you in a box that you're supposed to fit. And then The Lighthouse is a very obvious kind of capitalist critique, because you have the owner and the worker dynamic playing out between Willem Dafoe's character and Robert Pattinson's character, which I really like. And also, The Lighthouse is such a great film. I like how he decided to make it a little more fun with fart jokes, like this high art film with fart jokes. You do not see that anywhere.
Homoerotic slow dancing with the Green Goblin.
Oh my god, so good. The part where they almost kiss and like it's so
Everyone's
great.
dream.
You don't like me, lobster?
Okay. I like your lobster. after he gives his big speech, it's like, I don't know. There's
My
nothing
favorite
else.
line that I've actually used in conversation is "Man who doesn't drink best have his reasons." I love that one.
It's a good line.
That is cool.
Also, there's I don't know if this is reaching a little bit, but then again, my entire series is called Overthinking It. So he sees Willem Dafoe's character as an octopus, and when I see that, I think about when I think of an octopus in media, I think of Control. In the way that octopus has normally been used to portray certain ideas in other media, like its ability to stretch out its arms in different directions, its grip and how it can hold you in that grip. There's also kind of an erotic element that blends in with that as well. If you look at, I don't know if you've seen the Japanese painting, The Fisherman's Wife. It's by the guy that did The Great Wave. I'm fuzzy on the name right now.
I know the painting you're talking about. Yeah,
yeah, it's like in an erotica
or the
book or something.
Yeah, the woman is like half undressed and she's entangled with an octopus.
Right.
Oh, this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so there's like themes of control, but also in there's like a type of erotic sense about it as well. Bondage and so on and so forth. Anyways, that's kind of. But Full Metal Alchemist is my favorite video that I've made. I had a lot of fun with it. The alienation sequence is probably one of my favorite things I've ever done. It is, it is too long. It's an hour long because I do, unlike John the Duncan, I don't know when to stop talking about the subject. I think he understood the assignment. I went too long.
My videos are always way longer than I want them to be.
Hey, Roman, before I forget, I want you on my channel at some point to talk about The Lighthouse.
Oh God, I gotta do my research again. But sure, I can do that.
I'm gonna watch your video as soon as I finish it, because I'm in the middle of watching it with a friend of mine.
What's that? The Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood?
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I just got to season 4.
It's weird how many people. I was actually. I guess maybe I shouldn't be surprised because it's anime, and like a lot of people kind of get into anime a little bit late, which was the case with me. I didn't get into anime until college. Well, with the exception of Sailor Moon, which I watched so much of as a kid. I guess I didn't know it was anime. I just used it as a child.
Oh my god, it was like my
I love Sailor Moon and Speed Racer. Those two were like my
I also love Speed Racer. Yeah, those are my favorite.
I had the Speed Racer movie on. I don't know if there was like one specific movie, but I had a movie on VHS. It was like the one with the big red train car that somebody let into the race. I don't.
Oh no!
There's all these cars racing, and then there's just this giant train with machine guns attached to it.
Okay,
like,
why not?
This doesn't seem legal.
Has anybody watched Vision of Escaflowne?
Oh, I watched Escaflowne
When I was a kid.
when it was on
I
Fox
was
Kids.
not really ready for it though. Like I need to watch it again as an adult.
You have to watch the Japanese version and with a Japanese intro, because the English one, I was introduced to that recently by a friend. It's
I think I watched it like twice on Fox Kids before they canceled it.
By the way, I know this is probably something everybody knows a little bit about, but like, does anybody have a funny story about realizing Japanese, like Japanese to American censorship that would happen, or like the weird edits they would do? My favorite one is the Jelly Donuts one from Pokemon, where he has onigiri, and he keeps calling it donuts.
Yeah,
they're
cousins.
Yeah, wow.
that like censorship is so iconic and ingrained into anime culture that like my students that are like 12 talk about it.
That's
like
crazy.
I heard them like talking about how like, yeah, in One Piece they like changed the gun to this little hammer thing, and I was all like, man, you weren't even there when that aired. That was the only One Piece I knew, like at the time.
My favorite is just guys. Shinji and Kaworu are definitely straight, okay?
Oh yeah.
No, I gotta bring up their cousins, Uranus and Neptune.
Of course,
Oh, yeah.
a very
Yeah,
famous
you're
one.
just holding hands because they're just so close. And you're like,
Yeah.
When I was looking, I was like, what? Like cousins in Japan act like that together? Okay, but it's like almost believable because like in anime, like siblings are like really nice to each other, like big brother and like little
Yeah.
sister, I'm caring for you.
Never
And in
mind
the US, they're like, you little brat, I fucking hate you. So I was like,
one
yeah,
thing, but then like
maybe cousins
then,
are
like,
just
they don't-
really tight. Like,
but then they don't like they try to like play it off like in part of this series where like I can't remember which one. The one of them is like it's just like a guy. It's like, oh, he turns into a girl when he does the sailor thing. It's like, well, no, like they're always a
Ronald
girl.
one half.
It's like what?
And then Cowboy Bebop was there like even earlier, just like, no, I am both. And you're like, what?
Oh god.
What?
There is a moment in Dragon Ball Z, and you can kind of see the contrast because, like, there's different Dragon Ball Z dubs. There's like the American one, and then there's like the one that was more used in like UK and Canada, and like because I've seen the American one, and there's this part when Majin Buu is fighting Gohan, and he's like he gains the upper hand, and he's like, "I'll make you dead," you know. But in the UK dub, it's like super censored, so it's like he's like, "I'll make you toast," and it's just so like goofy
Or,
and like
Or JoJo, like Stardust Crusaders, will have a fan service scene, which is really creepy for what appears to all appearances to be an underage character, uncensored, but they will censor the cigarettes because Jotaro's underage, despite looking like a 35-year-old bodybuilder.
God.
My favorite one was back when I was a kid. I remember watching Dragon Ball Z, and this was like the very first dub, which was actually produced here in Canada. And they did a lot of digital painting of like cigarettes and stuff like that. But there was one point where I don't know if anyone remembers the series, but very early on, Goku falls into hell after he died, and there are these ogres with giant shirts that have hell written on them. But since that'd be too much for kids, they like digitally changed the letter so it would be HFIL, and it became, instead of hell, it was home for the infinite losers.
Oh my god.
It's the best.
so cringe it hurts.
That's actually a better term though, in my opinion.
Yeah, can you?
That's
That'd be
worse.
so. Jose, can you start a like one of your channel's merch things should just be that shirt. just recreate that shirt.
Maybe. I mean, it's a pretty cool shirt. I remember back in like there was like a meme amongst Dragon Ball fans on the internet way back, and instead of saying like "what the hell," you would just say "what the HFIL."
that whole dub, that like UK Canada dub, it's called the Ocean dub. Like it's actually on archive.org though, and like everything after the first 100 episodes, it's just full of memes of just like a lot of them are actually on YouTube of just this ridiculous stuff that they say, just goofy.
Or like when Nappa blows up a helicopter and they're like, "Oh, I can see the parachutes. They're okay." It's like, no, it's just flaming wreckage.
No, they're dead. They're gone. Those
No,
people
they're
are
dead,
bro. My favorite, I think the greatest censorship in all of anime history are the ones that like ruined the story. So I don't know if we have any One Piece fans in here.
It's too much for me.
I dated a guy who liked One Piece, but that's not a ringing endorsement.
So in the in One Piece, when they first enter the Grand Line, they encounter a giant whale with like horrific scars on its head because it keeps slamming its head into a mountain. You don't need the context of that. Just don't. That's what happens. So these scars are pretty gruesome. So I guess that like they decided that like, oh man, that's pretty gruesome, and this whole arc's kind of a lot. So we're just gonna turn the whale into an iceberg, and then they just kind of like they just kind of sail around it. but I don't know if they didn't know or didn't care, but that whale eventually would become a pretty important plot point that was centered to a future character's whole thing.
Oof.
So if you were a manga reader watching the anime, you're like, oh, they just cut a whole thing. What are they gonna do when they get to that in the anime? Because that's just gone now. They wrote out a whole backstory, a whole extended bit of lore. And like that's my favorite personally.
There is a really good has anybody heard of an anime called Ghost Stories?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, this is a really stupid one, and honestly, rewatching, like if you try and go back and rewatch it's really bad. So what happened was apparently the dub team was never the story is supposed to be like, it's kind of like a Goosebumps type situation. It's like a scary show for kids. It's like about these kids who keep getting into like hauntings and running into things like that. But apparently the dub team never got scripts for the show, and so the entire time they are just ad-libbing the whole show.
So it's a made-up show.
It is.
I mean, it's a real show, but it's
they
made
just
up.
they just looked at whatever the characters. It's like bad lip reading for an entire show, but they actually give the characters their own characterization. Like they give this one girl, they make her like a super Christian, so she's always like, praise Jesus.
I love Ghost Stories so much.
It's pretty funny, but there are some super outdated references, like constantly.
I wouldn't even say it's outdated. I would say that even for the time, it was pretty damn offensive.
They're making like Charlie Sheen jokes.
There's some good like comedic timing in the early season. I find like near the end, it started to get gratuitous and just kind of too self-referential and stopped being funny.
I think like my favorite thing is probably in like the first 3 episodes. There's one with a ghost boy who keeps running around the track like he's a runner, and the first girl that sees the ghost boy is like, wow, he's got a nice ass, and the Christian girl is like, you must not lust after. Oh my God, you're right, that is a great ass. I don't know why that just caught me off guard.
I just have to say this is slightly off topic, but I actually it's more relevant. I wish Mo was still here, because I actually had this thought right after I hopped off stream, which is like I saw this summer, and it's like one of those things that I couldn't unsee. But like I was watching Dragon Ball Z and I started thinking about it, and it's like, okay, like at some point in the series the characters become like Super Saiyans, right? And like they get blonde hair and blue eyes, and then like it's like at that point the other humans become kind of like not useful, and I don't know if that's, I'd like to think that's not there on purpose, but like ever since then I can't, like it makes me uncomfortable.
That's actually been explored.
Has someone actually like talked about that?
There's a channel called Beyond the Bot. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that channel. And there's one particular creator who did an analysis on Dragon Ball Z, but specifically he talks about why anime is for black people. That's his angle of the video. Mm-hmm. He's a black man talking about the appeal of oh, I'm sorry, Lua, are you saying something? Your mic's off.
I just said there are so many black people who are into anime, and it's so funny because as a kid, people be like, "Oh, you're so white because you like anime," and then I grow up to find there's literally BlurredCon, like get out of here, and like so many black people, it's like almost like a rite of passage for like black people to like watch Dragon Ball Z. It's so yeah, anime is very much in a lot of ways. He was
commenting on I don't know who made this statement, but somebody made a famous, I want to say it was a famous artist made the statement that the Saiyans in Dragon Ball are the story of the American black man.
It was RZA from Wu-Tang Clan. It was RZA from Wu-Tang Clan.
Wow, that is so cool.
I know that because I actually have like a not quite done script detailing every little bit of how Dragon Ball Z's story is analogous to like the coming of age of a person of color.
Sway, make this video stat.
Oh no, it's like I love. I mean, like be specific that like I love Dragon Ball Z from the Saiyan saga to the end of Namek. And then after, and like I genuinely think that section of the show is like on par, like, and I mean this 100%, like just as good as like the Odysseus, or like it should be like on that level of storytelling of just like
damn,
like forever. We should love it because it is so tightly written. It is so perfect. Everything is engaging. It's amazing, and it tells it.
Wow,
I
okay.
just genuinely think that about Dragon Ball Z of that stretch. After that, it gets weird. But like after that, it gets weird. But like oh no, like there's a reason that Dragon Ball Z is like the anime of choice for people of color, because that story is just so almost perfectly analogous to a person of color experience.
I mean, I like that. I like that idea a lot better than the other one, because like when I saw that this summer, it was like, you know, like Luke Skywalker in Empire Strikes Back. Like, it's not true. It can't be. Like, it's impossible. It's like that. You know what I mean? It's like I also like Dragon Ball Z. It's kind of like one of those comfort food shows that like I watch when I don't have anything else to watch. And yeah, but yeah, I mean, I can see how that would be.
Sometimes when I just put on Goku versus Vegeta, the perfect shonen battle.
Yeah,
like it's amazing.
I love Dragon Ball Z. I feel like it taught me a lot about gender too. You know, there are so many characters like Frieza. I remember watching Frieza when I was young and being like, yeah. Frieza, that's a person that exists. Yeah. Like, yeah.
So great.
Yeah, the whole show's great.
On my channel, I made a mashup of it's an unreleased song. It's called the Dark Ginyu theme. It's like what they use during like the Frieza battles with Super Saiyan Goku, and I mashed that together with Big Sean's "I Don't Fuck With You." It's awesome. Yeah, it's on my channel. Check it out if you guys want. I made a cool video for it and everything. It's like it's got footage of like Namek falling apart and stuff. Yeah, it's one of my favorite videos I've done so far, actually. Yeah. If the instrumental, like when you rave stuff together, like a lot, like 9 times out of 10 raves don't actually work together, like mashing up songs. For some reason, the instrumental version of "I Don't Fuck With You" and the Dark Frieza theme, they just are like they're like soulmates. So it's, yeah, I don't know.
Before anybody else goes, I'd just like to say happy birthday to Lua. Thank you so much for inviting me. I think you're probably one of the only people who I feel like's ever like reached out and given my channel a chance and had me back for like multiple streams. And it's just been really fun getting to know other creators through this way. So I want to say thank you so much for giving me that chance and allowing me to talk with some of these creators who I absolutely love and some who I hope to see more of their content in the future. But yeah, I'm gonna hop off. I got that 16-hour shift tomorrow.
Ooh,
I'm
yeah,
ready.
good luck.
I'm ready. But yeah, thank you so much again for having me. For those of you who don't know, I'm Roman of Roman Bear Productions.
Aaron.
Yeah, my actual name is Aaron. You may refer to me as Aaron, as most people often do. Yeah.
Classic Key and Peele. Classic.
Literally, I can't go anywhere if I say my name to somebody. That's automatically what it becomes. So I've just decided to embrace it.
That's like that's a. No, I'll save it. You finish.
No, please.
Well, it's just sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just think that like it's indicative of like how much like people of color and Black people are underappreciated, that we don't give Key and Peele enough credit as some of the most like influential comedians like of our current internet culture. I just think like Key and Peele, there are so many Key and Peele sketches that are so iconic and so ingrained into people's minds, and their brand of comedy is just so in like so much of internet comedy that we know today. And like, I mean, it's not like they're not around. Like Jordan Peele is heralded as one of the finest directors working, and he is. He's got 2 classics immediately under his belt. And like, Yeah, and like,
yes.
And of course, with not to be outdone, Key is going to be Toad in the Mario movie. So, like, I just think Key and Peele kind of just like, in a sense, run culture. At least Peele does, and Key, I don't know, like they call Key like gets called to do stuff with Obama. Like, so like. I know. Like whenever like Obama needs like comedy written, I'm pretty sure like he calls him. He's always doing stuff with him. Like Key and Peele just in a sense like run culture in a way that goes underappreciated.
They are like super trendsetters in the same sort of way that like Monty Python were a while ago.
Yeah,
like anywhere that you go, like they're like a half a dozen different like Monty Python lines that you can throw out and everybody will recognize them.
Yeah.
Key and Peele are the same way.
Let's hope that Jordan Peele doesn't have a heel turn like a certain Monty Python crew member.
I believe in him. I love Jordan Peele.
Goodness gracious.
President Sunday is getting sleepy, and I would like to just go over I just really want to go over his video before he goes.
I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said anything.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to stick around to hear yours as well, President Sunday.
Oh, please don't. You're not missing anything. I promise you.
You want to have me on your channel? You
Yeah, get out of here.
Yeah, exactly. I need you.
I could just talk with you about it in a voice chat or something like later or something. If you're
we can talk. We can talk about it. It's okay.
Okay.
I'm just being dumb.
Okay, so President Sunday did a video against nationalism, and I just want to start off by defining terms. So, or I guess like the first thing that the first claim that you make is that you reject nationalism, or you reject that nationalism is useful because it arms disadvantaged groups with the conditions of political recognition in a world where methodological nationalism, i.e., an approach to politics that treats nation as a simply given fact of the world prevails. Okay, I don't really actually understand what I just read, so I had to read it again. Okay. So you reject nationalism is useful because it arms disadvantaged groups with the conditions of political recognition in the world that.
Okay, I think I know what you're getting at. I can recharacterize that if you like.
Oh,
so,
sure.
Yeah. So I am skeptical of the naturalness of nationalism per se, that is, of a political or group identity oriented around this entity called the nation, which in modernity is attached to the territorial state. However, in a world in which that paradigm is hegemonic, I don't think it makes sense to criticize that when we are talking about groups that are using those categories to assert their rights and their identity against overwhelmingly powerful entities that are also playing by that same game, because it's the condition of recognition. So
it specifically nationalist groups that are hegemonic?
Well, like by dint of being hegemonic, they make approximating to the nation form a condition of being recognized as a real thing in the world. A good analogy would be sort of the way in which Christian concepts of religion are so paradigmatic that when there are debates about whether or not some site, and this happened locally recently, some site that is argued to have religious significance, say for an indigenous group, if there is not a structure that can be approximated to a church or a cemetery or something like that, that will be taken as an argument in favor of that site being not important enough to be protected. So we had like effectively a burial ground being demolished recently for a housing complex on the grounds that there were basically an insufficient amount of human remains, if memory serves, and there weren't any fixed artificial structures on the area. Things like that. Well, similarly, like if that could be, if somebody could, if some defender of that land could sustain the argument that the caves or the burial site did in fact approximate to the colonial definition of what a religious site is, and thereby protect it, that strikes me as inherently a good thing. similar with the use of national identity.
Wait, say that last sentence if they can. Say that last sentence again.
Sure. If by successfully construing that site as a religious site in the terms of the hegemonic colonial understanding of the category, leaving that aside, the fact that by doing so they can achieve the protection of that territory, that protection by itself is a good thing, and that strikes me at the very least as an unimpeachable use of that category. I'm still skeptical of it, but like I don't have a problem with that. I think that's a good thing, at least in terms of its consequences. And I think similar with respect to different anti-colonial nationalist movements. I don't particularly like that I don't particularly like that there is a tendency to try to restructure traditional cultures on essentially a European model, as a result of effectively being forced to in order to assert their rights in a colonial hegemonic world, or in a world in which the nation-state form dominates. But nonetheless, I think the aims of doing so are perfectly honorable. It's like it's between a rock and a hard place. So that's a really complicated thing.
To summarize, like people who are making an appeal to nationalism when they're being run by a hegemonic state, those people who are appealing to nationalism are still like leaning back on like colonialist views of like land ownership, for example.
I wouldn't even necessarily go that far. I think it gets a bit more tricky when we're talking about things like I've had a bunch of examples in my head, but I lost it. I made that video quite a while ago. But for example, there's a really good book by Radhika Mangia called Indian Migration and Empire, a genealogy of the modern state, or a colonial genealogy of the modern state. And one of the things that she goes into is how attitudes towards marriage in India started to radically change as the nationalist movement sort of mirrored European structures vis-a-vis marriage and belonging and citizenship and all these different things, as well as like their conception of what Indian religion was, because of course there wasn't this conception of this monolithic thing, sort of like Christendom or Christianity, whatever. In India, there were myriad different local customs and beliefs and shrines and all these different things. There was a massive diversity. But again, like in order to assert itself against basically the abject disregard of colonial powers, they had to construe this as being in some sense equivalent on those terms. And so as a result of this, they didn't just succeed in creating this thing that could then be defended on those terms. They also ended up causing a new center of gravity where that kind of thing would start to drift in that direction. And it caused a very insidious, almost Europeanization of traditional ways of understanding their societies. That's like a really sketchy gloss of where I'm coming at with this, but yeah.
Well, I guess so. Like, what do you make of like national liberation movements where like, or like for example, like Black nationalism, where it's like, because like I understand that in Black nationalism might be unique because it seems like when I look at other forms of nationalism, it's like even when I like think of like land back, like they have like a very specific goal of like give us our land back and let us have we need to have sovereignty, or they need to have sovereignty. But then when I think of like Black nationalism, it seems to really be like focused on like, okay, like, you know, ending Jim Crow at the time, like being able to accept yourself as a Black person in the face of white supremacy, ending white supremacy. Like there's like a different list of demands that aren't, or reparations would probably be one, but like the list of demands is like really not oriented like around land. So like, yeah, I guess what would be like your analysis of like applied to Black nationalism?
Well, I think what you experienced in your conversation with Vosh was that sort of an inevitable function of, or inevitable consequence rather, of using that terminology to describe a movement. You start putting yourself onto a kind of continuum of activities that extends directly into things like sovereignty and biopolitics and all that stuff. So while I would agree that the intentions and even the actions are entirely honorable in and of themselves, it does create that risk. That's not an argument against black nationalism per se, but one of the consequences of setting yourself up within that sphere is that, you know, it's like the genie in Aladdin. You get the cosmic powers, but everything else that goes with it. You get constrained by the category as much as the category empowers you. Like it's all very ambiguous. There's no like good or bad here per se. It's just it becomes a danger. I think again in the context of a group that is specifically being impinged upon by the international system of states or whatever, in which the category nation becomes the condition of personhood essentially globally. It doesn't only make sense to adopt nationalism as a mode of organization, it actually becomes necessary to have any efficacy whatsoever. So I'm not opposed at all. It's just, you know, it comes with dangers, as with everything does.
Okay. Yeah, well, we should definitely talk about it because I'm also realizing that other people are not jumping in. So I'm like, okay, this is probably like a you and me kind of thing. But yeah, we'll talk about it. I don't know, just some other time. But yeah,
Sorry. He's just so eloquent. I feel like I'm in like a lecture, like in a good way, you know.
I do. I feel like I'm in school, and I really like it.
I should have sent you the Dead Space and Carl Schmidt video. That seems.
You have such a beautiful, succulent, deep voice.
You guys should switch your titles.
It's so.
You can be President Flowers. He can be Professor Sunday.
I do think you should do voiceovers or something, or like narrate a book or something.
Do audiobooks. It'll sound good.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I've never had my voice described as.
Oh my god! Yes. Sorry.
I've never had my voice described to me as succulent before. I'm gonna remember that.
I have a very weird relationship with like voice perception. A, because I can voice act, so I do a lot of different voices. But B, just as a trans person whose voice has changed so much over the last couple of years, like I actually have to struggle to purposely do like a voice that sounds similar to how I started before I started trying to change how I sounded. So that's perception of voice is always a fascinating thing. So I feel like most people, trans and cis alike, have like a really negative perception of our voice, and then we'll talk and people are like, "Oh my god, I love your voice so much," and it's like hard for us to reconcile the like internal view of the self against the external information. It's like I've had so many people like say how much they love my voice, and it still doesn't change the fact that like I'm like, no, it's wrong.
Can I just say real quick? So I left for a minute because I'm living with my family currently, and the whole family's kind of drinking right now. So my brother knocks on my door. I make the split, and he was all like, "You're gonna want to see this." I get to the living room, and he's all like, "Dad has discovered Legend of Zelda lo-fi beats," and he's just in there listening to this hip hop remix of like Legend of Zelda songs, and he just looks at me like, "This is pretty good."
I love your dad already. That's incredible.
So I just thought I'd let y'all know that's what's going on in my life. Now continue with the important stuff, please.
I think
Maggie.
Yeah. I think
I'm
Maggie
curious,
actually.
what was your favorite video of yours this year?
Oh, my turn. Oh man. Okay, great. You know what? I didn't pick one out beforehand because I'm bad at homework.
I really enjoyed your analysis of Loki and my brain's blanking on the Russian director that I know a lot about. Anyway,
yeah.
The comparative analysis there was really fascinating.
You know, I am really proud of that one. I only don't want to pick it though because it was so much work that I can't like watch it and be like, oh, that was a great video. All I can think about is the hours working on it. But I am very proud of it. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it.
I'm just gonna have to excuse myself for tonight. It's getting quite late, and I do have to work in the morning as well. Thank you very much, Professor Flowers.
Have
This
a
was
good night.
fun, and happy birthday.
Yeah, thanks,
Thank you,
President
President
Sunday.
That guy was a president.
I know.
President of
Wait.
Sundays, which is
Who's
like
All of
White House?
Sunday.
damn.
All of Sunday. Well, every Sunday I'm the president.
He's the only president that isn't a war criminal, you know?
I get the position
Yeah.
on loan on Sundays. It's on loan for the day.
Okay, I'm gonna say my favorite video was the Stanley Kubrick, David Lynch video.
Kubrick.
Yeah,
Kubrick.
I'm from the Midwest. I can smash all of my vowels.
That was the first
I'm
video I saw.
allowed. That's my culture.
That went into like almost JFK from Clone High sounding right there. That was like,
Nobody messes with the Kennedys.
Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys.
Oh man. One of my best friends, they introduced me to Clone High.
Oh, that's such a
in
funny
college.
show.
That's great.
It's such a funny show.
Isn't
My
that
favorite
Lord
line.
Miller? Like it wasn't
Yes.
that one of the early works? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's wild how much they have just consistently like pushed what animation can be like on TV and then on film.
One of my favorite lines from that show is he's like, if there's one thing Muhammad Gandhi stands for, it's revenge. And then he like runs out screaming.
Oh yeah, he does. Huh, yeah.
Yeah.
School didn't tell me otherwise.
Yeah.
You know, as a wild thing that I just thought of, it's interesting how much media positions revenge as inherently this like evil thing that will corrupt your soul. I wonder if sometimes that is part of what feeds into people's anxieties about marginalized people.
Absolutely. I was gonna say, unless the white man is doing it, and then it's noble and interesting.
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah,
it's
the like I'm tainting my soul, but it's for a noble cause. Yeah,
Yeah.
that one.
Nick, weren't we having that conversation like just personally the other day?
I think so.
Like-
Yeah. we were.
Like
We
there
definitely
are some ideas that when portrayed in white media are just treated like intrinsically obviously correct, like the concept of revolution, cops being inadequate at their job. These are things that you see in children's media constantly. I was watching Monster House the other day. They just had shitty cops in it. That show's for kids. That movie's for kids. Like cops being inadequate and held back by bureaucracy, rising against oppressive powers. These are things that are treated as inherent, obvious goods that you can do in even the most basic of children's films.
Ernest Saves Christmas is pretty rad. We watched it the other day. It was surprising. Yeah, it's great.
So many of our ideas, when layered from a very simple white lens, are treated as so obvious. Of course you would do that. Why wouldn't you do that? But the minute you apply it to any sense of Black or POC or queer lens, then it becomes political. Then it becomes a discussion, and not the inherent good that so many pieces of media portray it as.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Like
And,
you're
like-
just sorry. Like you just just what
Go
you're
ahead.
saying just needs to be put in a video essay. That's all I want to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we were talking about, or Lil was kind of talking earlier about like Breaking Bad and how like I was thinking about how this dude has done all this fucked up shit, but then people are like, wow, that dude is based. But I'm thinking like, I wonder if that dude was black. Like I wonder if that character was black. Like I wonder how that would be seen.
That's precisely the reason I hate the movie Baby Driver. You make
Oh,
baby
yeah.
black, shit falls apart. Doesn't even work no more. because like that movie ends with everyone like, he was a pretty nice guy though. Like no justice system. Like that movie literally ends like he was like a pretty cool guy though. Like he was and like no, you don't fucking get that if you make Baby a person of color at all. And that's go for it.
Oh, so I think that people are so trained to view white protagonists as inherently good that it makes it really difficult to get across when the work is purposefully critiquing the white protagonist,
right?
Especially if it's a white man. An interesting one, and I want to be clear on that. Like, I'm at some point going to do a video on like the layers of discourse with Dune, and I'm going to be working with some other people, But what's fascinating with Dune, and it's got problematic elements. Like it's definitely got a lot of cultural appropriation of Muslim religion and things. But fundamentally, Frank Herbert like doesn't want you to like Paul, and spent the next 2 sequels being like, Paul's a shit person. Even Paul knows Paul's a shit person. Like, please get this point.
Fucking Paul.
And there's so many people who see it, and because it follows the trajectory of a white savior narrative, and it's still got an issue that like it's still coming from the white savior's perspective, and we don't really get to see the indigenous perspective on him. But it's really fascinating how there's a lot of like fascists who read this book and go like, yeah, Paul's cool. I want to be like Paul and set off a genocide across the entire universe. And you're like, no. Or Starship Troopers, which Paul Verhoeven's been very open about the purpose of that film, right? Because it's still a white protagonist film, a ton of people read it as like agreeing with the protagonists. And I think it's just this problem of like a lot of people have a mild amount of media literacy, as in they have experienced past media and are applying it to new media, but they haven't gotten enough to get that a protagonist does not mean an endorsement of the actions. It just means that they're the motivating and primary viewpoint of the story.
There is also, I mean, to like, you know, people's benefit, like historically within like Hollywood cinema, it has meant that for the most part, you know, or at least they care less and less. But I also, you're totally right. Yeah.
I want to be clear. I blame Hollywood for training people to view things this way. It's not like you dumb people. No, it's that like if you don't teach people media literacy, if we don't explain things, and the only education they get is from that white supremacist male lens, that's all they're going to ever see things through. Like, I did a video earlier this year. That's nominally on the 2009 miniseries Alice and the Queer Reading of It, but what it's actually about is Alice's heteronormativity and queer gaze versus male gaze, which was partially an excuse just to shit on Michael Bay for a bit. Because but it's like the lenses we place on media get applied to real life too. And I think like, to take what we're talking about with the white protagonist thing, I think we can see that a lot with like, especially recent news about certain people who've done things and then been put into trial.
Yeah. His name rhymes with Bile Bittenhouse, you know, just
Anyway, I'm talking too much. Other people go, please.
I mean, I wonder too, like, you know, like sometimes the way that's like, you know, I'd like to go back and like watch some of the stuff that I haven't watched since like I was a kid, and just kind of like analyze some of that stuff and see how like you know, maybe how like just marginalized people have been like portrayed and stuff. Because like I hate to bring it back to Dragon Ball Z, I swear to God I won't do this again. But like you know,
I can do it all day.
Something I totally forgot about what bothered me about that show when I was like realizing stuff about it this summer was like, okay, like I started looking at it and it's like, okay, why do all the bad guys have like nail polish and lipstick and like, or like the only one that doesn't is pink, and it's, or no, actually no, Majin Buu does have nail polish. So it's like, wait, why, like what kind of ideas is floating through Akira Toriyama's head that he's like doing this kind of stuff? Like, is he doing this intentionally? Is it just some kind of stuff that he doesn't even think about? And I'm also thinking about like, how many times have I seen a character that is like, you know, someone who is, you know, masculine but with these like feminine characteristics, that's like kind of a bad guy or something.
I
could agree with that.
I think fundamentally too, the only thing that matters about the intentionality is whether we're discussing the creator. The art on its own can still reinforce the ideas regardless of the intentions behind the people who made it. And it's something that I find frustrating because I think there's this conflation often when privileged people hear marginalized people critique an art piece and its problematic elements, that they take it as a statement of inherency about the creator. And also like or critique about an action, right? Like if someone says something that is racist, ableist, queerphobic, whatever it is, right? When people critique the action, people jump to saying, "Oh, you're saying this person's like inherently evil," and it becomes like they stop talking about whatever was actually being discussed, and what they do is they start talking about like the inherency of the person. It's this like abstraction layer.
Mm-hmm. I think like sorry.
No, please go.
Oh, something interesting, kind of tangentially related, that I had a conversation with my friend Kay about Final Fantasy VII. That another like subtle sort of homophobic context to take something. And I've talked to some people about this. Some people say it's a reach. Some people see it. I personally think it's very interesting that most villains, especially in a lot of Japanese media, their like choice of like murder or choice of attack is often impaling, whether it's Sephiroth like stabbing the president or like Frieza's death beam generally piercing the skin.
I mean,
piercing
Frieza,
right through.
Frieza stabs Krillin with his horn.
Yeah.
You know?
Versus like most heroes that do a very blunt attack, like usually heroes win battles with one strong cis straight male blunt force attack, you know.
One Punch Man is literally a commentary on this. It's such a trope that there's a character named after it, and I think it's really fascinating. But
I had to head out, guys. I just want to say bye and happy birthday, Lua.
Happy birthday!
Thank you so much, and thanks for
Maggie,
stopping by.
Nice
meeting you.
Yeah, this is so great. This is fun.
Yeah.
Thanks for being a chill wind down to my day before I have to get up again.
Yeah, I'm glad that we could be.
All right. Bye, guys.
Later.
Goodbye.
But Final Fantasy VII has some explicit homophobia. A lot of people forget about that. I didn't know about until recently, and someone showed me it. But it's this scene where like Cloud goes into the shower and basically gets like felt up by a bunch of older, like coded gay men.
Yeah,
which is wild.
Yeah, that's a complicated piece, that one. But speaking of homophobia, I'd like to get into my video if that's okay with you. I don't know how many of y'all have. I don't know how many of y'all have seen it.
It is such a good video. I watched it for a second. Oh my god, Pokey! Sorry. Okay. Sorry, Pokey. Okay.
I just a real quick introduction. I'm Josue.
I was like a little bit of a mess for a second. Pokey, come here.
Yeah. I'm Josue. I
Sorry.
supposedly
Sorry. Pokey, come here. I watched that video for a second time, and it was like even better the second time.
Oh, thank you. But my name's Josue. I supposedly run a YouTube channel called JV Radio Review. I say supposedly because I haven't uploaded anything in a year. But it's not a dead channel. I still want to do it. I'm just kind of artistically fulfilled by other things at the moment. So just kind of, I'm also a rapper. I make music with my partner in crime, James Trujillo. You can follow him at James T_music. Together we are Room 215. That's what we do. But my favorite video that I've made is called Being Queer in Hip Hop. Being Queer and Hip Hop. And what it is, it's an analysis of a particular song by a rapper I really like, Maxo Cream, and connecting it to a particular episode of the cartoon The Boondocks that centers around a queer rapper. And just general scandals and discussions and discourses of queerness in hip hop and culture throughout the years, all kind of connecting it together that queer culture has influenced hip hop to this very day. And the only reason we don't acknowledge that more is an intrinsic homophobia, an intrinsic fear of labels and perception, because these things that influence queer hip hop aren't gone. They're still very much existing in the culture today. We just don't call it gay or queer in any capacity. They're still there. People still indulge in it. I mean, just recently, NBA YoungBoy came out as he likes to wear makeup. Like NBA Young Playboy Cardi is very clearly influenced by a very like queer gothic thing. Like these things, these things are in the culture as we speak. Club culture as we know it, where hip hop thrives, was founded by queer people in the 80s during the AIDS crisis. This is all in the video. So I just kind of like take time to deconstruct all of that, point that out, and just point out the absurdity of homophobia in hip hop, because we owe so much of hip hop to the queer community over the years, just factually and historically.
I would say that Black queer art in general has been heavily discredited on so many different mediums. A lot of modern dance, especially, doesn't recognize the history of like ballroom dance in New York and things like that as heavily as it should.
Oh yeah, I think like I pointed out in the video too that like the way clubs move, like if you've been to a club, it's like that big en masse dance unit. It's just this. Thank you, Lua, for linking it. Like when at a time when dancing was relegated to a very heteronormative, like male female partner coinciding, queer spaces were having this big, just giant dancing mobs to like disguise who they were dancing with, so it looked like one big mob like thing. And that's how we dance in clubs to this day. Not to mention the preferred club drugs that we use, very sadly, are linked to queerness too. I mentioned that. It's a very sad thing. I don't want to get into it, but like just like all of it, just all of it.
A lot of early synth technology was invented by trans women.
Oh yeah,
like you guys can't have any modern electronic music without trans women's input, both on the technical side and on the musical side.
Just want to give a quick rest in peace. Pour one out for the homie Sophie. A legend.
Yes. Oh my god.
A legend. I was so upset. She worked with so many of my favorite rappers, specifically Vince Staples and Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah.
She produced what's the name of the song? Yeah, Right, on Vince Staples' album Big Fish Theory. One of his best tracks. I highly recommend it if you're a Sophie fan and you missed that one. Yeah, Right by Vince Staples featuring Kendrick Lamar. Absolute banger.
It's Okay to Cry is still just such a powerful piece of queer art and feeling.
Listen to that song every day.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so great.
And like even back, like we can go back further. I don't remember names very well, but like so many popular synth composers, for movies, for TV shows, even for like background music and video games and stuff back in the 80s, 70s, a lot of them were trans women. A lot of them were just women in general, but a lot of them were trans women.
Yeah.
For some reason, trans femme people are an extremely disproportionate part of programming culture in general. There's a joke that's like, if you got rid of all trans women coders, the internet would stop working in 3 days.
Yeah. That's incredible. I love that. I think like with that video and with my channel in general, which I need to get back to, is I make an absolute effort to center hip hop specifically. Because even in this, like, don't get me wrong, I'm loving this conversation. But even in this conversation we're having right now, as I'm talking hip hop, the first place y'all guys go to are these separated genres that aren't unrelated. Don't get me wrong. I'm not putting anyone on blast here. I'm having a great time.
Sorry, yeah.
But like,
I did drag the conversation away unintentionally.
Literally, don't apologize. I get it. You're right. I also brought up Sophie. I also brought up Sophie, but like my channel is designed to center hip hop because hip hop is its own medium of art. It's music, and like as much as people do say that, and like that there are very few people that you can take seriously that would disagree with that statement, right? Like hip hop, rap is music. Very few people would disagree with that, but we don't talk about it like the rest of music. We don't analyze it in such a way, even like as a non-black person, there's only so far about this I can go, I'm a person of color who's been listening to hip hop for a long time, and like even within the actual community of hip hop, there's certain problems of it. A lot of it is intensely capitalistic. A lot of it like is based in a machismo and a very like meritocracy based thing that leads a lot of people to value numbers and showmanship over art. And like my channel is about putting the art of hip hop specifically at the forefront all the time. And that involves queerness because there is no queer reading of hip hop and there was a fantastic article. I wish I remembered the title and the author. I'll send it to you maybe later, Lua, to put it somewhere. But like how much even queer music has been co-opted by like white voices, the soft like sapphic folk of the soft sapphic folk, or like your Sam Smiths, who like again very talented. They're very talented, but like a lot of queer music has been censored as very soft, very white, very like safely yearning, and very like it's a very approachable like, oh, nothing's going on here. I'm just kind of like looking at this person who may or may not be of the same gender from afar in a comfortable way for you straight people to pretend it's not actually there, you know?
It's
versus
the Love Simoning effect.
Yes. Yes. Versus a lot of like queer hip hop, you take even back then to like the likes of like Nikki Blanco or Khalifa, formerly known as Leaf, or even like if you want to get like mainstream with it, like Nicki Minaj before it all happened. Nicki Minaj, for better or worse, is one of the most important figures in like queer music, especially in like hip hop and like in spaces like that. Were very explicit. It was never about yearning. It was always very like, we're in it. This is what we do, and we have no shame in it. And I let that influence not only my content and how I view it, but also my own music too. So yeah, that's it's just about centering, being explicit, and not messing around with this kind of stuff, because that's what they want from us. They want us to be like the Love Simon effect. They want us to just comfortably fit in, to assimilate, and that's just not what I'm about, you know?
Yeah, no, it's the has anyone seen the I think it's UC Berkeley does like All Characters Welcome, but there's one that's the straight gay guy, and it's a joke about Love Simon, but it's
very good.
It's very, very good. Look that up if you want like a really good 5-minute takedown of the entire film, but also this idea of assimilation in that way. I was gonna ask though, I've been really happy to see Lil Nas X blow up as an explicitly queer artist. Like seeing Number One be aggressively queer, like
it's so. I remember my brother, who is a straight man, comes up to me and he tells me like my brother's like a musician, like he's big into like production and stuff like that. And as someone who's also like a music guy, I can understand why someone like that would be underwhelmed by Lil Nas X, because like his production it's not exactly the flashiest, it's not exactly the most complex, and I understand that. But like when we were talking about it, he did say like, I don't know, maybe there's this degree of which I'm missing something because I'm not like queer, I'm not gay or anything like that. And I said like, for most of his music, I wouldn't agree. I wouldn't say that's a problem. But like Montero, Call Me By Your Name, it is a problem. That's like by a gay black man for a queer audience. There's so much about that song in particular that is just for queer people. And it's a wonderful song. It was my favorite hit song of the year. And it is just kind of wonderful that a song like that can be so huge while also being so explicit and so out. There's no hiding it. There's no hiding it. You can't make a Kids Bop version of that shit. Not comfortably.
I'm pretty sure they tried.
Yeah, they probably did.
Look up the lyrics. I feel like it's got to be pretty cool.
What?
I'm gonna look that up. Okay, because Kids
Try it out.
Bop lyrics are like genuinely one of the funniest things on the entire internet.
Shoot a marshmallow in your mouth.
Oh, probably. I gotta know how Kids Bopified Montero.
While you're looking that up,
Yeah.
another aspect of my video. Forgive me if I'm talking too much. Feel free to stop me. So I talk about a song in it called I forgot the name of the song. It's by Maxo Cream. Meet Again. It's called Meet Again, and it's about this particular rapper, Maxo Cream, writing letters to one of his friends who is currently incarcerated, and like it's a very sweet thing, but from my perspective, it's also very gay. It's very longing and loving, and like just like handwritten letters and stuff like that. And another thing missing in hip hop is just a general queer reading of even things that explicitly aren't. Because that exists in all kinds of media, but it doesn't in hip hop.
Mm-hmm.
So I made an absolute effort to take this thing that was very obviously not queer, because Maxo Cream is your traditional rapper where he spends most of his time rapping about having sex with women and the money and the cars and all that stuff. I love him, but that's what he does. So I wanted to take that opportunity to let people know, like, just because this thing is hip hop, it's rap, but it is not above or below or whatever word you want to say, queer analysis, because it's art and belongs in the same conversation as any other bit of art with any other theory you can apply to it. You know,
I think the same thing has gone for several other mediums that we talked about like way earlier, like anime, like like video games and things, where it's just this thing of like, you can't treat it as real serious art for a lot of people. And I think that's like a detriment to the artists that work on those pieces and to society at large. But I'm about to read you something real cursed, because here's Kids Bop Montero.
Yes.
Oh my God. Okay.
Give it to me. I need it.
I'm just going to read it like deadpan.
Do it.
I called you back yesterday. You hit me with a call to your place. Ain't been out in a while anyway. Was hoping I could catch you with a smile like my face. With all that talking, you don't even have to try. You're cool enough to hang with me tonight. Looking at the table, yeah, I see the reason why. Baby, you live in the life, but yeah, you gotta live it right. Singing and dancing with your friends. You live in the dark, yeah, I cannot pretend. I'm not phased, only here to win. If you ain't in the garden, you know that you can.
Oh my God.
It's so cursed. It's so cursed. I had to give it like the most like white boy announcer voice, because I feel like that's what they did. Like
it had to be. It had to be. Oh, that's a hate crime.
Yeah.
That's a hate crime. That line is so hard. How does it go?
They were roommates. They were roommates to a song.
Oh my God, they were roommates.
They were roommates. That's so great. But yeah, that's all the spiel I got about my own stuff. I don't know if anyone's seen the video, if there's any other questions, or if you have any questions about the thing I said about things of hip hop. I'm ready. I got it.
I just want to say that it was so good that people should really watch it. It's like, you talked about a lot of artists that most of them I don't listen to, and I was still just so engaged. And yeah, I think your use of the Boondocks in there was like really good. It was just like a really solid video, and like I like really meant it when I said that watching it a second time was even more enjoyable.
The only regret of that video I have is my hair. It looks awful. Like it's like, because I have such long hair now. I was like, Jesus, how long ago was that video? I was living in the first apartment in that city that I no longer live in, because I lived in like 2 apartments in that place, and it's like, God. But I rewatched it too recently, and I thought it was all right.
It's good.
But yeah, that's my segment. Play me off.
But then it must be incredible, because I feel like we all watch our own things and we're like, this is fucked. This is so bad. Why didn't I do this instead?
like like my channel, there are like 3 videos that are worth anything. Like and then everything after that is like you can dump it.
I guarantee there's a lot more than 3 that are worth things.
Nah, you're just saying that. You don't know me. Sorry.
I don't know. I'm just going off of talking with you.
All right. Well, that's my bit. So whoever goes next, I can't wait to listen.
Alrighty. I'll go because I'm gonna be heading off here in a second. But first off, thank you everyone for coming tonight. For those hanging out in the chat, for those who have hung out in stream. Lua is, it's your night. Happy birthday, Lua, of course.
Thanks.
So yeah, for those who don't remember me from earlier, I'm the Mayhem Calling. I do a monthly podcast. I also make videos. I didn't do anything this month because it's been a horrible, horrible month for me. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the video that I chose. It's my video on Denise Bryson from Twin Peaks. I don't know if anyone has seen that video in here, but it's basically going over how the first season of Denise Bryson was kind of like a trans joke. It's like, oh, this is a quote unquote guy who dresses in girls' clothes, Everyone's so shocked. There's even the comments line, it looks good on him. But then how in The Return, the way that David Lynch treats Denise Bryson is kind of like an apology. Like, I know I messed up. I know I treated, I know I did something awful with this. Not necessarily awful, but I know it was insensitive. And this is my way to show that I am at least trying to understand, trying to listen, trying to reconfigure my mindset. Still having, David Duchovny player wasn't exactly the best move, but it's nostalgic.
Yeah, there's a real problem with. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
There's a real problem with cis people playing trans women, especially because it reinforces a lot of people's idea of us as being like cis men coming into women's spaces, that sort of thing. And by placing someone that they recognizably know as a cis man in that role, it reinforces that. There's a really good video by my friend Adequate Emily on the Danish Girl and this effect.
Oh, love Adequate Emily.
Yeah, M's lovely. We work on each other's videos a lot. but yeah, I'm not sure that he could have recast the role.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to hear that he took the time to really like self-examine and improve. I think the purpose of critique should always be pushing artists to do better with their work.
Agreed.
Yeah. Another thing about like cis people playing trans roles that I find that I'm only now realizing as I go through a bit of a gender transition myself, is this weird insistence of like this worshiping and fetishization of like feminine clothing. Because like I, as of late, have experimented with it, and there is a certain euphoria to it, but it's more of like it's definitely much more of like a sudden burst of happiness and confidence. It's very like you look at yourself and you're like, look at me, I can just do this, and it's pretty awesome, at least from my experience. But cis people always write it as like a like it's always like a weird wild
fetishistic.
Yeah, and it's so gross, and I always knew it was gross, but now that I'm actually kind of going through it, it feels especially shitty, and like that can't be what you think happens. That actually can't be.
I do want to add that like even in the first season I think David Lynch was aware that was kind of a trope, so they just went with like, well, I had to dress in women's clothing for a sting operation, and I just felt more natural. I felt more like myself. versus like the whole, oh, you know, I'm
Yeah.
wearing women's clothes, I'm sexy,
Yeah,
which is kind of accidentally falling into a much better piece of representation for its time, to be
Yeah.
honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I the other big problem too is just that like trans people as actors don't get cast as often. And
Oh, yeah.
I think, like, to be honest, I don't have a massive issue with cis women playing trans women or cis men playing trans men if we were in a world where trans people consistently got roles.
Mhm.
But we're not there yet.
Yeah. I feel like that's an if thing a lot because I know, like, I saw a production of Little Shop of Horrors, a local one, the other day, and like they were able to cast a black man as they normally do as the plant, which I had my own problems with, but I was like, all right, cool, like it's fine. But like I guess they didn't have no black women like tried out. I certainly hope so, at least. So the backing choir was all white women, and like they clearly were not capable or trained in the particular style of singing they needed to make the songs work. And I was like, oh, this is rough. But there's a point, like, you can't blame them because there's a certain, I imagine it's similar to, like, you know how some anime people will be all like, oh, it's okay that like Scarlett Johansson was in Ghost of the Shell because Japanese people didn't care. Well, no, it's culturally different. And they'll be all like, oh, well, like, this character's white, but they casted a Japanese person in Japan. Well, they don't have the means to hire diversely like we do. It's a completely different context, a completely different culture. Yeah. And I find that, like, if there's a real justifiable lack of means to your diversity casting, then you can I almost get it, like for community theater and stuff like that.
Especially like high school theater too.
Yeah.
Like that's really common where you kind of have to, like, often men or women get cast as genders that they are not in high school productions just because of like the necessity. But that's very different when we're talking about major television.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shows that show dedication to it will do international searches. I can't remember what show it is, but one of the primary characters is I can't remember specifically the disability. My brain's kind of blanking. I just saw the announcement. I don't know the property well, so that's why I kind of blanking on it. But I saw that, like, the production basically tweeted out, like, after an international search for someone with the specific disability to play this role, we found X person to play the character, and it's like, they have the money to do this, and I don't think that we should let them off the hook of stuff. Yeah.
I think that's
and I think it's especially egregious when it's a story about that community or someone from that community. I got into a fight with a friend recently over this because he was like, oh, I watched this interview with Sean Penn, talking about playing Harvey Milk in the movie Milk. And he's like, I agree with him. He was saying how it's just his job as an actor to do the best job possible and represent this person in the best way. And like, so he should be able to play any role. And I was like, you're talking about someone who is an actual person, and that this movie is really important for an actual community that exists in the real world. And you're saying that it's more important for this straight guy to get the role than for a gay person to get the role. And like, what are you saying with that?
Especially with Harvey Milk's
we can't
story.
even see ourselves represented in our own stories. That's ridiculous.
Well, and especially with Harvey Milk, who is one of the most important, like, queer activists of the last 50 years, like, who's so relevant to political shifts in how queer people have been treated. I think it is kind of insulting to not cast someone of that space. And I think there can be, like, lots of complexities. For a Man in a Foreign Land does a really good job of covering, like, Caribbean representation of various things. And he's pointed out how often roles that are written about people from different areas of the Caribbean get cast with African-American people who aren't from there. And it ends up, affecting their ability to properly represent that culture. Like, I do think there is complexities when we start getting to, like, having a gay man play a trans woman, right? Whereas, like, I think it's still a problem, but I think for a lot of privileged people that's where it starts getting, like, they don't get it as easily because they're like, well, it's just they're queer persons. It's fine. Like
they'll just fry their little cassette brains and they
I always like it when like someone makes such. There was a wrestling channel I watched on YouTube, and they made a joke, like an off-the-cuff joke about like trans people, and the host apologized the next week. He said, "That's not what I believe. I apologize for that. It was really bad of me," and like he was heartfelt and sincere. And then one person in the comments like, "As a gay man, I wasn't offended at all." It's like,
who was it?
It was
that guy.
It was on What Culture Wrestling. It was
okay.
Yeah. He does.
I fell off though.
Yeah. It was.
Yeah.
And it was like the joke he made was very insensitive, and I kind of like I squicked out on that because as a non-binary person, I'm just like, But then like the fact that he was so sincere in his apology and he said, "Listen, that was off the cuff. I didn't, I was just saying it because it's shitty, but it's something that like people who were raised in that kind of environment sometimes slip out with."
Yeah.
And the sincerity in the apology was important, but then just seeing like someone be like, "Well, as a gay man, I wasn't offended." It's like, this isn't about you.
It's like if I hate birds. Like, how dare you? Like, oh, as a cougar. I wasn't offended.
I also think that like what people don't get sometimes too is like just because an individual actually marginalized people aren't a monolith. When an individual says something's perfectly fine, that doesn't magically make it okay.
Exactly.
The stuff that someone like Candace Owens or Blair White's going to be comfortable with is drastically different.
She doesn't count. Does anyone else? I have a point, but I don't want to interrupt anyone.
Jose, do you have any thoughts?
What?
I just want to say really quick that I appreciate everyone for coming on. I appreciate being allowed on.
Mm-hmm.
I do have to go though, so everyone have a great rest of the stream. Thank you. Have a good night.
Nice meeting you.
Nice seeing you all.
Later.
See you later.
So who hasn't gone? Yeah, Jose hasn't gone.
So Josue hasn't gone, and also Sam hasn't gone. And also Nick.
I don't need to go. I haven't done anything.
You've been amazing to me and a good friend. You know what's my favorite? I'm sorry.
Yeah, my favorite thing I've done is become Josue's friend. So.
Aww, that's really nice.
I do like being friends with Josue. It's very fun.
It is so. I'm so glad someone does.
You got one. You got one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So
kind of all. So go.
Yeah. Who would like to go?
So Sam or Jose?
Jose's been on mute for a minute.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Jose.
Sorry, I'm here. I'm just was a little distracted with something here for a minute. I don't really have a video in mind, and I don't know if I'm fully awake enough to talk about one, unless it's like
I am
hitting a wall. Dinosaurs video was good. It was very nostalgic.
What was your most recent?
Oh, God, but Tucker Carlson. I don't know if we want to talk about.
Oh, that's
fucking
right. You're like, I've had enough of that.
Fun with.
That lovable piece of Play-Doh.
I can go.
Tucker Carlson.
Let's go, Sam. I've been, trying not to make noise about it because I've been on disability for a few years, and so my schedule is usually pretty empty outside of like I work at home and I set my own schedule, so I wanted to make sure that people that had work in the morning and whatnot could go before me. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry. I'm very awkward.
You're doing great.
My God. You're doing great.
I support you. I support you, Sam Hooligan Dealey. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
I don't know. You're not Josue coming in here being like, white people can never kill me, and that just being your introduction. So,
they can't.
Yeah,
they can't.
I love that.
They want to so bad, but they can't. I see them with their intent. I sense
The
it like an
Alice
anime
sets have
main
literally tried to kill me multiple times, so
They want to
I'm
so bad.
invincible. Is
They
the conclusion?
they
of my
can't
life
they can't get us, Aeronock. They can't.
They've
They
tried.
can't get us.
I joke, but if you want the serious context of that, go watch the video I talked about way earlier about Midnight Mass.
I wanted to clarify. I said earlier is that like I want to make it perfectly clear that Professor Lua, aka Professor Flowers, in no way endorses white genocide. I, however,
See, that sounds
do.
very suspicious. That sounds something just like someone who does endorse white genocide would say.
Yeah, you're like,
Oh my god, the nature of statements like that, where the person always wins because they've like loaded this the situation in such a way that it's like, if you deny it, they'll just be like, oh, that's what they would say. It's like,
yeah, you're like, okay.
I would pose the question if a motherfucker wants to come at me and ask me, do you believe in white genocide? I'd ask him, well, how many white people have to die before you classify it as a genocide? Like that's what I want to know, because I can just shave off that number a little bit, bro. Like we can meet in the middle. Just like you want to meet in the, we can meet in the middle, because all you centrists always want to meet in the middle. We can meet in the middle. How many? What's a good number?
Well, okay, hold on. Let's imagine a thought experiment where, on the one hand,
a hypothetical, if you might.
Yeah.
Let's just say hypothetically that you wanted to remove like half of white people, and let's say hypothetically.
Oh my god, wait, dude, this is so bad faith right now. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah.
So bad
I'm
faith.
so sorry.
Okay,
I'm so sorry, Lua. I'm so sorry.
Sam, I'm really curious about what Sam's favorite video is.
On the one hand, let's envision the thought experiment where on the one hand you agree with me, and on the other hand, you want to commit genocide, and you're like all the worst shit imaginable. Like you're a fucking child breeder, basically. And wait, if you don't believe that, oh my god, you're in fucking so bad faith. Like, oh my god. Okay, this conversation is just looping. We have to end it. Like, this is bad faith. Okay.
I'm gonna let Sam go. But
all right, sorry.
Do we have any Zach Fox fans here? Are we aware of who Zach Fox?
Oh
is?
yes, I'm aware of Zach Fox. I have to say his off the cuff song with what is his name
Kenny
on that
Beats?
one show? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you better praise
I have
God, or I'm
depression.
shooting at some God.
Yo, shout out to depression.
Yeah.
Shout out
he
mental
has
illness.
the iconic tweet during the Capitol riots when it was ending, and all those cops were like helping those old white women gently down the stairs. He tweeted something along the lines of, "This is bullshit. I wanted to see crackers get shot," and then it got deleted. And I think that I justice for that tweet. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
So Sam, what's your favorite video?
Yeah, what's going on with you?
Well, so I didn't realize that it was supposed to be from this year.
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be.
My video was like 2 years ago, I think.
So, okay, so I had posted in the Discord that I wanted to give Lua a couple to pick from, but I didn't hear back, and so I had settled on just doing like the one that I'd done that was the most popular, because I work real slow.
I thought you're fine. Pick which one you feel like the most passionate about, but I never sent that. I'm so sorry.
You're fine. So I had done two. I had suggested two, but the I'm going to go with the one that's easier to explain. So there's one of them is about how the majority of people misunderstand fascism because they expect it to be something that they can that's easy to identify, and that like they expect it to like show up, like that there's a quote about like people expect it to show up in horrendous uniforms and identify itself as evil immediately, but no, it shows up as like your neighbor. And so that I feel like that was an important piece of work. But again, it's harder to explain. when I started doing, when I started my channel, I didn't expect that like 90% of my videos would involve Nazis in some way. My comedy specifically has, my channel specifically has comedy in the title. And it's like mostly stuff about Nazis. At least it has been in the last couple of years. Fascism. And so, but the one that is easier to explain is a video titled Gay Pride and Prejudice. And I guess it's ultimately actually the same topic. It's again about how like how most people don't recognize fascism because of the way that fascism operates, or the way that fascists operate. But it's framed around the straight pride event that happened several years ago. This was the same year that like that the kind of like easily identifiable, actually, we're just going to show up and say we're Nazis, overt Nazis showed up at Detroit Pride that year. And we're like, just like getting a police escort so that they could see Kyle through the street where the Gay Pride Parade was happening.
And that's not an uncommon thing either. Like, and that's not just in the U.S. It's happened in Canada as well. It's happened in Toronto before with Gay Pride there. And quite often the police will escort neo-Nazi groups when things like this happen.
Yeah,
which I think should tell you more than enough of their relationship to these groups.
Yeah, yeah. So the Gay Pride and Prejudice video is framed around this this idea of the straight pride event. And so I started out, I am not particularly good at like hinting at things or at I work at it. I work at doing like double entendre and whatnot, because like that's a part of like the practice of comedy, the artistry of comedy, right? And so the video starts out with me talking about the word pride and how it is possible in some cases to have too much pride, like the state of Texas has too much pride, and like the majority of I grew up in Texas, and Texas pride is all about how the state is fucking big. Like it is very much like the state that I live in is a stand-in for my dick.
I'm resisting. I'm resisting the urge to sing an old Canadian comedy song called "Canada's Really Big," because 90% of the joke is just that, where it's like it's got lines like it's not the size that it's not the size that counts, it's the way you use it, or something like that. No, it's the other way around. I'm very confused and out of it. I'm sleeping, So
the video opens up with me talking about pride and how like sometimes it is possible in some cases to have too much pride or misplaced pride. I was talking about this this place that we drove through. We're taking a trip back to Texas, and we drove through this place. We drove through this place called Uranus, not Illinois. I forget what state it's in. Anyway, it's a big tourist destination. They have these billboards all over the highway that say the best fudge comes from Uranus.
I love that.
And also, like, along that same stretch of highway, there's this candy store. This I mean, it's bigger than like the mall candy store, but it's just a candy store. But they have signs they have billboards on the freeway that say famously clean restrooms.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking, that is not the brag that you think it is. Because in order for your restrooms to be famously clean, there's got to be something about that candy.
Texas.
Well, that wasn't actually in Texas, but in any event, this is all just, you know, talking about like people having pride in the wrong things. And so, you know, I wrap that, you know, back around to like the straight pride parade at the, you know, at the end. You know, talked about the Nazis in the middle and how like the reason why we have LGBT Pride Month is, of course, because of all of the anti-LGBT hate and like attempts at genocide and whatnot against us. And it's so, you know, Pride is a celebration of overcoming this, which, you know, there is therefore, you know, no particular reason for a straight Pride event because they didn't overcome anything. And so I'm going to spoil the ending. I really love the ending of this video. As a comedian, this is one of my favorites because at the end of the video, I come back to, you know, I'm explaining why, like, you know, the straight pride parade really is kind of an indication of homophobia. And then I had some clips in earlier in the video from another guy who was supporting the straight pride parade. And I come back to him and I say, you know, that's fine. You can have your opinion. I just want to remind you of one thing. The best fudge comes from Uranus.
Love that.
So
I think it's important to have comedy about complex topics. I also like there's something that really tires me lately. It's this idea. Sorry, I cut Lou off.
Oh no, I actually cut you off, but it was just that Sam is really funny and his videos have a lot of really funny jokes in them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But no, I think it's really important, and I think there's this weird idea that like privileged people have that marginalized people can't take a joke, and it just anytime you hear that, I just know that it's like, what's your jokes? What's the jokes about? Like it's kind of the same thing as when someone's like, no one likes me for
oh yeah
no one likes me for my conservative values. It's like, which values?
yeah.
And it's funny because there are cis comedians that make good trans jokes. For example, like I saw one the other day from
Sam Worrell.
Like I told the helicopter joke. Laugh, damn it!
I'll go find it. Oh God, it wasn't funny when it was first said, and it somehow just like. It still keeps getting more unfunny. Drew Lynch, who's a disabled comedian, talks a lot about his experiences with stuttering and things like that. Really, really funny guy, but he made a good set of jokes. Like one of them was, he was like, I've always known what name I would have if I transitioned. I've already picked it out. It'd be Rue, because it would be Drew without the D. It's such a, but like this idea that you can't joke about things is
it's like people have to joke because it's
I
like,
don't know marginalized
if you
people
can't find a way to joke about it, it's too depressing.
And I think too, like verily bitchy, is that
that's
name?
yeah.
Just did a good video about how good LGBTQ representation is boring, which is so true. Because often when like it's done, you know, when we're represented well, we're just fucking boring because people don't think that we don't understand what is inherently funny about like a trans or queer experience. And Verily was talking about that. Like, there is so much that's funny about being trans that like someone could mine for humor, but it's like people either want to make fun of us or they they don't understand that like we can see what's funny about our experience.
Yeah.
And it is funny, you know, and like straight people are funny in reaction to us. Like that was one of the things that they brought up was, you know, that our gender challenges someone else's idea of their own sexuality. And like that is such rife ground for humor. If someone understood the nuance and like was understood that like we would find that funny. Because we would be like, yes, that's how it works. That is funny.
Yeah. I have a contention with some of the things she says is good representation, like Love, Simon. But I do think that what I'd call it is inoffensive representation is boring.
I think
it's a really good video. Like, I do highly recommend the video.
Point.
I just
that
I
like
think
what other people consider good, like what straights consider good representation. Is
Yes.
actually boring. And
Yeah,
like your point earlier, like I think that's why it's a shame that people don't critique, say, hip hop like with a queer analysis, because I found for me a lot of the best representation has been unintentional. You know,
Yeah.
or the most interesting stuff has been unintentional.
We were talking about that was another thing I think we were talking about just off
Mhm.
camera the other day is that what the most boring thing representation can be is just explicit.
Yeah.
Like Love Simon is explicitly queer in that he is an explicitly in text gay person, but that's all Simon has. There's nothing else to it, and not a lot of us can relate to Simon's experience as an upper class white kid who everyone was just down with him coming out.
One of my favorite series for like explicit queer representation is Sense8. It's a series that's got problems, it's got propaganda in it and everything,
Me
and like
too,
I'm
though.
not justifying the problematic elements, just discussing the queer representation is really good between a lot of the main cast. And hey, look, 2 of the primary writers are trans. Big surprise. But also like it's what's interesting is that like Nomi as a character only exists because the only cis writer on the show brought up the character as an idea, and like it's I think explicit representation is really important, but I think it's like how you handle it matters. A lot of my work has been on like I have a series called Unintentionally Queer. The first section of it was about queer readings of art that has no intention. The second half's more about art where the creators wanted explicit queerness, but the studio shut them down. So I'm talking about like Matrix and DS9 and stuff. But the first 2 videos are on queer readings of art that like definitely don't intend it, but it still spoke to me as a queer person when I was younger, or when I saw it in the case of Alice. And I don't think that enough people realize just how universal a lot of queer things are. Like most stories of change fundamentally come from a place that is readable to a queer person. And like basically 90% of comic book characters are just really queer in a lot of ways because of just the inherent idea of like this secret identity that you don't reveal to people, and revealing it can be very dangerous, and like all of these things. Like queer people, because we haven't had explicit representation, have had to read ourselves into a lot of art, and I don't think that it's inherently lesser, but I just think it's important that we have a diversity of representation. I also don't think that we need to have like, hi, I'm the trans character. I think that's terrible. In my most recent video called Destiny 2 is Casually Queer, I talk about how the game never explicitly goes like, this character's identity is lesbian. They just are like, you'll walk up to a character and he'll be like chatting over the radio with his husband. And like, it's just there. And if you read into the lore, you'll find out like, oh, this other character is this character's adoptive daughter. And like one of the main villain, like the series, what's great about the series is that it lets like villains and heroes be queer. And there's some really cool queer writers behind it. And I've actually got to talk to one of them a bit, but that like, it doesn't need to be explicit, but like you can just have it there as as a part of the world. And I think the problem is that if it's not explicit and there's one queer character, it's a problem. But when it's not explicit and like half the cast is queer, it puts you in this place where like queerness is being normalized. And I think in the case of that game, with the way that it did that representation, it's resulted in a lot of people who aren't normally going to engage with queer people and queer representation, engaging with it in a way that like eases it for them. And without it being written for them, because it's really clearly written for a queer audience. Like there's a lot of little tiny details that like only a queer person's really going to get, that like, oh, that's the implication in that line or this piece of dialogue or things like that. And yeah, I think the problem is that it's hard to have bad representation when you have so little representation that becomes the only thing you see for like 2 years.
Yeah.
There are 6 non-binary characters that existed in the 90s only. There's about 5 asexual characters in media. And for the characters in the 90s, 2 of them were written by Neil Gaiman and 2 of them come from Cowboy Bebop.
Wow.
So
I didn't know that.
2 sources in an entire decade has an effect. Yeah.
It's like definitely like, I mean, like we need the explicit. The explicit is what normalizes us, but what connects is the implicit. Like what connects is the actual relation we have to the art and its experiences. There's a reason that Love, Simon isn't gonna stick around, but The Matrix always will.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I got an hour-long video on why The Matrix is intrinsically trans.
There are so many songs that are like you get like Taylor Swift's like You Need to Calm Down. So many like people just shouting, it's okay to be gay in their songs. None of them are gonna outlast Donna Summer's I'm Coming Out. You know? like the implicit, the relation, the actual relation to the queer experience, whether it's explicit or not, is more important than any explicitness you could attach. What's important is attaching the explicitness to the actual experiences. And then you get that by giving the actual queer people a chance to make their shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I also want to be clear that like any cis person in the audience who writes things, write queer characters, write diverse characters, but talk to your queer friends or find people who do. And especially if you got money, pay for inclusivity writers and sensitivity writers on topics. Your work will be better. It will reach more people, and you will learn things as a writer. Like for me, I try to read my scripts to as many people as possible, especially people of different backgrounds. My Matrix script, I think I've read it to like 13 different people, all of them with very different perspectives on the film. It's funny, but I always read my scripts on queerness to my parents because I find like they're a really good way of like gauging if things are going to read well to a cishet audience, while also having people that are like receptive to listening. I have a weird relationship with my parents. My dad plays video games on stream with me sometimes.
I think like people who like, you get a lot of people who will tell you like, I don't feel comfortable writing this kind of character because I don't have their experience. I find they're better at it than they think, because if you're coming from good faith and you're trying your best, even if you slip up, honestly, like most of the time for me, it almost comes off cute. Like it's almost like, oh, that's a cute little conclusion you came to as someone who has no clue. You know what I mean? You understand what I mean when I say that?
Yeah. Well, if you want to take a good example, right? Let's bring back Neil Gaiman, someone who is consistently, and he'll admit this stuff because he's talked about it, made blunders with past art, and he purposefully tries to listen to marginalized people when they critique his work, especially his older work, and he's changed things when he's adapted works on purpose to better represent marginalized people, and like. It's actually not that hard to listen.
You
gotta make the choice to do it.
I think one of the weirder things, if I may, like bringing it back to hip hop, one of the more controversial and like complicated folk of queerness and hip hop is one Tyler the Creator, whom I'm a big fan of. I'm a huge Tyler the Creator fan, and like I'll be the first to tell you that some of his older work, it's a bit rough. It's a bit rough. However, I would almost dare say that even that older work is indicative of the queer experience, at least mine, because some of the older work is homophobic, it's misogynistic. Something that I relate to intensely to Tyler is that when you are a young cis male and you feel there's this intrinsic desire to go against the status quo, it in some degree, there's a part of you that you feel on the inside intrinsically needs to go against the status quo. Baby's first step of that is offensive material, especially when you're a cis male, because
really fast.
Like,
I'm sorry. It's just that I'm gonna go to bed, and I can't.
Okay.
But
I'm
also,
so sorry.
Do you know if I end the broadcast, or will we still be on the screen to talk to each other if I press end broadcast?
I think so, but if it doesn't, we can just go to the Discord because we're all in the Discord already.
That's what I wanted to suggest. I just wanted to suggest, I think it's really cool that you all are talking, and I've got to go to bed, but I don't want that conversation to stop.
Also, can I just? Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say before we go that it was really cool to hang out with everybody and meet all of you.
Amazing.
I had a great time, and it was, like I was thinking when Professor Sunday, or I always do that when president.
It's like so easy to mix that up.
I know. When
Don't disrespect my president.
No. Hey, not my professor, or
Not my-
No, it was nice to hear someone just like because I feel like I'm just like I'm on like I just like I feel almost like I'm on Twitch like too much or something, because like I hear someone talk like that about like Black nationalism and land back, and it's nice not to tell me that like I'm racist against white people or something. So it's like it's just that's refreshing. Anyways, it was really cool to like hang out and do all of this. So yeah,
it was awesome.
And happy birthday, Lua.
Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Lua.
Yeah, I'm thinking of making the Discord like just maybe some sort of community Discord, so that, and just adding features to it, because it's, I don't know, I'm also seeing people talking, and that just seems really cool. But yeah, I'm gonna head to bed. Everyone who wants to should still talk in the Discord. And I also want to thank the audience who's still here. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Happy birthday, Lua. I'm gonna head off too. It's about when I usually get to bed.
I really like the sound of that bed idea. I'm gonna do
yeah. I'm so tired.
Have a great happy birthday.
Everyone who's
Thank
tired.
you.
Yeah. Okay, we'll talk about it after.
Yeah.
Bye, everyone.
All right.
Bye.
Happy birthday,